Chapter 1134. The Mantis Men retreated, and Annie let a few warriors fly to collect the badges on the Mantis Men. As soon as these badges entered the dimension battlefield, they would suddenly appear in every warrior's body. When the warrior died, the badges would automatically come out. "Lackley, how many secrets have you hidden from me?" After arranging everything, Annie turned to look at Yi Qinghan's knife-like side profile. For the first time she found that she could not understand this man. Yi Qinghan's initial premonition, the subsequent warning, and the final confident attack had completely subverted Yi Qinghan's image in Annie's heart. Was this still the Lackley who was bullied by an archangel in heaven and begged for mercy? Was this still the Lackley who had no redeeming qualities other than being good in bed? This killing method, this calmness on the battlefield, was this still the Lackley who never dared to attack other archangels and whose strength was at the bottom? Yi Qinghan did not answer Annie's question. Instead, he looked at the collected badges with interest. These badges actually did not explode under his and Annie's powerful divine powers. The badges were white. It seemed to be the lowest grade. I wonder what color the badges in my and Annie's bodies are? As soon as Yi Qinghan entered the dimension battlefield, he knew that a mark had suddenly appeared on his arm. He did not pay attention at first, but when he probed it with his divine sense, he found that it was black. He quietly probed Annie's badge and found that it was blue. There were 4 types of badges here: white, blue, black, and the highest grade, gold. However, Yi Qinghan did not want to obtain points, so he could not be bothered to pay attention to this aspect. Lackley. If you don't want to say, I won't force you, but you don't have to ignore me. Annie saw that Yi Qinghan's gaze was not on her at all. After waiting for so long and not replying, she was a little angry. However, when she thought of Yi Qinghan's overbearing methods just now, she did not flare up and only said bitterly, "Smack." Yi Qinghan slapped Annie's plump buttocks and chuckled. "I have so many secrets on me that they are as deep as the sea. You can slowly uncover them." Oh. Being molested by Yi Qinghan in front of tens of thousands of people, the famous slut in the inner city of Athens could not stand it anymore. Annie's face turned slightly red, but her eyes were glowing. She looked extremely flirtatious, as if she couldn't wait to fight with Yi Qinghan for 360 rounds. Countless cultivators in the distance did not dare to mock or be jealous of Yi Qinghan. Instead, they looked at his handsome face with envy and awe. A barking dog does not bite, and a biting dog does not bark. Lord Lackley was a tiger in a dog's skin. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Leave this place immediately. The smell of blood here will attract creatures from other planes. When Yi Qinghan saw that the badges were collected, he signaled Annie to keep them. He began to command the army to retreat towards another intersection not far away. "Do you really trust me that much? Give me all the badges? That's more than 3,000 points." Annie and Yi Qinghan walked together, their bodies brushing against each other from time to time. Ignoring the fiery gazes behind them, her eyes were like peach blossoms, very seductive. Big breasts but no brains. Yi Qinghan glanced at Annie's chest indifferently and cursed in a low voice. Then he snorted coldly and said, "What's yours, is mine too?" Annie was not angry when she was scolded by Yi Qinghan. Instead, she became extremely excited, like a young girl who was overjoyed. However, Yi Qinghan sighed leisurely. He prepared to walk with Annie for a while more before leaving with Pandora. He was more or less familiar with the situation in Demon Mountain. It was time to find the way home. They continued walking in the passage for more than 10 days. Other than a few scouts who were accidentally teleported away by the teleportation restriction, they did not encounter any creatures from other planes. Although Yi Qinghan's divine sense could detect the location of the restriction, he could not break it. The life and death of the cultivators from Heaven Plane had nothing to do with him. Another group of creatures from other planes has come? Why are there so few of them? And they are all at the level of 5th grade war gods? This doesn't make sense. Several days later, Yi Qinghan and Annie brought the warriors from Heaven Plane to a large hall. Yi Qinghan suddenly detected a dozen or so beastmen rushing toward them from the passage on the left. Based on their auras, they were actually only at the level of 5th grade war gods. Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. How could they survive until now with such a small number of people who liked to barge around? That's not right. If these beastmen were not fools, how could they not detect the auras of so many warriors? If they were fools, they would not have been sent to the dimensional battlefield. Yi Qinghan secretly became vigilant. Annie also realized that something was wrong. She commanded the 10,000 warriors to form a fan shape and surround the entrance of the cave, waiting for the dozen or so foolish beastmen to walk into the trap. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tall figures of a dozen or so beastmen appeared at the corner of the cave with heavy footsteps. They were all over 3 meters tall, covered in long brown fur, and had heads that resembled leopards. Their teeth were very long, and the claws on their hands and feet glinted coldly in the dim passage. Their ferocious auras enveloped the entire underground hall. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes. The origin energy and light god energy on Annie's body also flourished. The faces of the 10,000 warriors surrounding the cave also became solemn. Because they all realized that these beastmen were getting faster and faster, and their auras were getting heavier. There were only 16 beastmen, but they felt the pressure of a magnificent army. The strength of these beastmen is actually continuously increasing. Their current strength has definitely reached the upper 6th grade. Strange. Yi Qinghan never underestimated his enemies, no matter how low their strength was. His divine sense was constantly locked onto these dozen or so beastmen, and he easily discovered that their strength was rapidly increasing. In the end, these dozen or so beastmen's strength increased to level 7 and stopped increasing. However, Yi Qinghan still did not let his guard down. He did not move but still carefully probed. Creatures from the alien plane had all kinds of strange powers, so he had to be careful. Kill? Seeing that Yi Qinghan did not move, Annie waved her hand and hundreds of warriors rushed out. The battle axe also appeared in their hands, and they were somewhat eager to have a go. Annie, don't move. These beastmen are strange. Let's take a look first. Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to stop Annie. When those hundreds of people rushed up, his pupils suddenly shrank because those hundreds of warriors, in just one face-to-face encounter, were all killed. The long brown hair on the bodies of more than 10 beastmen suddenly stood up. Furthermore, every single strand of hair lit up and turned into thousands of silver needles that detached from their bodies. They covered the sky and the earth, and with lightning speed, they shot towards the hundreds of cultivators. The hidden weapons were not important, but the most important thing was that among these hundreds of warriors, there were many experts at the peak of level 7, but none of them could block it. They were all easily killed by the needles made of hair. Bastards, how dare you kill my people? Annie was angry again. Yi Qinghan did not have time to hold her back, and he turned into a round sun, carrying the giant axe, and rushed up. How could this hair be so terrifying? Experts at the peak of level 7 were killed in an instant? This is not scientific, huh? No. Why is the silver airflow on the white hair so familiar? Oh no, it's the power of source. These 10 orcs are venerables. Yi Qinghan suddenly came to his senses and was greatly shocked. No wonder these orcs only had a dozen people, but they dared to attack the 10,000-man army, and no wonder hundreds of people were killed in an instant. These orcs actually hid their strength, and all of them were at the venerable realm, with the power of source. After a while, Yi Qinghan was extremely excited. These orcs could actually use the power of source as a hidden weapon to attack the enemy? And so domineering? What did he have the most now? The power of source. If he could learn it, with so much power of source, even a level 9 expert would die in a sudden sneak attack. Annie, step back, you are not a match for these orcs. Watch me. Yi Qinghan roared, and his body turned into a ferocious tiger. He rushed forward like a flickering light. While he was in the air, his eyes emitted a strange light, and he directly activated the Soul Destroyer. At the same time, his hands waved in the air and countless soul jade knives poured out. A dragon source saber appeared in his hand out of nowhere, and the soul of the saber, the phantom of the exotic beast, rushed out, and shrouded the dozens of tall figures in front of him. Chapter 1135. When Annie heard Yi Qinghan's roar, she instinctively retreated. After she retreated, she became a little angry. She was stronger than him, so why was she so obedient to him? Was she the commander, or was he the commander? However, in the next second she saw Yi Qinghan shooting toward her like an arrow. His eyes were like lightning, and his aura was like that of a ferocious beast. His hands danced, and an extremely dangerous aura came from the air. Then, when the shadow of an exotic beast shot out from the dragon source battle saber, Annie was completely dumbfounded. Her cherry mouth opened wide and her face was filled with disbelief. Was this still Lacri? Boom. Yi Qinghan's saber cut through the air and slashed forward. The terrifying aura of the exotic beast that made the 10,000 warriors behind tremble directly smashed into the bodies of 15 orcs. What made everyone even more dumbfounded was that the 10 orcs who had killed hundreds of powerful warriors in a second did not dodge. Instead, their eyes were filled with endless terror. Then, a loud explosion rang out from within the tunnel. A violent shockwave blasted out, forcing more than 10,000 martial artists back several dozen steps. A large number of people fell to the ground, causing the entire tunnel to shake violently. How is this possible? Annie did not retreat. Instead, her mouth opened even wider. She did not even notice the pieces of flesh and blood splattering on her body. She looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief and watched as the blood rained down from the tunnel. More than 10 honorable level orcs were actually killed by Yi Qinghan with a single slash? A few more orcs behind them were all sent flying. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. Even Archangel Dick did not have such powerful strength, right? Annie recalled the surging power that accompanied the exotic beast just now. That kind of power that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and she could not help but be speechless. Looking at the imposing figure standing in front of her, the fear in her eyes turned into a burning passion. A handsome man with top-notch skills in bed. He was so powerful, yet he knew how to keep a low profile and endure patiently. This was a man that could make people infatuated with him. Yi Qinghan didn't wait for the blood rain to completely fall. He turned into a ray of light and shot forward. At the same time, his eyes flickered once more as he continued to use the soul annihilation attack on the strongest beastman. At the same time, he released the soul poison jade blade to envelop the remaining beastmen. Upper rank 9 soul strength. How powerful were the soul skills released? Now that he had obtained the complete answer, these beastmen's strength had reached the venerable realm. In fact, the beastman that Yi Qinghan had used soul annihilation to deal with alone had definitely reached the peak of the venerable realm. However, Yi Qinghan didn't even use his spatial power. Instead, he used his soul skills and dragon origin saber to easily slay him. Yi Qinghan did not know if it was a rank 9 powerhouse, but Yi Qinghan could now conclude that it was a venerable powerhouse. With such a powerful soul, no matter how many venerables came, they would all die. He raised his hand and the blade fell. Yi Qinghan's afterimage condensed in the tunnel ahead. The remaining beastmen's heads were all chopped off by the dragon origin saber. The only beastman expert that Yi Qinghan had taken special care of was currently being lifted by the neck by Yi Qinghan with one hand and lifted into the air. Yi Qinghan's strange actions once again caused many experts from the heaven realm to fall back down on their butts. Annie and Pandora, who were protected by several war gods, had stars appear in their eyes at the same time. Yi Qinghan had transformed into Lakely's appearance. His height was about 1.8 meters and he wasn't particularly muscular. He was actually lifting the neck of a beastman that was 3 to 4 meters tall, half a meter wide and had bulging muscles. He was even lifting it up high. If the beastman had lifted Yi Qinghan by the neck and hung him in the air, no one would have been surprised. However, now that it was upside down, the visual impact was unimaginable. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't pretending. He had a purpose in lifting the beastman. When a person was lifted by the neck and hung in the air, that feeling was the most humiliating and powerless. Of course, his mind was also the most chaotic. Yi Qinghan didn't want to kill this beastman. He wanted to completely control him, and this beastman was the only one whose sea of soul was protected by a small amount of origin energy. He had taken special care of this beastman twice and used his most powerful single-target attack, the Soul Destroyer. However, he still couldn't completely invade this beastman's sea of soul. However, at this moment he lifted this beastman and took advantage of the fact that he was extremely indignant and wanted to retaliate to kill Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan used the Soul Destroyer attack again. This time, because the beastman was distracted and his soul was in chaos, the resistance to the soul golden threads was much weaker. It easily invaded his sea of soul. Chi. Following that, Yi Qinghan smashed the beastman against the wall of the passageway. Following that, Yi Qinghan thrust the Dragon Source Battle Saber into the beastman's abdomen. However, he only managed to pierce it halfway before pulling it out. Dense heaven and earth origin energy started to fill the tunnel. This beastman's divine crystal had been cracked by Yi Qinghan, and a small crack had appeared. He was completely crippled. If he wanted to create a crack in the world of immortals without shattering, he had to carefully control his strength. He also had to make sure that the beastman couldn't resist. Therefore, Yi Qinghan had to wait until the soul golden threads had penetrated the beastman's sea of soul and caused his soul to be in complete chaos before he dared to make a move. A powerful suction force acted on the beastman's body. Yi Qinghan used the War Imperial Palace to forcefully suck the beastman into it. Only then did he clap his hands and walk toward the crowd. However, he saw countless faces that looked as if they had seen a ghost. Regardless of whether it was his tyrannical strength, his strange methods, or the incomparably subversive visual shock, or the final transformation of the beastman, everyone was dumbfounded. Lacri, he's not Lacri. How could Lacri be so strong? Moreover, I felt a trace of a different aura just now. Annie looked at the familiar face, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. It was as if the Lacri in front of her was no longer Lacri. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan's previous round of attacks and strange methods didn't seem to be from the heavenly plane at all. Yi Qinghan saw Annie's complicated expression and sighed in his heart. He knew that it was time to say goodbye. He didn't continue to look at Annie, nor did he look at the over 10,000 cultivators in the field. Yi Qinghan quickly walked up to Pandora and smiled. "Pandora, let's go. Follow me home." Pandora smiled obediently and held onto Yi Qinghan's hand. Then with a light leap she climbed onto Yi Qinghan's back like an octopus. Yi Qinghan looked at Annie again and smiled faintly. "Annie, may the great God bless you. Goodbye. Perhaps we won't meet again in this lifetime." Before Annie could react, Yi Qinghan's body turned into lightning and disappeared into another tunnel. Ugh! The people in the field were even more dumbfounded. They looked at each other, confused. Why did Master Lacri say such strange things? And then he suddenly left just like that? What was he playing at? However, at this moment, Annie suddenly understood what Yi Qinghan was playing at. This was because when Yi Qinghan rushed towards the cave, both his and Pandora's appearances had changed. They had become a delicate and handsome man and a beautiful woman that made her jealous. Perhaps we won't meet again in this lifetime. Annie didn't chase after him. She only stared blankly at the tunnel that Yi Qinghan disappeared into and murmured that sentence. At this moment, the most licentious slut in the city of Athens felt a deep sense of loss and emptiness. Like a child who suddenly lost her favorite toy, Annie, who was sold to a brothel by her father at the age of 15 and swore never to cry again, suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to cry at this moment. Chapter 1136. Big Brother Han Yi, where are we going now? Pandora lies on Yi Qinghan's back, smiling sweetly. Yi Qinghan has finally left that slut, which makes her feel inexplicably comfortable. She is simple-minded. If Yi Qinghan doesn't tell her, she never asks about Yi Qinghan's matters. As long as Yi Qinghan takes her with him, she feels that anywhere is her home. Just now, Yi Qinghan suddenly said that he will take her home. She knows that Yi Qinghan wants to tell her something, so she asked. Hee, Pandora, you also know that I come from another plane. Now I will take you to find the way to my plane. There is my home, my wife, and my children. Don't worry, they are all very good people. They will let you feel the warmth of a home. I will protect you for a lifetime. Yi Qinghan turns his head and smiles. He becomes very happy, like a lost child who finally sees the way home. Pandora nods obediently, the smile on her face even sweeter. Since Yi Qinghan told her about his matters, it means that he has completely accepted her. She doesn't understand a lot about this mysterious man, but she knows one thing. If this man says something, he will definitely do it. Yi Qinghan carries Pandora on his back. His speed has reached the limit, no longer holding anything back. At the same time, his powerful divine awareness spreads out in all directions, scouting in front and behind. Once a creature from another plane appears, he will know immediately. Yi Qinghan is very confident in the range of the divine awareness's detection. Without choosing a direction, when they come to an intersection, they just randomly choose a passage. Yi Qinghan is like a runaway wild horse, running wildly in the passage. He vents out all the grievances and worries he has suffered in the holy continent and heaven all these years. Over the past 3,000 years, he had been living a miserable life, constantly worrying that he would be discovered by the level 9 experts of the heaven. Coupled with the fact that his soul had mutated, he had suffered unspeakably. If it weren't for his high state of mind, if it were someone else, he would have long gone mad. He finally got rid of the people from the heaven plane. He finally didn't have to turn into that Lacri who made him want to vomit. He could finally attack without holding anything back. Yi Qinghan felt refreshed like a fish swimming in the vast sea and sky. He couldn't help but want to roar a few times. Reached a dead end? There are so many restrictions here. After running for a day, Yi Qinghan suddenly discovered that there was no path ahead. Furthermore, there were many restrictions ahead. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to turn around, he suddenly recalled that beastman. He muttered to himself for a moment and used his powerful spiritual sense to envelop the restrictions in front of him, carefully examining them. Battle Emperor, help me look at the restrictions ahead. I only found 3. After examining for a moment, Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to Battle Emperor. Battle Emperor's remnant soul turned into a breeze and floated out. After a moment, it went back into Yi Qinghan's body. Then he transmitted his voice. These 3 are all transmission restrictions. What's wrong? Yi Qinghan was relieved and transmitted his voice. Nothing. I just want to bypass a few restrictions, go inside and enter the War Emperor Palace. I caught in Beastman. He has a very interesting divine sense. I want to go inside and study it. Be careful. Battle Emperor said. Yi Qinghan immediately released the power of space and began to examine again. After a moment, his body turned into a flash of lightning and shot forward. After taking a few steps, his body leaped up and flew a few meters forward. Then he rapidly descended. His whole body was almost stuck to the ground as he floated forward. After floating for 3 meters, he stood up again and flew to the top of the passage. After flying for more than 10 meters, he heaved a sigh of relief. After passing through the restrictions and flying for nearly 100 meters, he reached the end of the passage. Only then did Yi Qinghan teleport into the War Emperor Palace. Now, when the strong beast man in the palace saw Yi Qinghan and Pandora, he immediately waved his huge hands at them and pounced at them. He looked extremely ferocious. Unfortunately, his divine crystal had been destroyed, so his speed was greatly reduced. Not to mention Yi Qinghan, even Pandora could send him flying with a casual kick. Pandora, go to that room and rest first. I have something to ask. Yi Qinghan released his pressure and directly smashed the beastman's figure into the air. He then teleported Pandora away. He didn't want her to see him kill someone, so he slowly walked towards the beastman. Under the pressure of Yi Qinghan's power of space, the beastman couldn't move at all. He glared at Yi Qinghan angrily. The ferocity in his eyes made it seem like he wanted to swallow him alive. Kneel. Yi Qinghan shouted coldly. The power of space suddenly pressed down. The beastman's 2 legs immediately trembled, and he knelt on the ground with a loud bang. Even his back was bent from the pressure. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he activated the Soul Exterminator. The beastman didn't have divine power, so he could no longer use the power of origin. Powerful golden soul threads surged into the beastman's sea of soul like a surging tide. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and started to use a vicious technique called Soul Search. He didn't have that much time to interrogate the beastman, so he could only use the simplest method. Soul Search was a technique that many people in the divine world knew. However, basically no one used it. This was because Soul Search would cause an impact on one's own soul. Of course, with the current strength of Yi Qinghan's soul, this impact was negligible. The beastman's memories were very messy and hard to understand. After a full hour, Yi Qinghan finally stopped Soul Search. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Slaughter God blade and transmitted a message to Xiaohe. Xiaohe, your food is here. Xiaohe flew out from the Slaughter God blade and turned into a shadow. In just a second, the beastman that was like a giant elephant turned into dust and was devoured by Xiaohe. After Xiaohe finished devouring, he pouted and said unhappily, "Ha boss, I haven't replenished my energy for a few thousand years. This feels so good. Why is there only one? Isn't it easy to replenish energy? Wait for me to comprehend this technique and I will bring you out to kill. I will let you devour until you are full." We are now in the dimensional battlefield. Yi Qinghan smiled. There was no such thing as emotions or morals in the dimensional battlefield. When encountering a creature from the dimensional battlefield, it was either you die or I die. Since he wanted to kill, why not let Xiaohe replenish some energy? He might even be able to evolve a second time. Yi Qinghan teleported Pandora over. Then he sat cross-legged and tossed out all the miscellaneous memories related to this beastman. Finally, he chose to comprehend the divine ability that mixed the origin energy into the concealed weapons. So that's how it is. Using a special technique to separate the source energy bit by bit, then using a special technique to mix it into the hair, form a hidden weapon and shoot it out. This beastman looks like he has developed limbs, but his brain is actually so smart. Yi Qinghan only spent half a day to completely learn the technique of this hidden weapon. After muttering to himself for a moment, he suddenly laughed sinisterly. Each of these origin source concealed weapons required very little origin source energy to make. With Yi Qinghan's source energy, it was not a big deal to shoot a few million of them at once. It was just a little troublesome to make. And I will make 1,000,000 first. Even if I use 100,000 at once, I can use them 10 times. I will make more in the future after I have used them. Yi Qinghan casually took out a few pieces of ordinary godly metal. This hidden weapon relied on the source energy to destroy everything and kill the enemy. It did not matter what material it was attached to. Although Yi Qinghan did not know how to forge weapons, it was still very easy to turn some godly metal into thin needles. As he made the silver needles, he controlled his soul power and separated the source energy bit by bit using a special technique. Then he hid it in his body. Once he made a move, the source energy would immediately be attached to the silver needles under the beastman's strange control method and shot out to kill the enemy. Chapter 1137. Xiaohe. Pandora, let me show you a type of divine weapon. 3 months later, Yi Qinghan finally completed it. He looked at the bored Xiaohe who was sprawled on the ground, and Pandora who was looking at him curiously from the side. He chuckled, and divine power burst forth from his body. With a light flick of his hand, countless white lights flashed and disappeared. The restrictions on the opposite wall suddenly erupted with a burst of colorful light. Following that, all the restrictions in the entire hall lit up, shaking for a while, illuminating the entire hall. Oh! Pandora did not understand, but Xiaohe was very clear about the strength of the restrictions in the War Emperor Palace. If Yi Qinghan only used divine power to smash on it, the restrictions would not have much of a reaction. Unless Yi Qinghan used God Slayer's spear and smashed it with spatial power, there would definitely not be such a big reaction. Xiaohe was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he turned into a shadow and floated towards the wall. Then he shouted, "Wow, boss, how did you do it? These iron needles actually pierced through the restrictions and stabbed into the wall. This origin hidden weapon is actually so powerful? Could it be that this has something to do with the strength of my soul?" Yi Qinghan had long discovered it, and also had a look of disbelief. Power of origin was basically controlled by soul power. Although this origin hidden weapon was swung out with divine power, his own divine sense was also attached to it, driving and controlling the direction. Yi Qinghan's divine power was very strong, but he did not deliberately cultivate it. Basically, it was comparable to a high-grade venerable's divine power. Those 10 over beastmen's divine power had also reached the level of a venerable, but compared to him, their speed was too far behind. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. When speed reached a certain level, it was also a kind of powerful attack power. Therefore, the only explanation was that Yi Qinghan could only attribute it to the strength of his soul. War Emperor, what do you think of this matter? Yi Qinghan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He sent a message to the Battle Emperor to see what he thought. The remnant soul of the Battle Emperor floated out of the divine crystal and looked at the few pieces of black metal on the wall in astonishment. "Boy, how did you do it? Release it again." The Battle Emperor's expression was a little unsettled. As the person who refined the restrictions in the Battle Emperor Palace, the Battle Emperor knew best how strong the restrictions in the Battle Emperor Palace were. Yi Qinghan nodded and casually shot out another 10 origin source concealed weapons. As a result, the restrictions in the hall flashed again. The 10 origin concealed weapons once again pierced through the restriction and shot into the wall. "This hidden weapon of yours has origin energy? How could it be so fast? No wonder. I say, how can a few pieces of scrap iron penetrate the restriction that this Empress has set up? Is this the divine ability you were talking about? So, domineering. Kid, you're really a freak. With these hidden weapons, even an ordinary level 9 expert will be killed instantly after being sneak attacked by you." The Battle Emperor sighed and looked at Yi Qinghan. The more he looked at him, the more he looked like a freak. Haha, it's hard for a level 9 expert to sneak attack. For example, I'm extremely sensitive to the fluctuation of space. If someone sneak attacks me, I'll discover it immediately and then use the origin energy to protect my soul ocean and divine crystal. Even if I'm sneak attacked, I won't die. Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled bitterly. A level 9 expert was given all kinds of elemental powers by the law of heaven and earth. He could sense it through the power of space, and others could also sense it through the power of darkness and light. But the Battle Emperor shook his head and said, "You silly boy, you can use the power of space only because you understand the eternity of space. You're not given willpower by the law of heaven and earth, so you don't have divine power. Generally, if other level 9 experts sense it through aura, as long as you don't use the power of space, no one can tell that you're a level 9 expert. But you have such a powerful soul skill. If that level 9 expert doesn't protect his soul or divine crystal when you sneak attack him, think about the consequences." "Yes." Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He really didn't have divine power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the material plane. Jita's willpower was given by the law of heaven and earth, while Lord Devour refined the chaos divine crystal. Both of them had great divine power. If he didn't use the power of space, others wouldn't be able to sense it. It seemed like there was a chance to sneak attack. Remember, if it's a level 9 and above, don't fight. With your strength, unless you sneak attack, you won't be able to win. As for level 9 supreme martial artists, they won't enter the Devil Mountain. They will only stand guard during the final battle. The Battle Emperor explained and went into Yi Qinghan's divine crystal. Yi Qinghan practiced the origin energy hidden weapon for a few more days. Then, he carried the Slaughter God saber and left the War Emperor Palace. The passageway outside was a dead end. If someone accidentally stepped in, they would be teleported away. It was a wise choice for Yi Qinghan to teleport to the War Emperor Palace. He would be fine even if he stayed in the War Emperor Palace for 100 years. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't foolishly stay in there. After 100 years, when the dimensional war ended, he would be teleported back to the heaven plane. Start looking for the teleportation array to the divine realm. Yi Qinghan quickly passed through the few teleportation arrays in front of him. His divine power shook and he started to hide. Although hiding could only hide from venerables, level 9 experts could easily discover him. However, Yi Qinghan didn't want to be entangled with ordinary low-level foreign existences. Finding the teleportation array to the divine realm was the way to go. Pandora rested in the War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan no longer had any scruples. He carried the Slaughter God saber and sped through the passageways like a cheetah. He started to look for passageways with light blue and light purple walls. Yi Qinghan had been in hiding for more than half a month and had encountered 2 legions of creatures from other planes. He couldn't even remember how far he had run, but he hadn't encountered a single colored passageway, let alone a light blue or light purple passageway. He met 2 foreign existences. One was a demonic beast-like legion. Xianxia acted tyrannically and swallowed all of them. The other legion was a little strange. They looked very obedient and seemed to be poisonous. Green pus flowed from their bodies. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to let Xianxia swallow them. He went around them. How big is this Devil Mountain? Oh. It should have extended for tens of thousands of miles underground. It isn't even in the Devil Mountain. It should be under the entire dimensional battlefield. Yi Qinghan was incomparably puzzled. With his speed, he should have run through more than 10 to 20 Devil Mountains, right? However, the passageways seemed to be endless. He didn't even find a colored passageway? After hiding for a few more days, Yi Qinghan finally found a colored passageway. He was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed towards that passageway. Halfway through, he shook his head in disappointment. This passageway did have a color, but it was a red and blue passageway. This passageway led to the outside of the Devil Mountain. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to go forward. There was definitely a foreign existence's camp outside. If he went out, he would be walking right into a trap. Just as he was about to turn around, Yi Qinghan's expression suddenly changed. Because at the other end of the passageway, there was a slight air-piercing sound. Just as he used his divine sense to investigate, a faintly discernible aura had already locked onto him. Right now he was in hiding. There was only one kind of expert that could lock onto him. Grade 9. It's upper grade 9. Motherf asterisk Ker. Yi Qinghan was slightly distracted by the wall just now. Now that he used his divine sense to investigate, his expression turned gloomy. Because the expert that was rushing toward him had an aura that was definitely at the upper grade 9. Chapter 1138. F asterisk CK. All the passageways are occupied by legions. Am I so unlucky? Did I just happen to encounter a powerhouse from this dimension and enter Devil Mountain? Yi Qinghan did not hesitate at all. He sprinted forward like a rocket, his divine consciousness spreading out to the greatest extent. In the end, in a small hall at the intersection ahead, he discovered that countless martial artists were surging in from the 3 passageways behind him. It was obvious that he had encountered a legion from another dimension that had just started to enter Devil Mountain. The upper rank 9 powerhouse's divine consciousness had been locked onto him, and his speed was slightly faster than his. Yi Qinghan had seen the powerhouse from this dimension before. It was the leopard-headed man who was torn apart by a few archangels when he rushed out of Devil Mountain for the first time. Its head was like a leopard's with triangular eyes. Its body was furry with black and white stripes. Its hands were long but its feet were short and strong. When it walked, its footsteps were like the wind, the ground rumbling. Yi Qinghan covered his head and ran wildly. As he did not know if there were any rank 9 powerhouses nearby, he dared not release his spatial force. Along the way, he even teleported occasionally in an attempt to shake off the rank 9 powerhouse's lock. However, he did not know what special ability this rank 9 powerhouse had. A wisp of aura was always lingering around him, lingering like a ghost. The only fortunate thing was that after running for 6 hours, Yi Qinghan had not discovered any other leopard-headed powerhouses locking onto him. The leopard-headed legion had left him far behind, long gone. F asterisk CK your mother Tui? Wrong, this leopard-headed man is so ugly, isn't his mother even uglier? You piece of trash, upper rank 9 powerhouse, I have no grudge against you. Why are you always chasing after me? Yi Qinghan sprinted all the way and cursed from time to time. He had only displayed the strength of a venerable. Even if his speed was slightly faster, he would not attract rank 9 powerhouses to chase after him. Was this rank 9 leopard-headed man so bored? Of course, the leopard-headed man wasn't bored to death. Yi Qinghan's bizarre reaction speed, running speed, and his invisibility divine ability were all very interesting to the rank 9 leopard-headed man. The faster Yi Qinghan ran, the faster he chased after him. As time went by, the two of them were getting closer and closer. Regardless of whether Yi Qinghan teleported, hid, or entered the War Emperor Palace, he could not get rid of this superior level 9 expert's pursuit. This leopard man clearly had a special tracking ability. In the end, Yi Qinghan gave up on fiddling with it and focused on running with all his might. This place was full of twists and turns, and teleportation was far slower than flying. After more than half a day, the distance between the two of them had increased from the original 5 kilometers to 8 kilometers. 2 days later, the distance between the two of them had reached 5 miles. 3 days later it reached 3 li. This leopard-headed expert seemed to be at loggerheads with Yi Qinghan. The two of them had run for God knows how many li in the past few days, but they had been chasing each other relentlessly. It seemed that he would not stop until he killed Yi Qinghan. 2 li. Yi Qinghan did not need to look back to feel the fierce aura and cold killing intent from the short leopard-headed man. If it was a lower rank 9 powerhouse, Yi Qinghan would have already started a fight with him. However, facing an upper rank 9, Yi Qinghan was not confident and did not want to fight to the death with him. He did not come here to kill people to earn points. He just wanted to go home through this. However, after a few minutes, the distance between the two of them was even closer. Yi Qinghan had nowhere to run. He had to fight with all his might. A fierce aura surged in his heart. A dog would bite if pushed too far. Since the leopard-headed man wanted his life, then he would exchange it with his life. The power of origin surrounded his body and the strong soul strength was running. He was ready to use soul extermination at any time. At the same time, countless hidden weapons of origin were ready. Yi Qinghan was only waiting for the leopard-headed expert to get a little closer, then he would immediately start a sneak attack. Tisk, tisk. The leopard-headed man behind him had a sinister look in his eyes. He was like a cat watching a mouse jumping around in front of him. Although this mouse was a little special, it could not get rid of the fact that it was a mouse. The leopard-headed man was already half a li away from him. Yi Qinghan could not escape. He suddenly turned around and roared. However, he did not release soul extermination, nor did he sprinkle the hidden weapons of origin. Instead, he paused and continued to run forward. A trace of doubt flashed in the triangular eyes of the leopard-headed man. He did not know if this mouse's brain was damaged. He was stunned, but he did not slow down. Using this time, he shortened the distance between him and Yi Qinghan to half a li. Yi Qinghan wasn't stupid. His divine sense had just detected that an army had appeared in front of them. An army of tens of thousands of metal men was surging toward him. The metal men army was obviously not strong and their auras were not strong. The two most powerful ones had the vague power of origin flowing in them. At this moment, for Yi Qinghan, it was like he had seen a ray of hope in a sea of bitterness. With this group of metal men as a shield, it would be much better for him to run away or to fight the enemy than to fight with his life on the line. Yi Qinghan raised his speed to the limit, but he did not dare to be careless. His divine senses were constantly locked on the metal men in front of him and the leopard-headed man behind him. He was sure that the metal men in front of him had not discovered him. Instead, they had detected the leopard-headed man and started to run away. After the chaos, Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Sticking close to the wall, Yi Qinghan weaved through the army of metal men through the gap in the air. The leopard-headed man had already appeared not far behind him. Facing the countless fleeing metal men, he gave an ugly, mocking smile. Suddenly, the leopard-headed man stopped and opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of long green teeth. His mouth was so wide that it was almost half the size of a human head. His stomach shrank and he let out a deafening roar. Yi Qinghan sensed in horror that this roar came from the leopard's mouth, and then it formed sound waves that could be seen with the naked eye. The sound waves shook the passageway, causing the space to tremble. The metal men in the rear were the weakest. Under the loud roar, they all exploded and turned into a pool of liquid metal. They were shocked to death. Wherever the sound waves passed, the metal men were shocked to death. What a powerful energy. What a strange attack. *CK. Pandora is about to be shaken out. Yi Qinghan felt a powerful force hit him directly behind him. Although his body was wrapped in layers of origin energy, the powerful impact had shattered all his internal organs. His body flew forward like a kite with a broken string. With the soul ring, Yi Qinghan was not worried about his injuries. However, at this moment Yi Qinghan was extremely frightened. The roar had caused the space to shake. In the air in front of him, a petite figure appeared in the air with a pale face. Fight. He had no other choice. Yi Qinghan released the power of space at once to protect Pandora. Otherwise, if the sound waves hit Pandora, her petite body would be instantly shattered like the metal men. Soul extermination kill. Soul poison jade knife kill. Origin hidden weapon kill. God Slayer's spear kill. As he released the power of space, Yi Qinghan suddenly turned around. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and two of his most powerful divine senses turned into billions of golden soul threads that charged toward the leopard man. His body did not retreat, but advanced instead, fiercely charging towards the leopard man, one hand releasing the soul poison jade knife, the other fiercely swinging out. Countless origin-concealed weapons like lightning pierced towards the leopard man. Finally, Yi Qinghan used the power of space and released the 8 God Slayer's spears. The entire space in the tunnel trembled slightly. A powerful pressure suppressed the remaining metal men on the ground. The God Slayer's spears pierced through the void and whistled toward the leopard man. In 1 second, Yi Qinghan released his 4 most powerful attacks. If he didn't attack, he would fight to the death. He had to kill the leopard man. Chapter 1139. When the leopard man saw Yi Qinghan flying forward like a kite with a loud roar, he shook his head in boredom. He originally thought that this creature from another plane had some special ability, but he didn't expect him to be so weak. Then Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly stopped in midair. It seemed like he wasn't injured at all, which made the leopard man ponder. When Pandora was shaken out, the leopard man was a little surprised. He had a spatial divine tool, but only those at their level had it in their plane. This little warrior actually had it too? Then he felt an indescribable force. Yi Qinghan had made a move to save Pandora. Just as he was stunned, 2 demonic lights flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. The soul extermination spear was activated. The leopard man was a little shocked. When he saw a white light and felt countless invisible blades flying towards him, he was incomparably shocked. Finally, Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spear came roaring. The leopard man was completely infuriated. This wasn't a mouse but a tiger with sharp claws and teeth. Roar, roar, roar. The leopard man felt humiliated and angry from being deceived. He endured the slight pain in his head and roared 3 times. Layers of sound waves caused the space to tremble. It also caused Yi Qinghan's origin hidden weapons and soul poison jade knife to slow down. Origin energy suddenly emerged from his body. At the same time, his 2 long arms danced like lightning. Like a windmill, they instantly spun a few hundred times in front of him, forming a chi wall. A strange sound suddenly rang out, causing the charging Yi Qinghan's figure to tremble. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Qinghan's eyes were red, and his face was filled with killing intent. Although the strange sound created by the leopard man made his soul extremely uncomfortable, he still controlled the 8 God Slayer spears and shot them at the leopard man. Swish, swish, swish. The sky full of origin hidden weapons shot at the leopard man's body, emitting the sound of metal colliding. Because of the obstruction of the sound wave and the strange sound behind it, the speed of the hidden weapon had already slowed down a lot. At this moment, the faint origin energy around the leopard-headed man's body could not cause any damage at all. Because of the origin energy protecting his body, the soul poison jade knife could only return without any results. The only thing that caused damage was the soul destroyer. However, Yi Qinghan sensed that because of the leopard-headed man's roars, a light barrier had appeared in his soul sea. Although a few golden soul threads had penetrated his soul, they weren't enough to cause any serious damage, much less throw his soul into chaos. God Slayer's spear pierce? His only hope was the God-slaying spear. Yi Qinghan stood proudly in midair. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a demonic god. He continued to control the golden soul threads to attack the leopard man's soul while controlling the God Slayer spear to charge forward. The leopard man's hands danced faster and faster, forming a shield in front of him. At the same time, the strange sharp sound grew louder and louder. The sharp sound made even Yi Qinghan's powerful soul unable to withstand it. Pandora, who was behind him, was protected by Yi Qinghan's spatial power, and 90% of the sonic wave attack was blocked by Yi Qinghan. However, her face was pale and bloodless and she fainted. Boom! After the God Slayer spear appeared, it pierced through the air in just a second and pierced the shield formed by the leopard man. The first God Slayer spear shattered bit by bit. The second God Slayer spear also exploded. The third God Slayer spear slowly exploded, and the fourth Godslayer spear penetrated half an inch and exploded. The fifth Godslayer spear penetrated successfully and finally touched the leopard man's head, causing it to explode. Die. Yi Qinghan's eyes were burning like the sun, and his mouth was cold as he shouted crazily. He continued to control the sixth Godslayer spear and pierced through the shield. If the sixth Godslayer spear hit the leopard man's head with full force, no matter how much origin energy he had, his head would still be shattered. Once his head was shattered, his soul sea collapsed and the leopard man died. Wu, the leopard man felt the danger of death, and his triangular eyes revealed a crazed and malevolent look. He didn't care about Yi Qinghan's golden soul threads anymore and continued to attack his soul as he forcefully screamed. The sonic wave attack this time was clearly much stronger than the previous ones. The entire tunnel trembled and it was like the roar of a dying beast. This roar caused Yi Qinghan's expression to change instantly. Originally, he couldn't stand the sharp sound created by the leopard man's waving hands. At this moment, if he was attacked by this sonic wave attack, his soul would definitely be injured. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was Pandora. Originally, Yi Qinghan separated 2 layers of spatial power to protect Pandora, and he stood in front of the leopard man and used his body to block most of the sonic wave attack. However, Pandora still fainted like this. If she was attacked by this sonic wave attack, the outcome could be imagined. Attack or retreat. Yi Qinghan believed that as long as his remaining 3 Godslayer spears penetrated the leopard man, he would definitely be able to kill him. However, if he didn't retreat, his soul might be injured and most importantly, Pandora might die. He didn't dare to gamble and he couldn't afford to lose. He had said that he would protect Pandora for life. Therefore he retreated, and he retreated without hesitation. He didn't even control the Godslayer's spear anymore, and it shattered in the air. His speed soared to the limit, and he hugged Pandora in his arms. At the same time he used his origin energy to protect his back, and released his spatial power to suppress the sonic wave attack. The strange sonic wave attack started to weaken as the distance increased. Similarly, under the suppression of Yi Qinghan's spatial power, it weakened again. However, when the attack landed on Yi Qinghan's back, it also caused Yi Qinghan's internal organs to shatter again. He couldn't suppress the blood in his mouth any longer, and he vomited it onto Pandora, who was hugging him, and his body was sent flying. Wu, the leopard man roared again, and he was prepared to kill Yi Qinghan completely. Yi Qinghan suddenly turned his head in midair, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He didn't care about the weakness in the depths of his soul, and he activated the soul extermination again. At the same time he swung his hand, and the remaining half of the origin hidden weapon turned into hundreds of thousands of starlight spots, and they whizzed toward the leopard man. After that, without waiting for the soul ring to repair his body, Yi Qinghan ran forward in a panic, and he escaped crazily. Wu, although the leopard man's body was injured, he was completely enraged by Yi Qinghan. He let out 2 strange cries and he emitted sound waves, which struck down the origin hidden weapon shot by Yi Qinghan. He stepped on the void and a strange dull sound was produced. Yi Qinghan's remaining golden soul threads didn't care about attacking his head, and they chased after Yi Qinghan frantically. Looks like Emperor Zhan was right. If I encounter an upper 9th pin, I have no chance of winning unless I ambush him. Yi Qinghan licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was salty and his heart was filled with bitterness. He had used all sorts of methods but he still couldn't kill the leopard man. However, if he did not save Pandora in the end, he would definitely be able to kill him. However, if he did that, would he still be Yi Qinghan? Therefore Yi Qinghan did not regret it. He only wished that he could grow 4 legs at this moment. His speed doubled again. Although in the end he had thrown out his origin-concealed weapon and released his soul extinguisher, which had slowed down the leopard head man's footwork. However, the distance between the 2 of them was less than a few miles. At most half a day he would definitely be caught. He wasn't afraid of catching up to Yi Qinghan. Although he wasn't a match for him, it would be difficult for the leopard man to kill him. However, Pandora was in trouble. If this leopard man had used a normal energy attack, Yi Qinghan would not have feared it at all. With the protection of the origin armor, Pandora would not have died. However, this leopard man used a strange sound wave attack. 4 hours later, Yi Qinghan still hadn't shaken off this leopard man. It was clear that his attack just now had caused this leopard man to go crazy. He would not rest until he killed him. 6 hours later, the distance between the 2 of them was reduced to 2 miles. Yi Qinghan's face was as bitter as a cucumber. He looked at the pale Pandora in his arms, who had fainted, and became even more anxious. Not long after, his face became even whiter than Pandora's. Using his divine sense, he could see that two powerhouses had appeared in the tunnel ahead. One of them had the strongest aura. Yi Qinghan casually probed, and he could determine that this person was not any weaker than the leopard man behind him. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Desperate situation? God damn it, a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. But after a moment, when Yi Qinghan had completely probed the two figures in front of him, he was overjoyed. He wanted to cry out twice. Chapter 1140. The leopard man's triangular eyes twitched. He noticed something strange. The creature in front of him had actually changed its appearance? Even the aura it was emitting had changed to that hateful aura of light. Its speed had also slowed down. What was this little thief doing? Then, the leopard man's eyes twitched violently. He felt that something was amiss. Two auras had appeared in front of him, and one of them was incredibly powerful. The leopard man's figure paused for a moment, but the little thief in front of him had suddenly turned around. That hateful soul attack had started attacking his soul again. He could not help but roar in anger. The powerful sound waves shook the entire cave. Great Deus, save me. Yi Qinghan did not transform into Lacri's appearance. Instead, he transformed into another archangel. This time it was not one from Athens but one from the heavenly army. He had transformed into Lacri's appearance and openly left the group. Moreover, his attack on the beastman had probably exposed a trace of his aura, so he did not dare to take the risk. Shio. The tunnel ahead suddenly lit up. Then two balls of light shot over. One of them was as bright as the sun, so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. It was Deus, the Lord of Athens that Yi Qinghan had seen a few times before. Who else could it be but Archangel Dick? You dare attack my people? You're courting death. Evil creature from the other plane, accept your judgment. Light of judgment. A domineering voice came from the ball of light. It was filled with holiness and inviolability. Then a light wave shot out from the ball of light, shooting towards Yi Qinghan's side. The target was the leopard man behind him. F***ck. Yi Qinghan hurriedly dodged to the side. He cursed in his heart. Was this Deus very confident in his control over his attacks, or was he trying to kill him as well? He carefully probed with his divine sense. Realizing that Deus and Dick were not paying attention to him, he felt slightly relieved. He hurriedly flew towards them and stood beside Dick, a look of lingering fear on his face. Roar. Although the leopard man wanted to retreat, he had no choice but to fight. With a loud roar, visible sound waves collided with Deus' power of light. Powerful energy of different attributes exploded, causing the entire passageway to shake violently. Yi Qinghan felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. He sighed inwardly as he wondered what this black stone was made of. It was such a powerful energy, yet it only sank in. Not even a few stone chips fell out. Shio. Dick also joined the fray. Yi Qinghan began to slowly retreat. Finally, he suddenly sped up and disappeared without a trace. Dai suddenly frowned. He realized that Pandora, who Yi Qinghan had been carrying, had disappeared. Clearly, she had entered the spatial artifact. Yi Qinghan was not his direct subordinate, so it was not strange that he ran away. It was also not strange that the Archangel had a spatial artifact. However, when Yi Qinghan's War Emperor Palace teleported people, there was no spatial fluctuation at all. This was the planar battlefield, a place with incomparably stable space. Just as he was stunned, the leopard-headed man also turned and ran. He had already been injured in the battle with Yi Qinghan. Now that he had encountered an opponent of the same level, how could he not retreat? The light god was stunned once again. He then actually turned and chased after Yi Qinghan. This leopard-headed man had exchanged a blow with him earlier, and he felt that it would be very difficult to kill him. On the other hand, he was very interested in Yi Qinghan's spatial artifact. F***ck, this dies, why is he chasing me? These thieving scammers are truly not good people. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart and no longer hid his strength. His speed soared, and with a teleportation, he continuously entered the War Emperor Palace. He hid himself and blocked the light god's divine sense from locking onto him. After 7 or 8 turns, an hour later, he had completely shaken off the light god. Dick ran after Dais in confusion. Suddenly, he saw Dais standing in midair with a furious expression. He couldn't help but ask in fear, "What's wrong?" "Your Majesty." A creature from another plane. This is definitely not a disciple of heaven. He has a strange energy on him. Damn it. To think that he had even deceived me. Don't let me meet him or I'll make him fall into the Azura Sea forever. Dai's furious voice rang out in the passage. Dick's body trembled, his face filled with disbelief. That person just now was a creature from another plane? How could he disguise himself so well? Even a chief god was deceived? Oh no. Could it be that many creatures from another plane had sneaked into the heaven plane? Dick thought to himself. His heart was filled with shock. Even the light god Dais did not notice him flying away. That was close. If not for this ghost transformation, this young master's life would have been forfeit. Yi Qinghan sighed and wiped the cold sweat off his face. However, he felt a damp sensation on his back. Although Yi Qinghan did not hear Dai's angry roar clearly, it was clear that Dais had discovered his identity. He continuously teleported into the War Emperor Palace. In such a hurry, he definitely could not maintain the ghost transformation at all times. It's normal for him to be discovered. Quickly finding a dead end, Yi Qinghan snuck past 2 transportation restrictions and walked to the end. He immediately entered the War Emperor Palace. Although he used the soul ring to heal Pandora's body, he was still worried. Big brother Han Yi, Pandora is so scared. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered, a soft and delicate body pounced on him and hugged him tightly. Pandora had just been shaken out and fainted after hearing that terrifying voice. When she woke up, she did not see Yi Qinghan. She was so scared that her delicate body trembled slightly. Don't be afraid, Pandora. Unless I die, Big brother Han Yi will not let anyone harm you. Yi Qinghan tenderly caressed Pandora's soft hair, comforting her. However, he felt extremely guilty in his heart. Because he was not strong enough, he implicated his woman and made her suffer. He felt very uncomfortable. When he thought of his wives in the secret realm of reincarnation, and how they were chased out of the god realm by Shintu Xiong like stray dogs, he felt even more stifled. After comforting Pandora for a while, she probably exhausted herself and fell into a deep sleep in Yi Qinghan's arms. Yi Qinghan brought Pandora to another hall to rest, then left the War Emperor Palace. After confirming that no one would come to this dead end, he entered the War Emperor Palace again. After spending half a year, Yi Qinghan made millions of hidden origin weapons. After that, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he calmed his heart and started to diligently cultivate God Slayer's spear. The leopard man and god of light, Dais, made Yi Qinghan feel a sense of danger. He almost died this time. He did not want to gamble, nor did he want Pandora to be in danger again. Thus, he forcefully suppressed his desire to find the plain passage to the god realm and went into seclusion. Under the immense pressure, Yi Qinghan's fighting spirit exploded forth. He started to crazily cultivate the God Slayer spear, even though he could only stay in the Demon Mountain for 90 years at most. Although he could only stay in the Demon Mountain for 90 years at most, he still needed to find the plain passage to the god realm. Thus, he only had 40 to 50 years left to cultivate. However, Yi Qinghan still decided to increase his strength a little more. In this Demon Mountain, where danger lurked everywhere and there were countless 9th-grade experts, every bit of strength represented an extra chance of survival. Chapter 1141. In the main hall of the War Emperor Hall, 10 spears danced in the air like 10 dragons. Sometimes they crossed each other, sometimes they merged into one, and sometimes they formed a triangular arrowhead. All of them whizzed forward together. After a while, the restriction in the main hall exploded with a bright light, illuminating the faces of Pandora, who was sitting in the corner, and Xiaohe, who was lying on the ground. Pandora sat quietly while Xiaohe was in a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan's crazy cultivation. After 40 years, their initial shock, joy, and worry had turned into numbness. Yi Qinghan, this lunatic, had been cultivating continuously for 40 years. He would only go into a deep sleep to recover if his mentality was severely depleted. Once he woke up, he would start to control the 10 God Slayer's spears, flying and cultivating in the main hall. Under Yi Qinghan's crazy cultivation, the 10 God Slayer's spears seemed to have become a part of his body. It was as if he was controlling them with extraordinary dexterity. Swoosh! The 10 spears danced in the air for a few rounds and finally merged into one. It flew around Yi Qinghan, making Yi Qinghan, who was full of murderous intent and had his eyes closed, look like a mighty ancient god. Phew! It's been 40 years. My control of the God Slayer's spears has improved again. I might not be able to improve in a short time. In addition to the millions of hidden origin weapons, my chances of survival should be higher if I encounter a superior rank 9 powerhouse this time. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, and the murderous intent on his face faded. Time was too short. It was already very good to have a slight improvement in a few decades. Of course, this had something to do with his crazy cultivation. In the past few decades, he had fainted many times because of the depletion of his soul power. There's not much time left. It's time to find the passageway to the heavenly realm. If I encounter a superior rank 9 powerhouse this time, I'll use the hidden origin weapons to smash them. I'll run first. I can't fight to the death. Yi Qinghan looked at Pandora and thought of the last time Pandora was in danger. Her face was pale and she looked like she was about to die. His hand subconsciously threw out a few hidden origin weapons. Pa pa pa. Several origin source concealed weapons pierced through the barrier and shot into the wall, causing the barrier to flicker again. Hanyi, Dage, are you done cultivating? Pandora sees that Yi Qinghan is looking at her. She smiles sweetly and stands up. Her face is full of admiration and worship as she says, "Wow, Hanyi Dage, your spears have become very powerful again." Pandora's eyes are dazzled just from looking at them. "That's right, why can't your long spear shoot into the wall like those concealed weapons? I think this spear is much more powerful than those concealed weapons." Yi Qinghan walks over in a few steps. He tenderly pinches Pandora's little face and kisses her tender lips. He explains, "Hee, your strength is low, so you don't understand. Of course, the spear is more powerful than the concealed weapons. But those concealed weapons have something called the power of origin, that's why they can shoot into the wall." Under Yi Qinghan's kiss, Pandora's face turns red again. She becomes bashful like a young wife. She says, "Then you can also attach that power of origin to the spearhead. Like that, wouldn't it be able to pierce through the wall?" Silly girl. Yi Qinghan is both annoyed and amused as he says, "How can the power of origin be attached to the Godslayer's spear? How is that possible? How? Impossible." As Yi Qinghan says this, the pupils of his eyes suddenly contract. Then he becomes dazed. The hands that are kneading Pandora also stop. He blinks and suddenly slaps his thigh. The light in his eyes explodes and he laughs loudly. "How is it impossible? Possible. Possible. Absolutely possible. Aha, Pandora, you are too smart. What a genius idea. I love you to death." Yi Qinghan fiercely hugs Pandora's body and violently kisses her, waking Xiaohei up. Then he disregards the blushing Pandora and the black lines on Xiaohei's face. He immediately sits cross-legged and actually goes into seclusion again. "It's over. Boss has gone crazy." Xiaohei curls his lips and mutters before falling asleep again. Pandora is somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Yi Qinghan actually kisses her in front of Xiaohei. He even said some strange words making her embarrassed and annoyed. But seeing that Yi Qinghan is so happy, Pandora also becomes happy. The power of origin is attached to the Godslayer's spear? Pandora is really too smart. Why didn't I think of that? If this is successfully researched, it will definitely be very powerful. Since the power of origin can be attached to hidden weapons, it can also be attached to the Godslayer's spear. The Godslayer's spear is a real one that Yi Qinghan condensed. At this moment, he is somewhat glad that he chose the third path of controlling spatial power. If he chose the path of Kid, he wouldn't be able to cry even if he wanted to. The Godslayer's spear contains a terrifying spatial power. It is like a powerful fist that can smash the weak to death. Even if the enemy is protected by the power of origin, if it is hit, it will still be able to shatter the flesh and blood inside. But what if this fist is equipped with iron spikes? What if the Godslayer's spear is equipped with an indestructible spearhead? A violent force coupled with the indestructible power of origin, who can block it? Even if the enemy is protected by the power of origin, under such a powerful impact, can they not die? Yi Qinghan imagined the Godslayer's spear, the spearhead shining with origin energy, attacking the enemy unceasingly. That kind of unstoppable might immediately cause his blood to boil. Although this will consume a lot of his power of origin, every attack will definitely cause him to lose a huge amount of power of origin. But, in this world, who has more power of origin than him? Furthermore, in the new soul space, the power of origin is constantly increasing. What is there to be afraid of? Yi Qinghan quickly calculated and verified in his mind. In the end, he confirmed that it is possible. The last problem is time. The planar war only lasts for 100 years. Devil Mountain can only bring people for 90 years. After 90 years, they will all be teleported to the battlefield of the final battle. Yi Qinghan originally ran around in Devil Mountain for several months. In the end, other than the black and white passageway that he came in, he only found one passageway with color. How many passageways there are, how wide and how complicated? Yi Qinghan does not know. But he knows that the passageway to the divine world is very difficult to find. He must have enough time to find it. Otherwise, if he teleports out of Devil Mountain and returns to the camp in Heaven Plain, it will be damned. There are still more than 40 years. 20 years, at most I can cultivate for another 20 years. Regardless of whether I can successfully cultivate this mystic ability or not, I must find the passageway back to the divine world. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. He waved his hand and released a Godslayer's spear. Then he immediately controlled the power of origin hidden in his body and attached it to the spearhead according to the beastman's method. Success. That trace of power of origin easily attached to the spear. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed, but before his smile could fully bloom, he smiled bitterly. The moment the Godslayer's spear moved, the power of origin separated. Originally, the power of origin was attached to divine metal. That is a dead object, and Yi Qinghan did not need to control it. Once it attached to the spear, he directly threw it out to attack the enemy. But the Godslayer's spear looked like a physical object, but it is condensed from the power of space. Most importantly, the Godslayer's spear cannot be thrown out. It needs to be controlled by Yi Qinghan's divine sense. Moreover, it is not a straight line. The energy inside is still constantly changing. Of course, it is impossible to attach it. Damn it, this young master doesn't believe it. 20 years is not enough to create it. Yi Qinghan became ruthless and started to practice crazily again. Chapter 1142. Brother Han Yi, 20 years is up. 20 years passed in a flash. Yi Qinghan was so engrossed in cultivation that he forgot about time and where he was. If it wasn't for Pandora's reminder, Yi Qinghan might not even know that he was teleported out of the Devil Mountain. Ah, it's here? Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. He was incomparably shocked and a little helpless. He sighed and stood up. The time is too short. I only managed to infuse my origin energy into one spear. Furthermore, it's not in the most stable state. But, it's enough. Even if it's just one spear, if I sneak attack it, Deus will die. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed like lightning. His hands danced in the air, and a long spear suddenly emerged from the void in front of him. It circled around Yi Qinghan, and the spearhead turned white. It was like a venomous snake opening its eyes. The aura it emitted made one's heart palpitate. Go! Yi Qinghan roared. The God-Slayer's spear was like a bolt of lightning as it shot towards the opposite wall. Although it was only a spear, it was like a magnificent army, unstoppable. Bang! The entire hall shook. The restrictions on the walls flashed and sparks flashed. Suddenly, a powerful aura was released from the Battle Emperor Hall, causing Yi Qinghan to feel suffocated. Pandora's face turned pale. If it wasn't for Yi Qinghan protecting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. This time Yi Qinghan seemed to have gone overboard. The restrictions of the Battle Emperor Hall reacted with unprecedented intensity. F***ck brat, you want to destroy the Battle Emperor Hall? An incomparably shocked voice transmission rang out. After that, a figure floated out. The Battle Emperor stared at the restrictions on the wall in shock. His mouth was so wide open that one could swallow 2 eggs. Clearly, the restrictions at this distance had alarmed him. The Battle Emperor looked around with a sunken face. He heaved a sigh of relief and said to Yi Qinghan, "Brat, are you courting death? You've already triggered the highest level restriction I've set up. If you were any stronger, this Battle Imperial Hall would have collapsed. At that time, all of you will be sucked into the spatial turbulence." Is that serious? Yi Qinghan sighed and had an innocent look on his face. The Battle Emperor immediately asked Yi Qinghan how he did it. After Yi Qinghan explained everything, the Battle Emperor was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He shook his head and murmured, freak, you can think of all these methods. But that's right. No one has ever had as much origin energy as you do. Not to mention you can't even finish using it. I didn't even think about it, brat. Listen, when you have time, continue to study this divine ability. This thing is terrifyingly powerful. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew how powerful this thing was. He nodded and the Battle Emperor went back into the God Crystal with a sigh. Xiao He was startled awake by the commotion in the War Emperor Hall. When he heard the War Emperor's words, his black eyes lit up. He asked joyfully, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong? Boss, did you come up with something crazy again?" This is all thanks to Pandora. If Pandora didn't remind me, I wouldn't have thought of it. However, I don't have time to study it in detail now. I'm going out first. I don't have much time. Let's find the passageway to the divine world first. Yi Qinghan said a few words to Pandora. Xiao He went back into the Slaughter God Saber while Yi Qinghan raised his saber and rushed out of the War Emperor Hall. Supreme God Emperor, please help me find the passageway to the divine world. Yi Qinghan disappeared like a leopard in the passageway. His speed was at the limit, and his divine senses were also extended to the limit. After the previous lesson, Yi Qinghan was very careful. He didn't dare to stop using his divine senses at all times. Xiaohei, your energy is here. Devour them. A few days later they encountered a legion. Yi Qinghan could not be bothered to make a move. With a wave of the slaughter god saber, Xiaohei flew out and turned into a gust of cold wind. In front of them were more than 10,000 demonic beasts. The strongest among them was only a supremacy. Other than that supremacy, the rest of the demonic beasts were instantly devoured. This supremacy monster only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds before turning into dust and merging with the cold wind. Do you want this emblem? And I'll keep it. There was a pile of emblems on the ground. Yi Qinghan threw them into his interspatial ring and continued to run. Along the way, Yi Qinghan did not make a move when he saw low-grade legions. He let Xiaohei devour them. Those who could come to the planar battlefield were at least god thearchs. Their vitality was very strong. Maybe if Xiaohei devoured a lot of them, it would be great if he could evolve once more. Along the way, Yi Qinghan did not encounter another level 9 expert. After half a year he encountered a lower level 9 expert. Yi Qinghan did not make a move and slipped away quietly. After half a year he only found a passageway that had a color. It was red and black. Without resting, Yi Qinghan continued to run. His divine senses also did not stop to explore the surroundings. After half a year he still did not see the light blue and light purple passageways. Another level 9 expert? In a huge and dark passageway, a green figure suddenly stopped. Then without hesitation he turned around and fled. Yi Qinghan only sensed an aura that was not weaker than his and immediately fled. He had been searching in the passageway for 3 or 4 years. During these years he had encountered several level 9 experts. However, with the help of an expert's divine senses, he immediately fled. He was not here to kill. He was not in the mood to fight. Moreover, Pandora was in the War Emperor Palace. If Pandora accidentally died in a fight, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. ***. How many legions are coming here? After retreating tens of thousands of miles, Yi Qinghan tragically found a few legions in front of him. They were the Bat Demon Legion that he hated the most. Yi Qinghan had encountered this Bat Demon Legion before. It was terrifyingly fast and extremely sensitive. They might not be able to detect Yi Qinghan's figure from afar. However, once they got close they could easily detect Yi Qinghan through the fluctuation of space. This was not important. What was important was that this Bat Demon Legion could make a sharp sound that could attack his soul and affect his speed. Forget it. I have to kill my way over. I don't know what level the level 9 experts are. I can only escape this way. Yi Qinghan did not care anymore. Once the slaughter god saber was unsheathed, Xiaohei turned into a gust of wind and swept forward. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's origin hidden weapons scattered and turned into cold stars, shooting at the bat demons in front of him like a storm. He wanted to kill all the bat demons in front of him in one hit. Squeak! The bat demons were attacked and all screeched. Yi Qinghan felt a sharp pain in his head and his speed instantly slowed down. When his mind cleared, he immediately looked behind him. His expression turned bitter. The powerhouse behind was indeed an upper rank 9. Judging by his aura, he was even stronger than Dai's. At this moment, it was obvious that he had sensed the commotion here and dashed over at lightning speed. Luckily, I escaped from the beginning. I'm still at a safe distance. I should be able to shake off this upper rank 9 powerhouse. Yi Qinghan was secretly relieved. At this moment, the upper rank 9 powerhouse was almost 10 li away from him. This passageway was full of twists and turns. As long as he moved stealthily for a period of time, coupled with teleportation, combat Emperor Palace and hiding form, he could easily shake off this powerhouse's lock on him. Xiaohei had already devoured tens of thousands of bat demons and retreated back into the slaughter god saber. Yi Qinghan's speed increased explosively as he dashed forward. However, just as his speed increased, his body paused again. His expression was even more bitter than a bitter gourd. Motherf ***, I actually met Dai's again? His divine sense detected a bright sun in front of him. As the saying goes, enemies do not meet unless they meet. He actually met the god of light, Dai's again. Yi Qinghan knew that Dai's would not be so easily fooled this time. His mind worked quickly. In the end, Yi Qinghan increased his speed crazily. His body turned into lacries, and he gritted his teeth as he dashed toward Dai's. I'll give it my all. If I'm discovered, then I can only give it my all. Godslayer's spear, it's all up to you. Chapter 1143. Yi Qinghan sensed that the superior rank 9 powerhouse's aura was slightly stronger than Dai's. He was also familiar with heaven's attacks. If there was a chance to deceive him, it would be best if he did not have to risk his life. Hence, Yi Qinghan chose to ambush Dai's. Of course, he was also prepared to fight to the death. He held all the hidden source weapons in his left hand and kept the slaughter god saber. If he encountered a superior rank 9 powerhouse, he would not be confident. Yi Qinghan did not dare to let Xiaohei take the risk. In his soul space, his powerful soul force was circulating wildly. If anything went wrong, Yi Qinghan would use his most powerful soul-destroying attack. However, a superior rank 9 powerhouse would protect their soul ocean and divinity crystal very tightly. Not only would they be protected by the origin force, but they would also be protected by the various elemental powers bestowed by heaven and earth. Your Majesty, the great and omnipotent Your Majesty. Yi Qinghan shouted through telepathy as he ran. His face was filled with ecstasy and excitement. His acting was so good that he could win an Oscar. The ball of light in front of him paused for a moment before flying towards him at top speed. *T. Yi Qinghan's powerful divine sense had been locked onto Dai's. He could feel a hint of coldness hidden in his eyes. He immediately knew that he had been seen through. He steeled his heart and continued to act as if he did not know that Dai's had seen through him. He ran madly, shouting anxiously and excitedly, as if he had seen his own mother. Dai's was stunned again. He had clearly noticed the superior rank 9 powerhouse chasing after Yi Qinghan. However, he looked at the pathetically running Lacri, and steeled his heart. He was prepared to kill Yi Qinghan first before fighting the superior rank 9 powerhouse. Yi Qinghan was a creature from another plane. He had actually snuck into heaven's plane and even tricked him once. This was a blasphemy against him. It was unforgivable. Creatures from another plane, how dare you hunt down the people of the light? This God will judge all sinners who dare to blaspheme the light. Dai's watched as Yi Qinghan used the same old trick, and his eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He calculated the distance between the two of them. On one hand, he put on an incomparably convincing act, and on the other hand he prepared to attack. Little did he know that Yi Qinghan had been guarding against him from the very beginning. He had long sensed that Yi Qinghan was about to make a move and had been calculating the distance between the two of them. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. 600 meters. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly became filled with fear. He looked behind the God of Light and shouted, "Your Majesty, be careful." Just as the God of Light was about to make a move, he was bewildered by Yi Qinghan's realistic performance. Of course, he did not stupidly turn his head to look, but was slightly stunned. Soul extermination. Origin hidden weapon. Godslayer's spear. In a battle between experts, a single second could determine the life and death of many people. Dai's was stunned for only half a second. But after he regained his senses, he saw two bewitching gazes, and he felt the frenzied golden soul threads in his brain attacking his soul. There was also a flash of light in front of him. Countless hidden weapons that flickered with origin energy whistled over, giving him a fright. He immediately used his origin energy and soul force to protect his soul sea, resisting the invasion of the golden soul threads. At the same time, he used his origin energy to protect his body. Just as Dai's was about to release the power of light to kill Yi Qinghan, he did not expect that a spear would suddenly appear in front of him. The powerful pressure from the spear caused Dai's heart to tremble. Main God? This creature from another plane is actually a main god. Evil creature from another plane, this god will tear you apart and suppress your soul in the Azura Sea for eternity. Dai's became hysterical and angry. Being allowed to enter heaven by Yi Qinghan was already a blasphemy against him. Not long ago he had been tricked and used as a tool. Now he was tricked again? But Yi Qinghan's attacks were endless, and Dai's could only defend himself first before thinking of a way to counterattack. Bang! Bang! Godslayer's spear after Dai's shot over like dragons. Each time there would be two spears, one aimed at Dai's head, and the other at his deity crystal. Dai's released the power of light and collided with the Godslayer's spear. A powerful energy burst forth in the cave, and the shockwave created a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Without any suspense, Pandora was shaken out, but Yi Qinghan immediately protected her. He then let her climb onto his back and activated his origin armor to protect her. Godslayer's spear, it's all up to you now. Yi Qinghan looked at the four Godslayer's spears. They were blocked by Dai's light power, and the shockwaves caused his speed to slow down. Yi Qinghan sensed that the 9th-ranked martial artist behind him was getting closer. He had no choice but to make one last gamble. With a wave of his hand, he released 6 Godslayer's spears. 5 of them shot towards Dai's from different directions. The last spear circled around his body, and the origin energy quietly attached to it. Then it chased after the 5 spears in front of it, whistling towards Dai's. In the blink of an eye. Although it was only 1 or 2 seconds, the two of them had already clashed a few times. The distance between them had also increased to 300 meters. The last few spears had just been released, and in the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Dai's. Bang! Dai's released 5 rays of light of judgment, each of them colliding with Yi Qinghan's 5 Godslayer's spears. Then he hurriedly controlled his soul force to block Yi Qinghan's soul-destroying attack. In the previous round of attacks, in order to block the Godslayer's spears, a few golden soul threads had already entered his soul. Also, if he didn't clear them, his soul would become slightly chaotic. If Yi Qinghan continued to attack, it would be difficult for him to block it. This foreign plains trash actually has so many strange skills. Wait till this god cleans up the soul attack in my brain. This god will let you know what true power is. Under the power of light, all tricks are useless. Dai's was extremely sullen. His strength was obviously much higher than Yi Qinghan's, but he was currently being suppressed by his continuous attacks. He was exhausted and had no choice but to deal with it. Most importantly, the sneak attack of the soul-destroying soul skill had caught him off guard, and some golden soul threads had entered his soul sea. If he didn't clear up these golden soul threads, Dai's soul would definitely become slightly chaotic. Once he became chaotic, he would definitely die in a fight between experts of this level. Swish. The final Godslayer's spear came slowly. Although Dai's was a little puzzled, what was the point of Yi Qinghan releasing the last Godslayer's spear? But now that the golden soul threads in his soul sea were about to be cleared, Dai's didn't think too much about it. He condensed the power of light and shot out a light of judgment before continuing to clear the golden soul threads in his brain. Good ball. Goddammit, Xiaohe. Come out and devour this trash. Yi Qinghan had been staring at Dai's. When he saw that Dai's didn't care about the Godslayer's origin energy, his eyes lit up. He was very clear that this Godslayer's spear was much stronger than before. How could Dai's block it with just a casual light of judgment? The Godslayer's saber appeared in his hand, and a ghostly figure flew out. He was prepared to kill this bastard. How strong was the Godslayer's spear that contained the origin energy? If the previous Godslayer's spear was a wooden arrow, this Godslayer's spear would be an iron arrow. How could Dai's wooden shield withstand it? The light of judgment collided with the Godslayer's spear. There wasn't an explosion, but a piercing sound could be heard. The light of judgment exploded and dissipated into the air. The Godslayer's spear only lost some energy and slowed down a little. However, it continued to fly towards Dai's head stubbornly. Dai's eyes widened in fear as he saw the Godslayer's spear emitting a gentle light. As it pierced through his light of judgment, his eyes widened in fear. The distance between the two of them wasn't far, and the Godslayer's spear was as fast as lightning. There was no way for Dai's to dodge. He could only quickly channel all the origin energy in his body into his head and protect his soul sea with all his might. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Dai's body was sent flying. Half of his body was smashed into smithereens by the power of space. His brain was almost smashed into smithereens. Luckily, he used all his origin energy to protect his brain, and his soul sea didn't shatter. However, in the next second, Dai's fell into despair. Because a gust of wind suddenly blew over and enveloped his body. His body was instantly corroded by the powerful strange energy. It didn't matter if his body was corroded. The most important thing was the God Crystal. Chapter 1144. The origin energy was all in his mind, leaving the divine crystal unprotected. Although the crystal was hard, under Xiaohe's perverse corrosive ability, half of it was corroded in an instant. Dai's really wanted to use his origin energy to protect the crystal, but his body had been completely corroded by Xiaohe. How could he transfer his origin energy to the crystal? In an instant, the crystal was completely corroded by Xiaohe. When the crystal shattered, the god of light, Dai's, was dead. Wow, boss, it's done. A superior 9th grade powerhouse, such a strong origin energy. Great tonic, great tonic. Xiaohe's savage laughter rang throughout the passageway. Yi Qinghan was ecstatic, but his body didn't stop. He turned into a flickering shadow and grabbed Dai's spatial ring through the air. Then he put away Xiaohe and fled madly. As Yi Qinghan ran, he investigated the situation behind him. Although the battle just now was complicated, it only took a short 3 seconds. At first, the distance between him and the superior 9th grade powerhouse was about 10 li, but after 3 seconds the distance was pulled to about 10 li. But now Yi Qinghan sensed that the superior ninth-grade powerhouse had suddenly stopped chasing him, and instead turned to leave. He didn't have time to think whether this powerhouse's head had been kicked by a donkey, or if he was retreating because he killed Dais. Yi Qinghan covered his head and ran for tens of thousands of li. Only when he was sure that the superior ninth-grade powerhouse was no longer chasing him did he stop. He exhaled deeply, and used his divine power to shake off the cold sweat on his forehead and back. That's too dangerous. That's too exciting. If it wasn't for the God Slayer's spear, this young master would have died for sure. Yi Qinghan put Pandora down from his back, hugged her and kissed her fiercely, laughing. Pandora, you saved my life this time. Brother Hanyi, you're the best. Pandora is very stupid. Even if I didn't remind you, you would have thought of it. Pandora's face was flushed red. Although she had lived for a long time, she was still as pure as a piece of white paper. Pandora ponders for a moment, then says, Hanyi Dage, can I not enter that palace? Pandora is scared to be in there alone and fall out again. Yi Qinghan was startled, his face filled with guilt. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Then you won't go in. Come, I'll carry you. After such a long time, Yi Qinghan completely understood the situation within Devil Mountain. As long as he was not as unlucky as today, encountering two upper rank 9 powerhouses at the same time. With his powerful divine consciousness, he could easily avoid a 9th grade powerhouse. As for the legions, there was no need to bother with them. Of course, it would still be very dangerous if they encountered a 9th grade supreme martial artist. It was just that a 9th grade supreme martial artist should not be bothered to come in and hunt low-level martial artists. Therefore, it didn't matter whether Pandora went in or not. Her several dozen kilograms didn't affect Yi Qinghan's speed and movements. Moreover, carrying a beauty on his back and rubbing against her soft and fragrant body was also a very comfortable massage. Boss, it feels so good. I can't take it anymore, I need to sleep for a while. I've swallowed too much life force this time. Feels so good, even better than sex. Xiaohei's voice came over. Yi Qinghan smiled, thinking that when he became stronger in the future, he would enter this dimensional battlefield again and let Xiaohei swallow a few 9th grade powerhouses. He scanned through Deia's spatial ring and found a lot of treasures inside. It's just that he didn't know what they were used for and he didn't have time to explore them now. He casually put them away and carried Pandora on his back, continuing to fly, looking for the passage back to the realm of gods. The realm of gods wasn't peaceful recently. The eternal palace that had disappeared for thousands of years reappeared 100 years ago. It floated in the sky above Saint Island, shining with golden light, like a demonic sun, mighty and unparalleled. Star Sovereign Xianxia didn't show up, but it was said that he summoned a few elders of Supreme Island and the South Mountain Sovereign. Although he didn't know if Star Sovereign's internal injuries were healed, the appearance of the Eternal Palace and the summons of Star Sovereign raised the spirits of everyone on Saint Island and the Star Sovereign. It also made Qing Shan and the other sovereigns even more low profile. Lei Zhen and the Rain Emperor's faces became more bitter. The faces of Lei Zhen and the Rain Emperor became more and more bitter. The two of them were like poultry in a slaughterhouse, waiting for Xianxia to give his all before killing them like two ants. They knew that even if Star Sovereign didn't make a move, Li Tao and the South Mountain Sovereign would. There were fewer and fewer martial artists in Soul Devouring City and Fire Dragon City. The two main cities that were once famous in the realm of gods only had a few tens of thousands of people left, and that was the combined population of the two cities. The only fortunate thing was that Lei Zhen's cultivation improved a few decades ago, reaching the upper-grade venerable realm. Emperor Yu, on the other hand, finally took the last step and became a venerable. Soul Devouring City was still incomparably beautiful, but half of the huge city was empty. Apart from thousands of official army soldiers, there wasn't even a heavenly god martial artist in the plaza, making people feel a sense of desolation. 3 people sat on the balcony. The handsome Emperor Yu with a dark face was sitting at Lord Devour's favorite seat. Opposite him was the purple-haired Thunder Emperor. Last night, Emperor Yu broke through to the Venerable Realm, and Thunder Emperor came to congratulate him. Unexpectedly, Venerable Li Quan came too. Lord, you shouldn't have come. Emperor Yu smiled bitterly. He and Thunder Emperor were both alone now. Thunder Emperor and Lei family had already separated themselves from each other, and Lei family had also announced that they would expel Thunder Emperor from Lei family. But Venerable Li Quan was different. His family members were all over the Li Quan estate. If they were implicated, their entire family would be exterminated. Hee, you don't have to worry about this. I know what to do. Moreover, Shui has become Xiaohei's wife. I can't get rid of her no matter what. Do you want me to break off my father-daughter relationship? Do you think I, Li Quan, am such a person? Venerable Li Quan waved his hand as if he didn't care. In recent years he had made a lot of arrangements. Many of his family's disciples had been scattered, and countless seeds had been scattered all over the divine world and secret domains. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to come here today. Swish. At this moment, a figure flashed on the rooftop once again. A beautiful lady appeared on the rooftop. She looked at Lei Zhen with a look of anger and resentment. Her eyes were filled with affection. Nonsense. You Duanfei, didn't I tell you? If you come to find me again I will slap you to death. Lei Zhen was enraged when he saw her. Yu Duanfei had followed him for a period of time, but after Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour had escaped, he had chased her out of the Flame Dragon City. He didn't expect that she would pester him again. Yu Duanfei wasn't angry at all. Instead she smiled charmingly. Hee Lei Zhen, this old lady's rain butterfly island is empty now. Where do you want this old lady to go? If you want to kill me, then kill me. This old lady will follow you for the rest of my life. Lei Zhen was so angry that he wanted to curse again. However, Venerable Li Quan smiled faintly and said, Yin Ling'er has followed Yi Qinghan. Yu Duanfei is like the three of us, grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Moreover, we don't need to be so pessimistic. Who knows, maybe little Han and Milord will be back soon, right? Little Han, Lei Zhen, Emperor Yu and Yu Duanfei's eyes brightened as they pondered. This man had always created miracles. Could he create another one this time? In the distance, the waves of the wandering sea surged, and the crashing sounds were still there. Chapter 1145. Secret Land of Reincarnation, Reincarnation Island. The atmosphere on the island was calm. It was so calm that it was depressing and depressing. Thousands of years had passed. Although the green jade slip in the hall of the biggest pavilion was still intact, it couldn't change the heavy sorrow in people's hearts. Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei couldn't come back. Lord Devour didn't hide this news. When he saw so many hopeful eyes, Lord Devour wanted to tell a white lie. However, he didn't have the heart to deceive them. He could deceive them for a while, but could he deceive them forever? Yu Qingqing and the others didn't feel sad for long. They always wore a faint smile on their faces. They were afraid that their emotions would affect their children, which would affect their lives and cultivation. However, in the dead of the night they would always meet in that hall. Eventually they would hug each other and cry. They would sit in the hall and stare at the green jade slip until the next morning. Swoosh. Another air-piercing sound came from the sky. Then a 9-story pagoda slowly descended. The people in the secret land of reincarnation didn't find this pagoda strange anymore. Every few years this pagoda would come back and then fly away. Buzz. The pagoda had yet to descend when Jida appeared in midair with 2 stunning women by his side. Jida knew that it would be very difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation. Thus he stopped cultivating. He wasn't like Lord Devour, who was always cultivating with all his might. First, 2 beautiful figures flew out of the pagoda. Then, countless 7th-grade war gods flew out. Finally, a group of young men and women flew out, looking around curiously. Oh, little Xiao is back. These seedlings are not bad. Leave these 3 to me. I will teach 3 more disciples. Jida looked at Mo Xiao with a smile and nodded to the enchantress. Although he was greedy for the enchantress's beauty, he didn't dare to touch Yi Qinghan's woman. It was true that he was lustful, but he couldn't bully his brother's wife. This was a moral principle, even though Yi Qinghan couldn't come back. These years he had been teaching disciples, pursuing Mo Xiao, and searching for beauties in the secret land of reincarnation. Unfortunately, Mo Xiao focused on cultivating her mind and didn't care about love affairs. It drove Jida crazy. If it weren't for Lord Devour, he would have forced himself on her. The disciples were found by Mo Xiao, the enchantress, and the soul-devouring city's elders from countless subsidiary planes in the god world. Lord Devour and the enchantress had decided to take revenge. Since Yi Qinghan wasn't here, they had to create another Yi Qinghan. He had found talented people from countless material planes and brought them here. He had given them cultivation techniques, mysterious drawings, dream palaces and treasures. Moreover, he had sent them to the perilous lands in the reincarnation secret domain to train geniuses, just like how Lord Devour had trained Yi Qinghan. Mo Xiao searched for countless years, but he still couldn't find the secret of the reincarnation mystic realm. In the end, she had to give up, following the enchantress to travel between the material planes and the void, looking for a chance to break through. We have to stop for a while. Inkue might have found something wrong and sent some venerables to investigate. But we left in advance so we didn't get exposed. The enchantress said. Then, she left the task of arranging these geniuses to the elders and teleported away. Her graceful figure appeared in the largest hall. When she saw that the cyan jade talisman on the table in front of the hall was not broken, an intoxicating smile appeared on her face. She stared at the jade talisman affectionately for a moment, and then said faintly, "Little Han, how are you doing in that foreign land? Do you miss us? I know you miss us, but don't think about coming back. It's fine as long as you're living well in that foreign land. Leave the rest to us. We will definitely return to the God world. We will." The Enchantress tribe was extremely charming. Once they fell in love, it would last for a lifetime. The women that men in the God realm yearned for the most, the bewitching charm clan, fully deserving of the title. Light blue, light purple. Oh my God, Supreme Divine Emperor, did I see it wrong? Illusion, it must be an illusion. In a passage, Yi Qinghan trembled. He looked at the wall of the passage in front of him in fear and pinched his thigh. More than 10 years had passed. He didn't know how far he had run in the Devil Mountain, how many passages he had entered, how many legions and how many level 9 experts he had encountered. He found countless passages with different colors, but none of them were light blue or light purple. There wasn't much time left and he almost lost all hope. At this moment, when he came to this passage and saw the light blue and purple in front of him, he couldn't believe it. He turned around in a panic and touched the wall. Finally, he slapped his thigh again and shouted, "Xiaohei, don't sleep, come out quickly." That's right. Pandora, tell me, are these light blue and light purple? That's right, big brother Han Yi, these are light blue and light purple. Pandora, who was coiled around Yi Qinghan's back like an octopus, revealed a sweet smile on her face as she nodded her head heavily. That's right, boss. You finally found it? We can go back now. Why, Lord Xiaohei can finally see my son. Boss, I want to cry, what should I do? Xiaohei materialized in the air, and his face was filled with joy. Senior Battle Emperor. I found it. Yi Qinghan was so excited that he almost cried. He called out to Battle Emperor with a choked voice. A shadow appeared, and Battle Emperor nodded and said, "Follow the passage out and follow my instructions." Yi Qinghan waited for the Battle Emperor to enter the divine crystal and immediately flew up. After that, he suddenly stopped, turned his head and said, "Blackie, aren't you going to enter the Slaughter God Blade?" "I'm not entering, boss. Let's go." Xiaohei turned into a shadow and rushed forward. After devouring Deus's life force, his soul was filled with energy. He wouldn't be afraid even if he was outside for 1,000,000 years. Yi Qinghan hurriedly ran after him with a smile on his face. After running for tens of thousands of miles, the road ahead gradually brightened. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless and extended his divine sense to the limit. After confirming that there were no beings from other planes guarding outside, he shot out like a sharp arrow. Left front. Battle Emperor immediately pointed out a direction for him. His divine sense spread out in all directions, constantly monitoring the situation outside. This was probably the direction of the divine world's forces, and there were no beings from other planes lingering around. Lava, I see lava. There is a passage to a valley over there. Yi Qinghan was like a bird returning to the sky, flying rapidly in the sky. Xiaohei was also like raptors coming out of a cave. Everywhere he swept past, the entire mountain range turned black. There were originally a few trees, but after he swept past, there was nothing left. Don't panic. There are definitely people guarding the teleportation formation. Also, I built a special teleportation formation in the past. If anyone tries to attack the teleportation formation, I can immediately send a message back to Battle Emperor Palace. You have to kill them instantly. Battle Emperor immediately transmitted a message. After pausing for a moment, he transmitted another message. Also, there are people guarding the teleportation formation in Nifa's abyss. You have to be extremely careful. If you are discovered by Xianxia, you will also die. Haha. Yi Qinghan straightened his spine and held the Slaughter God Blade in his hand. His heroic spirit soared to the sky as he laughed heartily. Since I can return from another dimension, no one can stop me from returning home. Not even Xianxia. Chapter 1146. Inside a valley where the mud and stones were all red. Because there was a volcano outside the valley that erupted from time to time, the entire area was covered in reddish-brown. The valley was very large, with a huge transmission array and a small transmission array beside it. However, there were not many people inside. Only a few hundred people were sitting cross-legged in the two transmission arrays, cultivating with their eyes closed. A figure quietly flew into the passage at a very slow speed. When flying, there was only a slight fluctuation in space. If one was not a 9th grade expert, they would not be able to detect it, It was obvious that there were no ninth-grade experts in the valley. There were only 2 venerables, dozens of 7th-grade war gods, and the rest were 5th-grade war gods. Therefore they did not discover this hidden outsider. Yi Qinghan had to be careful. The War Emperor had told him that the small transmission array beside the transmission array could immediately notify the guardians in the nefarious abyss and attract Xianxia's attention by injecting divine power into it. Therefore Yi Qinghan had to kill all these people in an instant, quietly. After entering the valley, Yi Qinghan confirmed that there were no hidden experts. He immediately took action. A powerful space force directly pressed down. At the same time, countless soul poison jade daggers sprayed toward the 400 to 500 people in front of him. The soul extermination technique was activated, targeting the venerables closest to the small transmission array. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless pairs of eyes opened when Yi Qinghan released the space force. However, when they wanted to move, they found that they could not move at all. They could only look at the green-robed martial artist in fear. Will? Is he from the divine realm? The group of guardians were all confused. How could there be someone from the divine realm in the dimensional battlefield? The divine realm did not participate in this dimensional war. It was even more impossible for him to be a survivor of the last dimensional war. Because after every planar war, the martial artists of the various planes would be teleported here. Who was he? What was he going to do? The 2 venerables wanted to move. Even if they injected a trace of divine power, they would be able to transmit this information to their master, the Star Sovereign. However, they could not move. In the next second, everyone knew what he was going to do. Because that person took out a blade and then a gust of wind blew towards them. After that, a powerful and terrifying wave of strange energy started to corrode their bodies. Even the 2 most powerful venerables were instantly corroded, and not even a speck of them remained. Oh! Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. The small teleportation circle did not light up, which meant that the warning message had not been sent. He had to be careful. If these people had special abilities and methods, they could suddenly send a signal over and attract the attention of the other side. Then everything would be over. Buzz. An illusory figure condensed in the air. It was the Battle Emperor. Xiaohe had also condensed his soul-devouring beast body, and he looked at Yi Qinghan and the Battle Emperor excitedly. What do we do now? Senior Battle Emperor, why did you only activate this teleportation formation now? Yi Qinghan looked at the huge teleportation formation below. It was extremely simple and complicated, and the complicated patterns on it gave him a headache. Go down. The Battle Emperor said coldly. Then he floated down and let Yi Qinghan stand in the center of the teleportation formation. Then he said, remember the appearance of that venerable just now, right? Use the ghost transformation to change into his appearance. Remember, once you enter the Nepha's abyss, injure that guardian venerable immediately. Do not kill him and do not use the power of space. Then change into his appearance and follow the path I taught you. If you go the wrong way, even a God Emperor Venerable cannot save you. Also, remember the place I told you, go and collect those 2 pseudo-chaotic divine crystals. Don't let Xianxia have it. Yi Qinghan nodded heavily and immediately changed into the appearance of the strongest venerable. At the same time, he kept Xiaohe in the Battle Emperor Palace. The next step was the most crucial one. Otherwise, he would be targeted by Xianxia again. This time, without Xiaohe's soul-devouring transformation and the Soul Emperor Pavilion, no one would be able to save him once he was discovered. Kid, I wish you luck. I will help you activate the teleportation formation this time. In the future, I will no longer have the energy to communicate with you through voice transmission. Unless you break the 3rd layer of the seal on the black stone, we will never appear again. It's a pity. I can't see you reach the pinnacle and kill my traitorous disciple with my own eyes. The Battle Emperor looked at Yi Qinghan with a smile. His eyes were filled with love. Then, before Yi Qinghan could react, his remnant soul suddenly ignited. Then, an incomparably huge amount of energy emerged from the remnant soul. At the very least, it was the energy of Yi Qinghan's strongest attack. A moment later, the entire teleportation formation lit up. Yi Qinghan's expression sank, but he did not have the time to grieve. He was swept away by the white light and disappeared from the valley. The valley regained its peace. Apart from a few hundred guardians, it was as if no one had been here. Wang. At this moment, a slight and unstable spatial fluctuation was heard. Then an old man suddenly appeared in the sky from afar. The old man was dressed in a simple hemp robe. His white hair fluttered in the air and his face was peaceful. He was no different from an ordinary old man in the immortal world. This old man did not feel like he was teleporting. It was more like he was strolling in the void. He was extremely relaxed, and every step he took covered millions of miles. The terrifying seals in the sky that could kill all the experts in the planar battlefield seemed to be ineffective in front of the old man, allowing him to pass through. What was even stranger was that the countless experts in the planar battlefield, including the 9th-grade supreme martial artists, did not notice this old man. The hemp-robed old man stood in the air above the valley where Yi Qinghan had disappeared. He watched as Yi Qinghan was teleported away and smiled faintly. He nodded slightly and murmured, "You've made some progress in the past 3,000 years. Little friend, work hard and don't fall. Don't make this old man wait for another few hundred years." The old man pondered for a moment in the sky and continued to walk away. His back view was a little bleak, like a lonely traveler. Swish. "This is the Nifa's Abyss, the most desolate place in the divinity world?" A white light flashed. Yi Qinghan felt like a long century had passed, but it also felt like only a moment. When his feet finally touched the ground, he immediately opened his eyes and used his divine senses to explore the place. The scene before him was similar to the scene of the battle between the Battle Emperor and the Demon Supremes in the War God Pavilion. The teleportation array was on a stone pillar. It was extremely wide and had no end in sight. Below it was boiling hot magma that was emitting black smoke. The temperature was extremely high. Lightning struck down from the sky from time to time, and gray clouds floated in the surroundings, moving around from time to time. The Battle Emperor had explained that these lightning bolts, the black smoke below, and the gray clouds floating in the sky were all seals set by the Battle Emperor. It was to prevent the creatures from the alien planes from attacking. In the past, the Battle Emperor and countless experts from the divinity world fought against the demonic planes here. Relying on the powerful seals, they fought a bloody battle with the experts from the divinity world and successfully killed the enemies. They even suppressed 3 demon supremes under the magma. Of course, the divinity world also paid a heavy price. 3 9th-grade supreme martial artists, including the Battle Emperor, died, and 8 9th-grade experts died. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few 9th-grade experts in the divinity world now. One should know that in the era of the 10 ancient gods, the divinity world dominated countless planes. The demonic planes were the subsidiary planes of the divinity world. "Bifei, why are you back? How did you come back?" A figure suddenly condensed in the sky. It was a red-haired old man. Obviously, he stayed in the spatial artifact and was alarmed by the fluctuation of the teleportation array. Something happened. Quickly seal the teleportation array. Otherwise, the experts from the alien planes will rush in. The moment the old man appeared, Yi Qinghan's face immediately became extremely frightened and anxious. He flew towards the red-haired old man hurriedly and shouted. Suddenly, 2 rays of strange light shone in his eyes. Soul Exterminator, activate. Chapter 1147. Ugh. The red-haired elder was originally flying towards Yi Qinghan, but his body stopped in midair. It was obvious that he had been attacked by the Soul Destroyer. Yi Qinghan was still not at ease. He shot out countless soul poison jade daggers with both hands. After that, he leapt forward. Origin energy revolved around his hands as he grabbed onto the old man's deity world. He squeezed lightly, but he did not manage to crush it. Ah! The elder cried out in pain, but before he could do so, he was thrown into the War Emperor's palace by Yi Qinghan. The War Emperor had told him that this elder was a very important person. If an alien plane were to enter the Nifa's Abyss and kill him, it would immediately trigger the restriction inside. Once the restriction was triggered, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be able to escape even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Phew. Yi Qinghan exhaled slightly. He didn't stop and used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. He memorized everything in the vicinity. Then he carefully flew towards a stone pillar in front of him on the left. According to the War Emperor, his current position had the most restrictions and most of them were invisible. There was only one way to get through this space safely. One wrong step and Yi Qinghan would be in trouble. After flying to the stone pillar in front of him on his left, Yi Qinghan paused on it for 3 seconds before continuing to fly towards a short stone pillar that was close to the magma. The restriction set up by the War Emperor was very ingenious. In order to get through, one had to stand on each stone pillar for a certain period of time. Some needed 3 seconds, some 5 seconds, and some even more than 10 seconds. Even if an alien plane's life form discovered the secret and was proficient in restrictions, it wouldn't be able to sneak in. After spending half an hour, Yi Qinghan finally stepped on 109 stone pillars. His speed suddenly increased, and the terrain in front of him became more complicated. There were countless stone pillars of different sizes, and there were also countless caves. Similarly, there were also gray clouds in the caves. Thunder and lightning kept striking down from the sky, and the black shadow coming out from the magma below became thicker. Not only did it reduce visibility, but it also affected the probing of the divine sense. Pseudo-chaotic divine crystal. Yi Qinghan became slightly excited. The Battle Emperor had said that there were 2 pseudo-primal chaos divine crystals in this place, and Xianxia would definitely not be able to find them. A 9th grade Supreme Martial Artist's divine crystal was a chaos divine crystal. It contained the purest energy in the world, and it also had the complete technique to control the power of space. Any warrior could refine it. After refining it, their strength would increase greatly. That year, Lord Devour had advanced from the peak of rank 7 to the upper rank 9. If Jito were to refine it, he would definitely reach peak rank 9, the level of an Ice Queen. According to Battle Emperor, the divine crystal of an expert above 9th level was a pseudo-chaotic divine crystal. Any martial artist could refine it and become a pseudo-9th level martial artist after refining it. His strength was similar to that of Yi Qinghan in the past. He could suppress a venerable, but he was still no match for a real lower rank 9. The divine crystal of a lower rank 9 powerhouse was not worth much, but it was certainly more valuable than the venerable divine crystal. The method to use the power of space in a lower rank 9 divine crystal was not complete, so even if he refined it, he would not be able to control the power of space and become a 9th level martial artist. Years ago, when the demon world attacked the divine world, the Battle Emperor led his people to fight against the demon army in the Nifa's abyss. With the help of powerful restrictions, he successfully annihilated the demon world's army and suppressed their 3 ancestor devils. However, he paid a heavy price. 2 9th grade supreme martial artists died, and the Battle Emperor was also killed by Xianxia's sneak attack. At that time, 8 9th grade supreme martial artists died, and 5 of them were upper rank 9, which meant that they had 5 pseudo-chaotic divine crystals. The Battle Emperor estimated that 3 of them should have been taken by Xianxia, and the other 2 should have been sucked into the restrictions. With Xianxia's level of restrictions, he should not have been able to get them. 2 pseudo-chaotic divine crystals, that means 2 lower rank 9 powerhouses. Yi Qinghan's eyes shone brightly, like a fox smelling the fragrance of meat. He flew even more cautiously. The Battle Emperor had burned most of the energy in his remnant soul. At this moment, no matter how he called for him, he would not appear. If he was killed or trapped by the restrictions, even the heavens would not be able to help him. After a few turns, he flew to a huge stone pillar. Close to the magma, he found a hidden stone cave. The black smoke was the thickest in this place, and his divine sense could only explore a little more than 10 miles away. Could it have been taken away by Xianxia? Yi Qinghan carefully explored the stone cave in doubt. After exploring the stone cave a few times, he still did not find anything. Finally, his eyes suddenly shrank, because he saw a seemingly ordinary gray stone in the corner of the stone cave. This stone had emitted a trace of energy just now, which was detected by Yi Qinghan. Using a trace of divine power, Yi Qinghan carefully avoided the gray fog in the stone cave, and entangled the gray stone. Buzz. A pure and domineering aura was transmitted from the gray stone. The gray stone suddenly released a dazzling light. Light waves flowed on its surface, and it looked like the most beautiful gem in the world. Haha, the first pseudo-primal chaos god crystal is mine. Yi Qinghan grabbed it and felt the pure energy within. He fiddled with it for a while, unable to put it down. He felt a bit of pity in his heart. Originally, Deus's god crystal was also a pseudo-primal chaos god crystal. It was just that it had been swallowed by Xiaohe. But thinking that if Xiaohe did not swallow it, it would not have been so easy to kill him, Yi Qinghan felt relieved. After keeping the pseudo-primal chaos god crystal in the Battle Emperor Palace's treasure vault, Yi Qinghan flew towards another direction. An hour later, he obtained another pseudo-primal chaos god crystal. The Battle Emperor did not lie to him. This restriction was very complicated. If not for what he had said, Yi Qinghan would not have been able to obtain it. The item is mine. Yi Qinghan no longer hesitated. He turned into the red-haired old man. He flew towards the outside. After flying for an hour, the terrain in front of him gradually became narrower. Of course, this was relative to the terrain behind him. This place was still tens of thousands of miles wide. The place where Yi Qinghan teleported in was the widest. Even with his powerful divine sense, he could not detect the end of it. He had no idea how wide it was. The further he flew, the narrower the tunnel became. It was now only 100 miles wide. Yi Qinghan became even more excited. Because the Battle Emperor had said that when the tunnel was only 10 miles wide, there would be a teleportation portal there. He would be able to teleport directly to the plaza of the Supreme Island. Supreme Island. The realm of the gods. Yi Qinghan could feel that his nose was no longer smelling the pungent smell of sulfur. Instead, it was the familiar smell of the realm of the gods. His flying speed also became faster. When the tunnel was more than 10 miles wide, Yi Qinghan's speed gradually slowed down. He extended his divine sense limitlessly to check the situation in front of him. There was a teleportation portal in mid-air. Originally there was a palace nearby. But now this palace had floated above the Supreme Island. There was no one in the tunnel. Yi Qinghan did not know how to activate the teleportation portal, nor could he activate it. Otherwise, once he teleported to the plaza of the Supreme Island, he would be locked onto by countless divine senses. Yi Qinghan did not fly towards the teleportation portal. Instead, he flew towards the fiery red wall on the left. There was a huge grayish-black cloud surrounding the wall. It looked no different from the grayish-black cloud outside, except that the color was darker. Yi Qinghan flew towards the grayish-black cloud without hesitation. This was what the Battle Emperor had told him. There was a small hidden teleportation portal here. Yi Qinghan trusted the Battle Emperor's words. Otherwise he would have died many times by now. As expected, there was a small tunnel hidden in the wall of the grayish-black cloud. There was a small teleportation portal in the tunnel. Chapter 1148. Yi Qinghan's appearance changed again. He was wearing a black robe and a conical bamboo hat with a huge sword hanging on it. His figure had also become much taller and more muscular. His chin was covered with a full beard, and he had turned into a rough and burly man. He stepped into the teleportation formation and followed the Battle Emperor's instructions to pour in his divine power. The teleportation formation suddenly lit up. With a flash of white light, the scene in front of Yi Qinghan changed. He appeared in a small loft. This loft was obviously very hidden. Yi Qinghan did not discover any divine sense probing him. Yi Qinghan quietly flew out and appeared on the street outside. He then slowly walked towards the plaza with a sullen face. He looked at the familiar buildings, the streets, and the endless flow of martial artists in the plaza. Listening to the excited discussions of the martial artists, and smelling the familiar faint fishy smell in the air of Supreme Island, Yi Qinghan had an inexplicable feeling of crying. Immortal realm, I'm back. Have you heard? When the chief pavilion master comes out, he will appoint 3 new deputy pavilion masters to take charge of everything in the immortal realm. Are you talking about Wuxia, Wuji, and Wuya? I don't remember them before. I think they are orphans adopted by the chief pavilion master. In just a few thousand years, their strength has skyrocketed. It is said that they have reached the 9th grade realm and were given the surname Shintu by the chief pavilion master. These 3 lords are so powerful. Their talents are unparalleled. I reckon they are the most talented people in the past million years. No wonder they are valued by the chief pavilion master. How can they be considered the most talented people? Have you forgotten one person? The one who broke through the 9th grade realm in 100 years. You mean Han Yi? Sure. Do you want to die? How dare you talk about this in the sacred city? Stop it. Yi Qinghan stood at the side of the plaza. The whispers of a few martial artists in a restaurant on the left caught his attention. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. He did not expect anyone in the immortal realm to remember him. Wuxia, Wuji, Wuya? 9th grade realm? Yi Qinghan did not need to think to know that Xiong used the 3 pseudo-chaotic divine crystals to create experts. It seemed that after being trapped for 1,000,000 years, Xiong did not trust the war god pavilion elders. He chose 3 talented orphans and raised them since they were young. This way they would be completely loyal to him. Of course, there was the possibility that they were Xiong's sons. Yi Qinghan's face turned gloomy as he turned into a cold giant and strode towards the center of the plaza. Since the specter transformation could fool the 6 light gods, Yi Qinghan believed that no one on the Supreme Island would be able to discover his true identity unless he attacked or revealed the Slaughter God Blade. Of course, he did not plan to stay on Supreme Island for long. After all, he had killed the Guardian of the Planar Battlefield and captured the Guardian of the Nifa's Abyss. He would be discovered sooner or later. His divine sense quietly scanned the entire Supreme Island. From the looks of it, Xiong had already completely unified the entire immortal realm. There were countless experts on the Supreme Island. It was unclear how many 7th grade war gods there were, but there were more than 100 venerables. Finally, Yi Qinghan looked at the Eternal Palace, which was floating in the air. Finally, Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes and looked at the Eternal Palace, which was floating in the air. He tried his best to suppress the killing intent in his heart. He sighed. His enemy was right in front of him, but he did not dare to make a move. He did not even dare to show his killing intent. After handing over the divine stones, Yi Qinghan stepped into the teleportation portal and left. He found out that Supreme Island was completely sealed. The only way to leave was through the teleportation portal. There were only 10 teleportation portals on the plaza. Obviously, one was for the Nifa's Abyss while the others were for the Nine Guardians Island. As expected, a white light flashed. Yi Qinghan teleported to one of the islands. Yi Qinghan looked at the island, which was as lively as Supreme Island. He felt a sense of mockery. It seemed like the martial artists of the divine world were indeed forgetful. Back then, when the demons descended, the tens of thousands of islands in the Star Sea were killed and demonized. The entire divine world hated Supreme Island. When the Star Monarch became the most powerful person in the divine world and unified the divine world, they all came to his side. I wonder how Flame Dragon City and Soul Eater City are doing now. Lei Zhen and the Archu didn't leave back then. I'll go take a look. If they're not dead, I'll bring them along. Yi Qinghan wanted to sneak out of the Star Sea and go to the sky above Seoul, the Arch Island. He wanted to fly to the reincarnation mystic realm through a weak spot in the void. However, when he thought that no one in the divine world would notice him as long as he did not make a move, he wanted to go to Ethereal City. Lei Zhen the Archu. You must not die. Alright. And Supremacy Li Quan Linger's mother, Yu Duanfei. When Yi Qinghan thought of these people, he immediately felt anxious. He teleported away from the island, startling the people around him. Who would have thought that this black-faced burly man was actually a venerable? However, there were too many supremacies on Supreme Island. No one noticed this face that had never appeared before. On the Star Sea, a burly figure teleported continuously at an extremely fast speed. However, it was obvious that Yi Qinghan did not want to expose his identity as a rank 9. He did not teleport as he pleased. Instead, he did not dare to teleport too far away like normal supremacies, avoiding the cracks in space. Looking at the familiar starry sea, Yi Qinghan thought of the past when he brought Wind Emperor Wu Shan and the others and was chased by the 10 billion starry army here. Then he thought of how he fought in the entire starry sea alone. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he couldn't help but sigh. Deep down he was extremely anxious. He even had the urge to turn around and go to Seoul, the Arch Island. He was afraid that when he went to Soul Eater City and Flame Dragon City, he would see 2 ruins and hear how Lei Zhen and the others were killed. He was afraid that in a fit of anger he would want to kill people crazily and alert Xianxia. In the end, he chose to teleport towards the ethereal land. He would not be at ease if he did not take a look. He could only tell himself that he should not be impulsive. However, his teleportation speed was much faster. Lei Zhen sat in a daze on the top floor of the Flame Dragon City Lord residence. Through the shield of the window, he looked at the empty square below and the occasional sparse figure on the street. His heart was filled with sadness. In the past month, the number of martial artists in Flame Dragon City had left very quickly. Originally, there were more than 20,000 Yi family soldiers in the city. In addition to some loyal citizens of Yi Qinghan, there were more than 30,000 people in total. However, in this month at least half of the 30,000 people had left. The huge Flame Dragon City, a super city that could accommodate millions of people, now only had a little more than 10,000 people? Wasn't this ironic? I guess there are less than 20,000 people in Soul Eater City? The Thunder Emperor laughed bitterly. Originally, he and Emperor Yu had stayed behind because they wanted to be buried together with the loyal citizens of the city. After all, Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan did not manage the city at that time. In a sense, he and Emperor Yu were the real city lords of the 2 cities. However, now that everyone in the city had left, what was the point of him staying behind to guard an empty city? Wuxia is here. Looks like Star Sovereign is going to make his move soon? Lei Zhen swung his unruly purple hair. His heart was getting heavier. The reason why half of the martial artists in Flame Dragon City and Soul Eater City had left was because the Ethereal Sovereign had been replaced. One of the 3 deputy pavilion masters, one of the 3 most talented martial artists in the past 10,000 years, Wuxia, had become the new Ethereal Sovereign a month ago. Grade 9. The experts of the Ethereal Continent had easily detected Wuxia's strength. The Ethereal Sovereign had been replaced, and a grade 9 at that. This meant that Star Sovereign had the intention to completely control the Ethereal Continent. It also meant that he was going to make his move against Flame Dragon City and Soul Eater City. Sigh. Lei Zhen pondered for a long time and finally made a difficult decision. He flew out of the City Lord's residence and activated his divine power. He shouted, "All Yi family soldiers and citizens of the city, gather at the square. Shio. Countless figures soared into the sky without a trace of hesitation. The martial artists that were still in the city at this moment were all absolutely loyal. Although they were very confused as to why City Lord Lei Zhen had summoned them, they still flew towards the plaza as fast as they could. The 12,000 Yi family soldiers lined up neatly in mid-air. Although there were fewer people, the formation was still neat. The thousands of citizens stood in mid-air silently, looking at Lei Zhen, whose purple hair danced in the air like a demon. Lei Zhen's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. Then he became extremely determined and shouted, "As the City Lord of Flame Dragon City, I order that from today onwards, Flame Dragon City shall be disbanded. The Yi family soldiers shall be disbanded. Everyone shall leave Flame Dragon City and find their own cities to settle down in." There were still over 10,000 people. 10,000 most loyal martial artists. Lei Zhen did not want their futures and lives to be ruined just like that. He would defend Flame Dragon City alone until the end. However, even the echoes of Lei Zhen's loud shout had disappeared. However, not a single person spoke and not a single person moved. All of them stood straight and silently looked at Lei Zhen, as if they had become statues. "What are you all standing here for? Get lost. If you don't get lost, I will throw you out one by one." Lei Zhen roared furiously. However, seeing the determined gazes, Lei Zhen's tiger eyes shed a few drops of hot tears. Then he roared again, "What's wrong? You little bastards, you don't even listen to me anymore?" There was another deathly silence. After a while, a weak voice sounded, "City Lord, Han Yijun, he will come back. We believe in him." After the voice, there was another deathly silence. However, the eyes of the 10,000 people in the sky became even more determined. Lei Zhen was speechless. He had told them before that Han Yi would come back, but he didn't think that everyone would believe him so much. Or did they believe in Yi Qinghan that much? Of course he believed that Yi Qinghan would come back, but not now. It had only been a few thousand years. No matter how powerful Yi Qinghan was, could he become a 9th-grade supreme martial artist? At this moment in the plaza below, a teleportation array suddenly lit up, confusing Lei Zhen and everyone else. This teleportation array had not lit up for a few thousand years. A tall and sturdy figure appeared in the teleportation array. He wore a war god's robe and wore a conical bamboo hat. He held a large sword in his hand and stood in the teleportation array in a daze. He slowly turned his head and looked at the scenery around him. A few drops of tears actually fell from his eyes. Flame Dragon City is still here. Chapter 1149. Who is this? Lei Zhen looked suspiciously at the tall and sturdy man standing on the plaza. He had a bad feeling. Was Shinta Wuji going to make a move? That's not right. Why did he only send one person? Furthermore, Lei Zhen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from this person. But when he focused his eyes, he didn't recognize him at all. Until a voice transmission sounded, "Uncle Lei Zhen, long time no see." At this moment, it was as if Lei Zhen had heard a sudden clap of thunder. His body almost fell to the ground. In the entire God realm, there was only one person who called him Uncle Lei Zhen. Furthermore, this voice was extremely familiar. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the figure. It was Yi Qinghan. Lei Zhen was also an ambitious person. After a moment of excitement, he calmed himself down. He slowly flew down and tried to suppress the trembling in his heart. He said solemnly, "Why did you come to Yen Dragon City?" "Under the orders of my city lord, I have come to discuss some matters with City Lord Lei." Yi Qinghan was careful and said lightly, "Yi family army, listen up. Everyone return and wait for my next order." Lei Zhen nodded and turned to order the Yi family army. Then he turned to Yi Qinghan and said, "Sir, please." The two slowly flew towards the City Lord mansion. Although there weren't many people in Yen Dragon City, there might be spies from the Star Sovereign. If they found out that Yi Qinghan had returned, the Star Sovereign would rush over immediately. After entering the City Lord mansion, Lei Zhen immediately opened the barrier. Then he turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said, "You?" Yi Qinghan smiled. He knew that his appearance and soul aura had changed into another person. Lei Zhen would definitely be hesitant. He didn't explain and walked towards the teleportation array in the corner of the hall. He activated the teleportation array and sent a voice transmission, "Uncle Lei Zhen, let's talk in Sealed God Valley." Lei Zhen completely believed him this time. Because this teleportation array wasn't on his side, he didn't know how to activate it. However, Yi Qinghan casually walked in and disappeared from the hall. The moment he entered the Sealed God Valley, Yi Qinghan looked at the familiar scenery and the palaces. Once again he had the urge to cry. Seeing Lei Jin come in, he quickly controlled his emotions. His body slowly transformed and returned to his original appearance. He strode over and hugged Lei Jin. He laughed loudly, "Uncle Lei Jin, it's great that you're alive." Lei Jin hugged Yi Qinghan tightly, and even heavily hammered Yi Qinghan's back a few times. Only then did he carefully examine Yi Qinghan. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha, little Han, it really is you. It really is you. I knew it, I knew you would come back. Phew, I almost died this time." Yi Qinghan sighed. He had never imagined that he would be able to return to the God world, and couldn't believe it. There wasn't much time left, so Yi Qinghan didn't waste any time. He brought Lei Jin to the main hall and asked him about the situation in the Immortal realm. Then he quickly told Lei Jin about what had happened in the past few years. "You were attacked by demons and you fell into a black hole? Went to a distant plane? Finally came back through the plain battlefield?" Lei Jin acted as if he had heard a fantasy story. He was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. If it wasn't Yi Qinghan who said it, he definitely wouldn't believe it. There was someone who was demonized by a demon monarch and didn't die? Didn't die after falling into a black hole? Even sneaking into someone else's plane? In the end, he would be able to pass through the planar battlefield and silently return? Lei Jin wasn't sure how powerful a demon monarch was, but he had heard a bit about the black hole. As for the plain battlefield, it was beyond his imagination. He had heard of the plain battlefield, but he had never heard of anyone who could enter and leave the plain battlefield so easily. Lei Jin sighed. This brat's strange experiences could be written into a book. Wrong. He had always been a legend, a miracle. Buzz. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and the slaughter god's saber appeared in his hand. Following that, a black shadow rushed out from the slaughter god's saber and condensed into the shape of a soul-devouring beast. Xiaohe looked at the familiar palace and was excited. Finally he looked at Lei Jin and smiled. "Lei Jin, long time no see. You have become more handsome." "Hehe. Lord Xiaohe, you are still as mischievous as ever." Lei Jin smiled. He was truly happy for Xiaohe. He didn't die after using the soul-devouring transformation. If that old man Li Quan heard about this, he would definitely go crazy with joy. "Pandora, come and greet my uncle Lei Jin." Yi Qinghan teleported Pandora out. Pandora shyly bowed to Lei Jin and obediently called out, "Uncle Lei Jin." "Ah, you brat, your flirtatious nature hasn't changed. You actually managed to kidnap a beauty from another realm. If alluring fireworks sees this, she will definitely punish you." Lei Jin secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan and teased him. Then he affectionately nodded to Pandora and said, "Hello, Pandora. Welcome to the Immortal realm. You can treat this place as your home." Then Lei Jin suddenly thought of something. He slapped his forehead and shouted, "Duanfei, stop your seclusion and come out." "What are you doing? Why are you so excited?" A figure with a mature charm suddenly appeared in the hall. She looked at Lei Jin with a face full of charm. Then she suddenly turned her head and looked at Yi Qinghan beside her. Her pupils rapidly narrowed as she shouted, You? It's you? Little Han. Why are you back?" "Greetings, mother-in-law." "Hehe, mother-in-law is still as elegant as ever. It seems that you and my father-in-law have been living well these past few years." Yi Qinghan was in a good mood when he saw Duanfei and joked. On the other hand, Little Black was winking at the two of them. Pandora, however, did not understand the subtlety of it and only smiled reservedly. "How dare you tease me, brat? Where's Ling? Why didn't Ling come back with you?" Duanfei grabbed Yi Qinghan's ear and vented all the anger and worry she had for Ling on Yi Qinghan's ear. "Ah, stop fooling around, Duanfei. Let's talk business first." Lei Jin was in a good mood. Today was the happiest day he had in a few thousand years. Yi Qinghan also thought about the urgency of the matter. It would be troublesome if the guardian of the Nifa's abyss was discovered. He said seriously, "Uncle Lei Jin, let's discuss how to get Emperor Yu and Honorable Li Quan to come here secretly and gather together. Then I'll bring you to the secret realm of reincarnation." Lei Jin had just told Yi Qinghan that Honorable Li Quan and Duanfei had secretly scattered their clansmen to different places and into the secret realm. They didn't leave because they were worried about their clansmen, while Lei Jin and Emperor Yu were worried about the people in the two cities. Now that Yi Qinghan had returned, they naturally had to leave together. After all, no one really wanted to seek death. Lei Jin pondered for a moment and stopped Duanfei's questioning with his eyes. After a while he said, "That's easy. Send a message to get them to teleport together. We'll put our subordinates into the spatial divine tool, and you'll bring us into your spatial divine tool. Then we'll teleport all the way. The fastest speed in the Blood Night Sea is teleportation. We can reach a city near Seoul Emperor Island in half a day. Then we'll enter the spatial turbulence from there. Even the Star Monarch won't be able to react so quickly. Yi Qinghan and Lei Jin quickly discussed again and finally came to a decision. Yi Qinghan had the War Imperial Palace, Lei Jin and Duanfei, Honorable Li Quan and Emperor Yu had been bestowed a spatial divine tool by Lord Devour. They could easily bring over 100,000 people. Finally Yi Qinghan made the final decision and said, Uncle Lei Jin, send a message to them. There's no time to lose. Let's leave immediately. We're going to the reincarnation secret realm. Lei Jin nodded and took out the communication jade talisman to send a message to Honorable Li Quan and Emperor Yu. The reply came very quickly, but it was only from one person. Lei Jin's expression changed when he saw it and he said anxiously, Oh no, Shintawuji has brought people to Soul Eater City. Honorable Li Quan is preparing to go there. Little Han, what do we do? Shintawuji? A cold light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He suddenly stood up and said loudly, Ask Honorable Li Quan to bring people here and wait for me. Settle everyone down. I'll make a trip to Soul Eater City. As he spoke, Yi Qinghan picked up the Slaughter God's saber and stored Pandora into the War Imperial Palace. Then he rushed out and shouted at the dazed Xiaohei, let's go. Follow me to kill people. Chapter 1150. Soul Devourer City. The waves of the wandering sea kept crashing against the foundation of Soul Devourer City. Through the transformation of the restrictions, the city was still reverberating with faint celestial music. Thin white mist shrouded the city, creating a beautiful scene like a fairyland. However, it was a pity that this huge city, which was famous throughout the entire God realm, had become extremely deserted. Only 10,000 warriors were gathered in front of the city lord's mansion. Their expressions were serious, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. It was a stark contrast to the beautiful scenery of the city. In front of the city lord's mansion, the handsome Emperor Yu stood proudly in the sky, calmly looking at the people flying over from the plaza. At the front was a tall man. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was solemn. His tiger-like eyes flashed with light. There was no divine power around him, but he had a terrifying aura. On the left was an old friend, the former Misty Monarch Li Tao. Behind him were also old friends Piao Xiangyu and Mie Tian. Only 5 people had come, but the faint murderous intent on them quietly permeated the city. The Spirit Devourer army, which had more than 10,000 soldiers, felt as though they were facing 10 billion star soldiers. The pressure was so heavy that they couldn't breathe. Emperor Yu felt the communication jade talisman at his waist vibrate, and he smiled bitterly. Lei Jin wanted him to bring people to Flame Dragon City? If this message had been sent earlier he might have been able to, but now, he knew that he could not leave, because he saw the killing intent in Shintawuji's eyes. Since Shintawuji had chosen to come to Soul Devourer City instead of summoning him, it meant that he did not want them to be an eyesore. Xianxia, are you living well in a foreign land? You must live happily. Please forget a useless man like you. If possible, I will marry you in the next life. Of course, I will become stronger and I will not let you wander the world. Emperor Yu silently thought of Senior Elder Jiao Shanshan, who had left with Lord Devour. His heart ached, but his body exploded with a monstrous fighting intent. With a wave of his hand, a giant black axe appeared in his hand. He lifted his head and laughed, Soul Devourer army, get into formation and follow me to welcome our guests. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. More than 10,000 soul-devouring city soldiers immediately lined up behind Emperor Yu in a special formation, forming a pentagram. Emperor Yu still stood on one of the corners of the pentagram, proudly looking forward with a wanton smile on his face. Emperor Yu, you can be considered a genius. Submit to me and I will spare your life. The 5 people in front stood a few thousand meters away from Emperor Yu. The other 4 looked at Emperor Yu mockingly. Shintawuji, who was at the very front, spoke indifferently. Even though he was standing on the same level, he felt as if he was looking down on everyone else. Haha. Emperor Yu raised his head and laughed. His heroic appearance made even Shintawuji, who was his enemy, feel some admiration. Otherwise he would have attacked long ago. Emperor Yu's arrogant gaze swept across the city. Finally it fixed on Shintawuji. I, the Archu, used to be from the Star Sea as well. I was also the leader of a small god bandit army. Although I was not very talented, I was unrestrained and unrestrained. I never submitted to anyone. But after I met the Soul Emperor and my big sister, I was truly convinced. The Soul Emperor was extremely talented and refined the Soul Emperor Pavilion. His name shook the divine realm. My big sister treats me like her own sister and treats enemies like frost. Be it in terms of intelligence or methods, she is unparalleled in the world. If not for that devil monarch descending, Xianxia would have waited another 1,000,000 years to come out of seclusion. Who knows what the divine realm would be like now? I am convinced by the Soul Emperor and my big sister. May I ask, Xianxia, what qualifications do you have to convince me? What qualifications do you have to make me submit to you? His arrogant voice resounded throughout the entire soul-devouring city. The morale of the soul-devouring army of more than 10,000 was greatly boosted by Emperor Yu. On the other hand, apart from Xianxia, everyone's expression changed. Heaven Destroyer's supremacy was suppressed by Emperor Yu's aura. When he thought of the sagely Heaven supremacy, he felt somewhat ashamed. However, they had chosen this path today, so they could only continue walking it. Impudent. Emperor Yu, you are still so arrogant even before death? My lord reached rank 9 in 3,000 years. With such talent, who in the divine realm can compare to you? You cultivated for 1,000,000 years to reach the supremacy level. With such talent, if not for the monarch's benevolence, the city would have been destroyed long ago. I gave you face but you don't want it. The devilish purple-haired supremacy Piao Xiang saw that Xianxia didn't speak and immediately stepped forward to shout angrily. Xianxuji's surname was Xintu, and he had the strength of rank 9. It was obvious that he would have the power to rule over the divine realm in the future. How could Supremacy Piao Xiang not curry favor with him? Emperor Yu snorted coldly and looked at Supremacy Piao Xiang mockingly. Shut up. I'm talking to your master. When did a dog like you have the right to bark here? Moreover, back then, Frigid Night Sovereign broke through to rank 9 in 100 years. What does 3,000 years count as? Supremacy Piao Xiang, it is not that I, Emperor Yu, am looking down on you. Although you have been a supremacy for hundreds of thousands of years, if you dare to come over, I will make sure your blood splatters 5 feet high. You, Supremacy Piao Xiang's face turned green from anger. She looked at Xianxuji and revealed a trace of playfulness in her eyes. However, she had no intention of speaking. She gritted her teeth and bowed. Monarch, Piao Xiang requests to fight. The corners of Xianxuji's mouth curled into a faint smile. He had been bitterly cultivating in the Eternal Palace since he was young. Not long ago he had finally come out. Now that there was something fun to do, he had to have some fun. Hence, he gently nodded his head. Supremacy Piao Xiang revealed a cruel smile. She did not believe that a person who had just become a supremacy a few days ago would be her match. Origin energy revolved around her body, and a huge cyan iron rod appeared in her hand. Her eyes were filled with hatred and coldness as she slowly pressed forward. Emperor Yu did not move. He only looked at Piao Xiang with a solemn expression. The 10,000+ Yi family soldiers behind him did not move either. Instead, they strangely closed their eyes. Stubborn bastard, die. Supremacy Piao Xiang's speed gradually increased, and her aura rapidly rose. When her speed reached its limit, her aura also rose to its peak. At this moment, the distance between her and Emperor Yu was only 100 meters. When she saw that Emperor Yu still did not move, her face was filled with a sinister smile. The iron rod in her hand suddenly became longer and thicker. Origin energy and divine power revolved around the iron rod. It turned into a series of afterimages as it smashed down towards Emperor Yu's head. You can escape a natural disaster, but you can't escape a self-inflicted disaster. Emperor Yu faintly smiled. At this moment, his aura violently exploded. The black giant axe also rapidly grew. The 10,000+ soul devourer soldiers behind him released a monstrous aura as their bodies lit up. If one looked from above, they would see a shining 5-pointed star. Lines that were invisible to the naked eye flowed through the 5-pointed star before finally converging on Emperor Yu's body. Wrath of the Butterfly Dance. The black giant axe released a horrifying aura. Origin energy revolved around it as it cleaved down at the iron rod that was smashing down at Emperor Yu's head. The speed seemed very slow, but at this moment, Li Tao's expression instantly changed. Moon Chaser and Heaven Destroyer's expressions also sank. Xianxuji's eyes flashed with a strange look, but he did not stop it. Bang! The seemingly horrifying iron rod collided with the slowly cleaving black giant axe. What shocked Supremacy Piao Xiang was that the iron rod transmitted a huge force. This force was actually comparable to Paragon Elysium's strongest attack. He felt a pain in his arm as the iron rod flew out. He looked at the slowly flying giant axe and wanted to dodge, but he discovered that his body could not move at this moment. How is this possible? Monarch Wuji, save me. Supremacy Piao Xiang stared helplessly as the black giant axe cleaved down on his head. In the next second he felt an intense pain on his forehead. Then he fell into the darkness of eternal night. Supremacy Piao Xiang dead. Chapter 1151. The huge black axe looked slow, but it was actually as fast as lightning. In a second, it had sent the metal pole flying and shattered venerable fragrance. After that, it continued flying towards the people in front. Its target was Wuxia, who was at the very front. Monarch. Li Tao and venerable moon-chasing sky destroyer were shocked. They hurriedly shouted and were about to block Wuxia. If venerable fragrance died, then so be it. It did not matter. Instead, they were stirring up trouble. If Wuxia died, then they would all die. Wuxia revealed a mocking smile. He leisurely extended a hand and waved, stopping them. His eyes were filled with interest towards the giant axe that was whistling towards him. Wrong. He was very interested in this kind of joint attack formation. With his strength, he could obviously see why this giant axe could so easily kill venerable fragrance. It was not because Emperor Yu's strength had reached grade 9 under the joint attack of over 10,000 people. It was because this joint attack formation possessed a soul attack that could suck away one's soul, causing venerable fragrance to be unable to move. He had a transcendent grade artifact, but if he could obtain this transcendent grade artifact as well as the joint attack formation, his strength would increase once again. Therefore he leisurely made his move. He extended a slender hand and waved it left and right. As his hand moved, the spatial power in the air of Soul Devourer City began to gather towards him. Then he made a very mighty gesture. With one hand on his waist and the other supporting the sky, light circulated around his hand as he fearlessly grabbed at the terrifying butterfly's wrath. Haha, die. Seeing Wuxia's arrogance, Emperor Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. With a roar, the light within his body shook once again. The white light and his black face formed a sharp contrast, making him look even more mighty and handsome. Bang! A light sound rang out. What made everyone's eyes fall to the ground was that Wuxia's body only sank slightly. His hand, which was surrounded by origin energy, really grabbed the blade of the giant black axe. Then he faintly smiled. His aura suddenly burst forth. With a forceful flip of his hand, he threw the giant black axe into the square below. It sank 5 feet deep, swaying in the cool breeze. More than 10,000 members of the soul-devouring army vomited blood at the same time as they slowly fell to the ground. Clearly they were heavily injured. Only Emperor Yu's face was pale. He stubbornly stood in the air, but his body was trembling. They had released the strongest joint attack formation, their minds connected with the dancing butterfly dance. They were using the magical technique that Lord Devour had created to gather all of their energy into the dancing butterfly dance. At this moment, Butterfly Dance's Fury's connection with Wuxia had been forcefully severed. Her soul had been severely injured, and she was clearly unable to continue fighting. Wuxia lightly clapped his hands, seemingly unharmed. He looked at Emperor Yu indifferently and said sternly, "Emperor Yu, I will give you 2 choices. First, everyone dies. Soul-devouring city had been reduced to ashes. Second, you don't have to die. I'll let you go as long as you hand over the joint attack technique." Emperor Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and faintly smiled. He slowly looked around at the beautiful soul-devouring city and closed his eyes. To be able to be with soul-devouring city forever is my greatest dream. Children of the soul-devouring army, tell me, do you want to stay here forever and listen to the Chao-yin of the wandering ocean? Over 10,000 people, although their faces were pale and filled with pain, they staggered to their feet at the same time. They straightened their spines and shouted, "We are willing to follow Emperor Yu and stay in soul-devouring city forever." Ah! Emperor Yu raised his head to the sky and laughed again. Being able to kill venerable fragrance today was already a pleasant surprise. He no longer cared about Wuxia and the others. He only smiled and looked into the sky. It was as if he could see through the sky and see the endless void. He could see Jiao Shanshan's beautiful face in the distant reincarnation mystic realm. What a pity, Wuxia sighed slightly. It was unknown if he was sighing because of the fall of such a heroic figure, or because he couldn't obtain the dancing butterfly dance's joint attack formation. He waved his hand and let Li Tao and life-chasing annihilating heaven take action. Wang. At this moment, a teleportation formation suddenly lit up. Li Tao and the others, who had already taken a few steps forward, suddenly stopped. Their pupils constricted, and the coldness on their faces became even thicker. Flame Dragon City's teleportation formation? Lei Jun came to die again? Later on, would Dripping Spring and Duanfei also come to die? Li Tao thought to himself that it was perfect. Previously he forced him not to make a move. Now he could end it all at once. What made everyone incomparably shocked was that when the teleportation formation's light faded, a tall and sturdy man walked out. Under the bamboo hat, his face was covered with a full beard, making him look incomparably rough. He gripped the hilt of an enormous sword at his waist with one hand. His black hair fluttered, making people feel a wild aura. "Who are you? Quickly retreat or else you will be killed without mercy." Life-chasing heaven bellowed, somewhat surprised. There was actually someone who dared to teleport to Soul-devouring city, and it was from Flame Dragon City? The tall and sturdy man grinned as if he could not see the murderous atmosphere in the city. He said leisurely, I'm called Daddy Xiong Shen. I entered the wrong teleportation formation. Sorry, you guys continue. Daddy Xiong Shen? There's such a strange surname and name? A trace of doubt flashed across life-chasing heaven's eyes as he muttered. But seeing that the tall and sturdy man wanted to leave, he did not care about him and only muttered this strange name. Courting death. At the side, Shintawuji's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Just now, when Emperor Yu rejected him several times, he did not show such anger. Then, Li Tao also reacted, and life-chasing heaven also reacted after muttering a few times. The trio's expression changed drastically. More than 10,000 soul-devouring army soldiers looked at the tall and sturdy figure in the teleportation formation with some bafflement. Emperor Yu, however, seemed to be deep in thought. After a moment, Emperor Yu laughed loudly. Daddy Xiong Shen, wasn't it Shinta Xiong's father? Who was Shinta Xiong? The soul-devouring army below did not know, but Emperor Yu knew. He was the current uncrowned king of the divine world. It was rumored that Shintawuji and the other two were Shinta Xiong's sons. That person actually said that he was Shinta Xiong's father? Wasn't that Shintawuji's grandfather? Who was this person? He actually knew the name of the Star Sovereign and still dared to call himself Shinta Xiong's father? Was he going to defy the heavens? At this moment, Shintawuji did not want to know who this person was. He only wanted to tear this person apart. Therefore he suddenly flew towards the tall and sturdy man. Although Li Tao and the others wanted to know who this person was, they did not have the time to think about it. The trio flew towards Emperor Yu with lightning speed. The situation today was very strange. They did not want any more accidents to happen. In his rage, Shintawuji did not hold back. Powerful spatial energy transformed into a giant palm that slammed towards Yi Qinghan. The mighty man was naturally Yi Qinghan. When he saw Shintawuji's giant palm, he heaved a sigh of relief. Shintawuji had indeed refined the pseudo-primal chaos divine crystal. His strength was only slightly weaker than before. If it was the Yi Qinghan of the past, it might have been very difficult to kill him. But now it was very easy. He grinned and laughed again without a care in the world. He said, actually, for a bastard without a teacher like Shinta Xiong, who has no morals and has no righteousness, if he were my son, I would stab him to death. Shintawuji, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame your father's sins. Chapter 1152. Young Master. When Emperor Yu heard this familiar form of address and heard the familiar frivolous tone, an indescribable feeling surged in his mind as he looked at the burly man's actions. This person seemed to have seen him somewhere before? But moments later, Emperor Yu did not have the time to think about these questions. Even Li Tao and the other two who were flying in midair paused as they looked at the scene behind them in disbelief. The 10,000 soldiers of the Soul Devourer army were even more dumbfounded. An incomparably terrifying aura was suddenly released from the burly man's body. Then 10 spears suddenly emerged from the void. They were like the claws of a giant beast that had suddenly extended in the dark night. Before they were fully revealed, it already made one's heart palpitate. Grade 9. Shintawuji's expression suddenly changed. But at this moment he could only grit his teeth and face it head-on. However, the spears easily pierced through his palm and whistled towards him. He was scared out of his wits. He released all his origin energy to protect his body as he desperately resisted. Bang! The spears pierced through the sky and violently struck his body. A huge force came crashing over, nearly shattering his organs. However, due to the protection of his origin energy, he did not suffer any serious injuries. The divine crystal immediately started to repair his body, and his god power also started to vibrate. At the same time, he barely controlled his spatial power to block the 9 spears behind him. He did not hope to block them but only hoped that the speed and power would not be so terrifying. Bang! 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 The spears continuously pierced through the sky. Shintawuji's body was pushed back step by step. Fresh blood spurted out and filled the sky. His origin energy had also weakened significantly. 8 spears, 9 spears. The last one. Shintawuji's bones and organs were all shattered. Fortunately, the divine crystal did not shatter. He gritted his teeth and held on. He silently thought that as long as he could withstand the last God Slayer's spear, he would immediately teleport and send a message to Xianxia. As long as he could escape, this person would definitely die. The last God Slayer's spear leisurely arrived. Its speed and aura were not as domineering as the previous ones. However, Xianxia was incomparably horrified to discover that this God Slayer's spear was different from the previous ones. This was because it emitted a faint origin energy. Bang! Blood sprayed wildly in the air and flesh and blood flew everywhere. A divine crystal that shone with a rainbow-colored radiance and a spatial ring floated in the air. They were abnormally beautiful and captivating. Silence, the entire square was dead silent. Everyone looked at the blood rain and minced meat falling from the sky, their faces filled with disbelief. Shintawuji was dead? It hadn't even been a month since he became the Misty Monarch, and the rumored son of Xianxia had died? Who was this giant man? They actually dared to kill Xianxia's son? Even Lord Icy Snow and Lord Qingshan wouldn't have the guts to kill him. Emperor Yu was filled with doubt. In the next second, his body suddenly trembled and he was overjoyed. His dark face glowed like a young girl in love who had just seen her lover. He actually became a little charming. Xiaohei. Devour them. A black long blade appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand. Then a specter whizzed out and swept towards Li Tao, chasing life, destroying heaven. Yi Qinghan didn't recognize Li Tao, but he had seen Zhue Ming a few times in the past. However, since Zhue Ming had sided with Xianxia, he was an enemy. Since he was an enemy, then he would kill without mercy. No. Frigid Night Sovereign. Once the slaughter god blade appeared, even a pig would know that it was Yi Qinghan. If it wasn't Yi Qinghan, he wouldn't have the guts to kill Shintawuji. Zhue Ming shouted and wanted to express something, but he was swept in by a gust of wind. In an instant he turned into dust and disappeared. Ah, Emperor Yu, your face is still as black as charcoal. Bastards below, why aren't you bowing when you see this Lord Xiaohei? Xiaohei's image condensed in the sky. Looking at Emperor Yu's red and black face, he laughed happily. Greetings, Frigid Night Sovereign, greetings, young Master Xiaohei. Emperor Yu laughed while wiping away his tears. He knelt down on one knee in midair. The 10,000 soul-devouring army soldiers also crawled up with tears in their eyes. They knelt down on one knee and shouted happily, Greetings, Frigid Night Sovereign, greetings, young Master Xiaohei. I'll explain in the future. Emperor Yu, store everyone into your spatial divine item. I'll take care of those that can't be stored. We'll leave immediately. Yi Qinghan nodded but didn't say anything. He had to leave the divine world and go to the endless void before Xianxia found out. Emperor Yu also knew that the situation was serious. He quickly waved his hand and stored half of the soul-devouring army. Yi Qinghan stored the rest of the soul-devouring army. Then, the two of them rushed towards the teleportation formation and directly teleported to Flame Dragon City. In Flame Dragon City, Lei Zhen, Paragon Li Quan, and Yu Duanfei were anxiously waiting in the plaza. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and Yi Qinghan and Emperor Yu's figures appeared in the teleportation formation. The three of them were overjoyed. All of you enter my spatial divine item. We'll talk in the future. Yi Qinghan smiled at Paragon Li Quan and stored them into the aerial battle Imperial Palace. He immediately activated the teleportation formation and teleported to Longyang City. Then he teleported to the southernmost city of Longyang Prefecture. Bang! The eternal palace in the air above Supreme Island shook. The entire Supreme Island was shocked. Then a figure suddenly appeared outside of the eternal palace. He had a head full of golden hair, cold eyes, and a face full of anger. He was like a demon god descending. He shouted, Wuxia, Wuya, come out now. Wuji is dead. Immediately send a message to investigate the cause of death. Send a message to all war gods and 9th grade monarchs. Search for suspicious people. What? The entire Supreme Island was in an uproar. Wuji was dead? Was the divine world going to change again? However, no one dared to say anything. Countless figures teleported in the sky and started sending messages with solemn faces. In just a moment, the entire divine world was in an uproar. The War God Pavilion was in every city in the divine world. There were tens of billions of war gods everywhere. All the monarchs were alarmed. Wuji was killed. Xianxia was furious. The entire divine world was in an uproar. In just a short 2 hours, countless messages came. With the high efficiency of the War God Pavilion, they actually found the suspect. Wuji went to Soul Eater City in the end. During this time, A suspicious man teleported back and forth between Fiery Dragon City and Soul Eater City. All the teleportation information in Ethereal City was clearly recorded. How dare you? What gall, he actually dared to return. How dare you kill my son? I'm going to tear you apart. When he heard that Paragon Li Quan went to Fiery Dragon City, and that you Monarch, Thunder Monarch and Supremacy Li Quan all disappeared, Xianxia guessed the truth immediately. He roared furiously on the Supreme Island. His voice was so loud that even the experts on the Nine Guardians Island could vaguely hear him. Send a message to Blood Knight Monarch. Stop him. If you can't stop him, I'm going to tear him apart. Get all the monarchs to gather in the void above Soul Emperor Island. Star Monarch roared furiously at the person below. The latest news had come. That person was currently teleporting towards the west of the Blood Knight continent. He immediately determined where that person was going. His body was like a dragon as he teleported towards the southern sky. Quick, quick, quick. Yi Qinghan's speed was like a flickering light. He used his fastest speed to teleport continuously. In just an hour he had crossed the entire Blood Knight Sea. His body changed again and he teleported to a small city by the sea. Before the martial artist beside the teleportation formation could react, he shot a few black formation stones into his hands. The teleportation light shone brightly. After teleporting a few times to the main city in the west of Blood Knight continent, he felt a strong sense of unease. He decisively did not choose and teleported to the next teleportation formation. He no longer cared about the direction of Soul Emperor Island. His body was like a dragon as he soared into the sky. Thief, you still want to escape after killing someone? As expected. Just as he flew into the sky, a furious roar sounded from afar. A huge man covered in fiery red battle armor rushed towards him from afar. Blood Knight Monarch was here. Chapter 1153. Swish swish. As the Sovereign of Bloody Night roared, countless figures shot out from the city within 10,000 miles. Although they weren't as fast as the Sovereign of Bloody Night, they were clearly powerful cultivators. Most of them wore the War God robe and had clearly received the message from Supreme Island. Thief, how dare you kill King Wuji? You will die today. Stop right now. You have nowhere to go today. The Chief Pavilion Master is already here. You can't escape. Thief, come down and fight me, the Green Fox War God, for 300 rounds. Countless angry shouts rang out from all directions. All the nearby cities were alarmed. Countless martial artists flew into the air and stared at the sky in astonishment. Their faces were filled with shock. King Wuji? Could it be Shinto Wuji who had just taken office on the ethereal continent? The legendary Star Sovereign's favorite son? Who was this person? Someone who could kill Shinto Wuji must be a rank 9? However, the Immortal World's rank 9s were all known to the world now. While everyone was shocked, they were guessing who this daring lunatic was. However, thinking of the people in the War God Pavilion saying that the Star Sovereign would be here soon, they stopped guessing and watched the show excitedly. Since this person had been discovered by the Blood Knight Sovereign and the Star Sovereign was here, where could he run to? Blood Knight, tell Xianxia that this is just collecting some interest. When Yi Qinghan return, it will be the day of his death. In the sky, Yi Qinghan sneered at the Blood Knight Sovereign who was chasing after him. He did not panic at all. He channeled his divine power and shouted. His voice was amplified by the divine power and spread for millions of miles. Then he waved his hands, deciding to strike first. If he let the Blood Knight Sovereign's attack get close, the strong tremors in the space would shake the people in the War Emperor Palace out. The Blood Knight Sovereign was only a lower rank 9. If they fought, Yi Fuqian believed that he could definitely kill him. Moreover, he did not intend to fight him to the death. He just wanted to push him back. That was even easier. The Soul Exterminator was the first to be activated. Following that, countless soul poison jade sabers rained down from the sky. The last 10 sabers released a terrifying aura and turned into 10 silver dragons that roared downwards. The strength of Yi Qinghan's current spirit was something that even the upper rank 9 dis had fallen prey to, let alone the Blood Knight Monarch. Of course, Blood Knight Monarch reacted quickly enough. He immediately intercepted the golden soul threads behind him and used his soul to clean them up. It only took an instant for him to clean them up. However, the soul poison jade sabers came from behind, and he could not dodge them. The Blood Knight Monarch blocked a few of them head-on and discovered 10 spears made of spatial energy stabbing towards him with destructive power. He was frightened out of his wits and immediately used his source energy to protect himself as he fled in terror. Boom. 10 God Slayer's spears whizzed over and blasted the Bloody Knight Monarch's body. Terrifying energy exploded and pressed down on the warriors who were chasing him and the warriors in the sky above the city. The bloody night monarch was blasted into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Monarch, sovereign. Once the terrifying pressure was gone, countless powerhouses immediately flew into the pit and hurriedly dug out the blood night monarch who was on his last breath. Seeing that the blood night monarch's source energy was almost gone, and that all his bones, blood vessels and internal organs were shattered, they could not help but look at each other in shock. Yi Qinghan, frigid night monarch. He had returned. He had returned for revenge. He had returned to kill. Everyone looked at the figure in the sky, which became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. They could not help but have incomparably complicated expressions. The name Yi Qinghan had once shaken the entire divine world. The #1 young master of the misty continent, the #1 freak of the divine world, the #1 genius of the divine world, the person who unlocked the seal of Sealed God Valley, the person who entered the 8th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, comprehended the eternal profound mystery of space that no one had ever comprehended before, and broke through to the 9th grade in 100 years. Yi Qinghan had too many halos on his head and too many legendary stories. The women by his side were too enviable. Although thousands of years had passed, the people of the divine world still found it difficult to forget him. But now he had suddenly returned. It was fine that he had returned, but he had actually killed Xianxia's son? Moreover, he had severely injured the Blood Knight monarch in one move? How many years had it been? His strength had actually shot up again? In the end, when everyone thought of Yi Qinghan's peerless talent, it was normal for him to have such a huge improvement. They could only sigh. The next time Yi Qinghan return, it will be the day of his death. Yi Qinghan's cold shout seemed to reverberate in everyone's ears. No one felt that he was making empty promises. Instead, countless people had an inexplicable confidence in him. The sky of the divine world might be surnamed Shintu or Yi in the future. Swish! Yi Qinghan, I will tear you apart. Just as everyone was sighing, an imposing figure suddenly appeared in the sky. His golden hair danced in the wind, and his anger and killing intent soared to the sky. Even the people in the city below felt their hearts palpitate. Qingshan Bingxue, hurry up and come over here. Follow me to the endless void and tear this bastard apart. Star Sovereign roared angrily again, which made the eardrums of the people in the city hurt. Then they saw the figure of Star Sovereign become smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared in the sky. Not long after, the teleportation array in the city lit up, and a demonic godlike man and a breathtakingly beautiful woman that could freeze one's blood appeared in the teleportation array. Before the light of the teleportation formation faded, the two shot up into the sky. Finally, they became a bright dot again and disappeared from everyone's sight. The endless void. Countless martial artists felt the same and their hearts were racing. The endless void was a place that even a level 9 expert did not dare to enter. 4 pinnacle powerhouses were actually going to start a life and death chase in the endless void. How exciting would that be? In fact, the few people involved did not have too much of their blood boiling. After Yi Qinghan exited the endless void from the weak point of the divine world, he used the rough memories in his mind, surrounded by the origin energy, and flew towards the left. Not long after, a figure appeared at the place where Yi Qinghan came out from. Similarly, the origin energy surrounded him and the power of space spread out. His eyes lit up and his god power increased as he shouted, Yi Qinghan, you will definitely die today. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He didn't expect Star Sovereign to arrive so quickly. After calculating the distance between them, he calmed down slightly. His god power shook, and his speed increased as he started to escape with all his might. Not long after, Qingshan and Ice Queen's figures appeared in the void. They could no longer detect Yi Qinghan's figure, and could only detect Star Sovereign's back. The two of them gritted their teeth and their speed increased as they followed. The fact that Yi Qinghan could return and kill Shinta Wuji secretly shocked the two of them. But it was just a slight shock. If Yi Qinghan had reached level 9 Supreme Martial Artist, they might have helped to kill Shinta Xiong. But at this moment, the two of them were forced to chase after Yi Qinghan. Shinta Xiong was so furious that if they didn't attack, Shinta Xiong would attack them. You dare to chase me in the endless void? I will trick you to death. Yi Qinghan's speed reached the limit. He felt that Star Sovereign was closing the distance between them. Although he could only close the distance bit by bit, he would catch up with him sooner or later. But Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid at all. If he was in the divine world he would definitely die. But in the endless void he. Chapter 1154. The divine world was bustling with activity. Countless messages were flying in the air. The news of Yi Qinghan's return spread across the entire divine world in just a few moments. Shinto was killed, Li Tao was killed, the three supremacies of Ethereal City were killed, and the Blood Knight Sovereign was severely injured in one move. The uncrowned king of the divine world, Star Sovereign, was enraged. Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan chased him out of the endless void. Any one of these events could shake the divine world. In the Blood Sea City in the west of the Blood Knight continent, the sovereigns gathered again, waiting for the return of the three. The Blood Knight Sovereign's injuries were mostly healed, but his face looked worse than if his father had died. The South Mountain Sovereign's eyes were filled with coldness. He looked up to the sky from time to time, waiting for the Star Sovereign to bring back Yi Qinghan's head. The Apocalypse Sovereign Mo Shanghuang, the Divine Grace Sovereign Lady Yanran, and the Hidden Sovereign revealed a bitter smile. Yi Qinghan's strength had soared so much in a few thousand years, and he even injured the Blood Knight Sovereign in one move. His future would be limitless, and he might even be able to kill his way back to the divine world and kill Shinto. However, even if Yi Qinghan became the master of the divine world in the future, he might not kill them, but he definitely wouldn't like them. The sovereigns all had complicated expressions, each with their own thoughts. The atmosphere in the sky above the Blood Sea City was extremely heavy. Countless experts were flocking over, either to watch the show or to show their loyalty. Today was the busiest day in the history of the Blood Sea City. The teleportation formation below lit up again and 4 figures appeared. 3 men and 1 woman. The leader was a man with the strength of a supremacy. His black hair draped over his shoulders and he had a burly body. His every movement gave off an intimidating aura. Of the 2 men next to him, one had a large sword on his back, the other had a sinister look in his eyes, and the other was a woman who was leaning against the black-haired man. Her charming appearance caused the hearts of the people nearby to palpitate. Oh, why are there so many people in the Blood Sea City? There are so many experts in the sky and such terrifying aura. Could they be grade 9 sovereigns? The black-haired man's expression became serious as he led the 3 of them out of the teleportation portal. They went to a restaurant in the corner of the square, where they handed a few godstones to the waiter and sent a voice transmission to ask about the situation. Brother Yi, what happened? The woman next to her saw the black-haired man's expression constantly changing. After the waiter left, she hastily released her god domain and asked in a low voice. The 2 men next to her also looked at her in confusion. Go. The black-haired man didn't say anything. He tossed out a divine stone, and then led the 3 confused people into the teleportation formation. They were teleported to a small city nearby, where they booked the most luxurious room. After having the 3 of them wait inside, the black-haired man left. A few hours later, the man came back again. He opened the room's shield and released his god domain. Only then did he say in a low voice, I'm afraid we can't go to Flame Dragon City anymore. Knight Emperor, why are you doing this? The man with the giant sword on his back asked in surprise. The man with cold eyes said, could it be that the clansmen guarding the island lied to us? That there is no such person as Yi Qinghan? Like I said, how could someone achieve rank 9 within 100 years, and it just so happens that he's a descendant of our Fire Dragon continent? Don't say anything. Let Brother Yi finish first. The charming woman said. Yi Qinghan does exist, and he is indeed my descendant. And he is indeed a rank 9, the number 1 genius in the divinity, the one and only. The eyes of the black-haired man called Knight Emperor flashed with pride as he said with absolute certainty. Then, his eyes dimmed, and he said in a low voice, we have been in the beast deity arcane land for thousands of years, and the divinity has undergone earth-shaking changes. I just went out to find out everything. Do you know why there were so many sovereigns in the sky above Blood Sea City? The 3 of them heard the certainty in the Knight Emperor's tone, and they were shocked. The charming woman hurriedly asked, why? Because today Yi Qinghan killed the son of the Star Sovereign, Sovereign Shinto, and severely injured the Blood Knight Sovereign. Now he is being chased by the strongest Star Sovereign and 2 other powerful sovereigns in the divinity into the endless void. Ah! The expressions of the 3 of them changed drastically, and their eyes widened in disbelief. To them, a venerable was a figure that they could look up to. At this moment, one of their juniors not only became a rank 9, but also killed a rank 9, and was being chased by the strongest of the 3 rank 9. This feeling was like a story from the Arabian Nights. Then, the Knight Emperor quickly told the 3 of the things that had happened over the years. The 3 of them felt like they were listening to a book from the heavens, and they were so shocked that they could not speak. After a long time, the charming woman came back to her senses. She frowned and asked, Brother Knight, what should we do now? Wait. The Night Emperor was silent for a moment and then said, "Let's wait for the Star Sovereign to return first. If the Star Sovereign cannot kill Yi Qinghan this time, we will immediately enter the Beast Deity Arcane Land and find a way to meet the Beast Deity of this generation. I think he will definitely come out after hearing about Yi Qinghan. After all, Yi Qinghan is also his descendant." The three of them nodded, and the light in their eyes became brighter and brighter. In the boundless void, 4 figures, one in front and one behind, shone with the power of the source, like 4 meteors, piercing through the sky. "Yi Qinghan, you can't escape." Shintaxiong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his aura was monstrous. His golden hair danced in the wind, and he was insufferably arrogant. "Haha, Shinto old dog, if you are not afraid of death, follow me." Yi Qinghan turned around and laughed mischievously. He shouted loudly and activated his demonic voice, causing his voice to appear somewhat bewitching. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a demonic light as he activated his soul extermination. Looking at Yi Qinghan's confident smile, Shintaxiong's heart trembled. Yi Qinghan flew alone in the void, and was not immediately picked up by the Soul Emperor Pavilion. This made Shintaxiong a little hesitant. At this moment he did not see the Soul Emperor Pavilion, which made him even more vigilant. Could it be an ambush? Just when he was under the influence of Yi Qinghan's demonic voice, and couldn't help but think that it was a trap, suddenly billions of golden threads crazily surged towards his soul ocean. Shintaxiong was shocked and thought that he was ambushed. He quickly waved his hands and a huge and terrifying golden sword appeared beside him, ready to kill any enemy that appeared. However, the enemy did not appear, but Shintaxiong realized that some golden soul threads had penetrated into his soul ocean. He was shocked, and activated his soul power to defend against the golden soul threads that crazily attacked him. When he completely cleared the golden soul threads in his mind, he realized that the distance between him and Yi Qinghan was pulled further apart. He knew that he was tricked and he was furious. He quickly chased after Yi Qinghan again. The Ice Queen and Qing Shan, who were at the back, had also gotten closer to the Star Monarch in these 2 seconds. When they saw that even a 9th-grade sovereign Shintaxiong was ambushed by Yi Qinghan, they felt a chill down their spines. This kid was only 3,000 years old and he was already so sick. What would happen if he was a few 100,000 years old or a few million years old? The two of them subconsciously slowed down their flying speed, but Shintaxiong suddenly turned around and looked at them coldly. The two of them laughed bitterly, and were forced to increase their speed again to chase after him. Chapter 1155. Come on. Let's see if you or I will die in this endless space. Yi Qinghan laughed coldly. What was there in the endless space? Black hole. Space whirlpool and endless. Space broken blade current. Yi Qinghan was really quick. Under the use of space power so close, yet so far was terrifyingly fast. He was definitely comparable to a grade 9 expert. If Shintaxiong wanted to catch up to him, he would need a few days. Moreover, this was under the premise that Yi Qinghan didn't need to destroy his soul to attack him. His soul was so strong that the distance that his consciousness could spread was really sick. He could easily disturb Star-Lord. He is coming. Yi Qinghan's pupils constricted and he gave a dark smile. He turned to the left and flew. The Star Sovereign behind didn't hesitate to follow him and fly to the left. Qing Shan and Ice Queen were helpless and flew to the left. Pu. Not long later, a bright golden light flew over like a meteor shower. It was so quick and covered such a wide area that the few of them didn't have time to dodge. Scoff. This idiot is actually so unlucky? I don't need to attack. After a few space-broken blades, there will be no trace of his corpse. Star-Lord saw the space-broken blade current sweeping over. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also really happy. As a grade 9 supreme martial artist, he had lived for millions of years. Although he didn't have much source energy in his body, he could still hold on for a period of time. How many years had it been since Yi Qinghan reached grade 9? How much source energy could he have to consume? Qing Shan and Ice Queen cried out bitterly. Star-Lord was really strong and didn't fear flying in the endless space. However, they didn't have such confidence. The space-broken blade current landed on their bodies and gave out metal clanking sounds. It also took away some of their source energy. The two of them felt their hearts hurt. Continue? Yi Qinghan's consciousness reached behind him. Star-Lord was looking at him like he was an idiot. He laughed. In the future he would know who was the idiot. Yi Qinghan extended his spiritual sense to the limit as he probed the space-shattering saber stream. What did he rely on the most in the endless void? It was a sea of origin energy. The amount of origin energy in his new soul space was frightening. It was at least 10 times more than the Star Monarch's. Moreover, his origin energy was constantly increasing as time passed. Competing in terms of energy consumption was truly a joke. Yi Qinghan suddenly turned around and flew to the right. Although the Star Monarch was extremely puzzled, he could not guess anything and continued to chase after him. After half an hour, the four of them once again suffered the baptism of the spatial blade-shattering current. Xianxia was a little puzzled. Was this kid really an idiot? Why did he deliberately run into the space blade-shattering current? Qingshan Ice Queen attack. A day later, the distance between Yi Qinghan and the Star Monarch was a little closer. Yi Qinghan suddenly turned around and shouted loudly. The 10 god-massacring spears on his body whizzed forward. Accompanying the god-massacring spears were the soul-poison jade knives that filled the sky. Finally, when Xianxia's expression changed, the soul exterminator was activated once again. Xianxia had always been a suspicious person. He had ambushed the battle emperor and had done many shameful things. He didn't really trust the people around him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bestowed the pseudo-primal chaos divine crystal to his own son instead of Li Tao and the others. He was really wary of Qingshan and Ice Queen. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heaven demon voice hollered and he fell for it once more. In the end, he noticed that Qingshan and Ice Queen were far behind. Their faces were filled with shock. When he came back to his senses, the God Slayer spears and the soul poison jade blades were here. In the end, it was still the soul golden threads that he hated that struck his soul. He wasn't afraid of the God Slayer's spear or the soul poison jade knife, but the soul exterminator's attacks were all pervasive. He was distracted just now, and by the time he finished cleaning up, Yi Qinghan had once again widened the distance between them. Despicable and shameless bastard, I will rip you to shreds. Xianxia hollered in rage. Since he became Battle Emperor's disciple, when had he suffered such humiliation? Yi Qinghan was a junior who cultivated for just a few thousand years. Not only did he kill his favorite son, but he was also teasing him time and time again? He could take it but he couldn't. He swore that if he didn't rip Yi Qinghan to shreds, he wouldn't return to the god world. Ice Queen and Qingshan's faces turned dark and sunken. Their speed was similar to Yi Qinghan and they couldn't catch up at all. Were they going to chase him all the way? What if they couldn't return? Pupio. Yi Qinghan brought the three of them. Wherever there was a space blade-shattering current, they would head there. They were having a lot of fun. 5 days later, Qingshan and Ice Queen couldn't take it anymore. During these few days, Yi Qinghan had brought them through at least hundreds of space blade-shattering currents. Yi Qinghan would shout, Lord Devour, attack! Kid, attack! And even the God Emperor Supreme's name was called out. Under the combination of soul destruction and sky demon voice, Star Sovereign became even more suspicious and fell for it time and time again. One couldn't blame Star Sovereign for not being suspicious. That was because normally speaking, Yi Qinghan was someone who had cultivated for just a few thousand years, so his source energy should be really low. Logically speaking, after being baptized by hundreds of space blade-shattering currents, he should have been ripped to shreds. However, he was jumping around. Things that were abnormal were definitely demonic. Sir, we can't take it anymore. If we continue, the space blade-shattering currents will rip us to shreds. Qingshan gritted his teeth and sent a message over. If it was a normal endless space journey, maybe they could last for a few months to half a year. However, Yi Qinghan would go wherever there was a space-shattering blade current. Xianxia waved his hands and didn't force the two of them. Qingshan and Ice Queen heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at the blurry back view of Yi Qinghan before turning around and flying back. If they didn't go faster and were unlucky when they returned, they would face hundreds of space blade-shattering currents. Then they would be dead. Star Sovereign gritted his teeth and chased once more. Yi Qinghan's matter had caused such a huge commotion in the god world, so it had definitely spread out. If he didn't kill Yi Qinghan, it would be a huge blow to his reputation. Most importantly, he saw that the source energy on Yi Qinghan's body was really thin, like, he couldn't take it anymore. However, a few days later, Xianxia realized that he was tricked once more. The source energy on this kid's body was getting thinner and thinner, but damn it, it just didn't shatter. He was like an old man who was about to die, but he was still breathing and didn't die for a few years. Although his heart was burning, Xianxia had to accept an extremely cruel fact. In the endless space he couldn't kill Yi Qinghan at all. His weird sky demon voice and soul destruction attacks were always able to pull apart the distance between them. Moreover, his source energy seemed like it could never be used up. If he continued to chase, the one who would die would definitely be him. Ayo! Under Xianxia's rage, the power of space transformed into a huge golden sword, heavily chopping down at a material plane in the distance. The terrifying energy and the source energy on the surface of the material plane violently collided, producing a loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire material plane to tremble. Then Xianxia looked at the back view in front of him viciously before turning around and walking back. "Shinto, old dog, thank you for giving me a ride. Go back and wash your neck clean. I will come back in a few days to take your dog head. Goodbye." After flying for a few steps, Yi Qinghan's frivolous words could be heard. Xianxia's body trembled, his throat felt hot, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 1156. Ah, so satisfying, so painful. In a small city called Bloodwater beside Blood Sea City, Night Emperor laughed as he dashed into a room upstairs. The three inside were overjoyed. The charming woman opened the barrier and asked, "What's wrong, Brother Knight, good news?" Yi Huang laughed loudly and said, "How satisfying. The Wind Monarch, the Snow Marshal, and the Moon Empress, the three strongest sovereigns in the divine world, had returned with cold expressions. The strongest Star Sovereign had even sent the Blood Knight Sovereign flying with a slap. Yi Qinghan actually escaped from the three strongest sovereigns of the divine world." Wind Monarch, Snow Marshal, and Moon Queen were in disbelief. According to Night Emperor, Yi Qinghan had only cultivated for a few thousand years. Night Emperor had cultivated for less than 10,000 years and reached Venerable Realm. The three thought that Night Emperor was a peerless genius. Even if he wasn't number one in the divine world, he was at least number 2 or 3. But now, compared to his descendants, they were worlds apart. The three were slightly puzzled. Could geniuses be hereditary? Let's go. We'll leave immediately and enter the Beast God's secret realm again. This time, I must think of a way to invite the Beast God to come out. In the future, when Yi Qinghan kills his way back to the divine world, it will be a great help. Yi Huang's entire person was brimming with an ecstatic aura. In the past, in order to save the Fire Dragon continent, the few of them had come to the divine realm to fight. After that, they had been hunted down by the Netherworld race. They had been forced to flee the Misty Continent and wandered the Star Sea. After many encounters, Flower Monarch and some seniors of the Flame Dragon continent died. Finally, they settled at Flame Dragon Island and slowly gathered strength for revenge. Because they received news of the Beast God's secret realm by chance, they immediately went to look for it. After many difficulties, they almost died. After entering the Beast God's secret realm, they didn't expect the Beast God to seal their clansmen, forbidding them to leave the divine world. The four were helpless and cultivated in the Beast God's secret realm for a period. In the end, the most talented Night Emperor lived up to expectations and broke through to Venerable Realm. The four of them were worried about their clansmen and the people of the Flame Dragon continent. He was no longer in the mood to cultivate in the Beast God Arcane Realm. He hurriedly came out and prepared to fight to the death with the Netherworld clan and their backer, the evil Moon Venerable. He would rather die than save the Flame Dragon continent. Unexpectedly, when they returned to the Flaming Dragon Island, there were only a few people left to guard the island. They were told a somewhat absurd matter. An exceptional genius had appeared in the Flame Dragon continent. Not only had he saved the Flame Dragon continent, he had also killed young Master Tu Xie and Venerable Xiegu. He had also driven the Netherworld race out of the Misty Continent. Moreover, he had even built a city in the Divine World and become a sovereign. He had even become sworn brothers with the Misty Monarch, Jida. The four figures dashed towards the teleportation array and went to the Blood Sea City. Then, without stopping, they went to the Star Sea and disappeared into the vast world. The Divine World was in an uproar. After Qing Shan and Ice Queen returned, they didn't hide anything and directly said that they couldn't kill Yi Qinghan. They also vaguely said that Xianxia couldn't either. Xianxia sent the Blood Knight Sovereign flying with a slap, proving that they weren't lying. The three strongest experts of the Divine World chased after Yi Qinghan, but in the end, they returned in failure. Mo Shanghuang, Sovereign Yanran, Sovereign Hidden World, and the three of them were filled with regret. Wind Moon Sovereign and Ice Queen Qing Shan didn't care, but South Mountain Sovereign and Blood Knight Sovereign were filled with fear. The Divine World martial artists sighed and were secretly shocked. This young master had another nickname, the Human-Shaped Demon. He had only cultivated for a few thousand years. If he returned in a few 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years, would the Divine World be in a bloodbath? Because of Yi Qinghan's return, the sky of the Divine World became slightly oppressive. The Starry Sea recently became incomparably turbulent. Under the towering waves, the faint smell of blood enveloped the entire Starry Sea. Yi Qinghan wasn't as excited as people thought he would be. Instead, he was a little depressed. He was lost. It wasn't scary to get lost in other places, but to get lost in the endless void, that would be, damn it. After being chased by Xianxia for more than 10 days, he couldn't remember how far he had flown. Moreover, when Lord Devour brought him to the reincarnation secret realm, he didn't pay attention to the road. Moreover, in the endless void, there was no road. The terrain around was similar. Space vortexes could be seen everywhere, and material planes of different sizes were everywhere. They were like moons hanging in the void. Unless he had heaven-defying luck, like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse, he would never find the reincarnation secret realm with 4 space vortexes. The Wanderer misses you, dear mother. The Wanderer's footsteps have traveled to the ends of the earth, but there's no home. The winter wind blows my tears with the snowflakes. Yi Qinghan softly recited a Wanderer song from his previous life. He felt like a child who had a home but couldn't return. He had wandered in the endless void for half a year, but he hadn't found the familiar terrain in his memory. Yi Qinghan gazed at the countless material planes around him. The origin energy outside was emitting a faint radiance. Feeling the cold and desolate aura in the void, Yi Qinghan felt as though he was a lone meteor drifting through the void. The wind blew over the heaven and earth. After Ronghua's death, he descended to the world and climbed the 9-layered pagoda, watching the meteors for the whole night. Although the meteors were beautiful, who knew the loneliness in their hearts? I can't go on like this. If I continue like this, I'll consume too much of the origin power. If I search blindly, I might not be able to find it even after I've used up all my origin power. I can only go to a material plane first. After a few days, Yi Qinghan couldn't stand it anymore. He dashed into a material plane next to him. As soon as he entered, he immediately hid. His divine sense probed and didn't find any special experts. It was just an ordinary material plane. Yi Qinghan directly entered the War Emperor Palace. Little Han. Boss. Big brother Han Yi. Yi Qinghan entered the small room where the secret books were stored. Only Venerable Li Quan, the Thunder Emperor, Pandora, and the others lived here. As soon as Yi Qinghan appeared, everyone was immediately overjoyed. They stood up and looked at him with shining eyes. It's fine. I've already shaken off Xianxia and the others. I'm now in a material plane. Yi Qinghan pulled Pandora's hand and comforted her, smiling relaxedly. The few of them sighed and looked at Yi Qinghan in a new light. They were all in high spirits, but after a moment Yi Qinghan said that he was lost, and the few of them were stunned. Emperor Yu, do you know the way to the secret realm of reincarnation? Yi Qinghan placed his last hope on Emperor Yu. In the past, Emperor Yu had traveled with Lord Devour. Perhaps he had also gone to the secret realm of reincarnation. No. I haven't been to the secret realm of reincarnation. I've only heard about it from Big Sister. Emperor Yu shook his head. Everyone was sad. In this endless void, if one didn't know the direction, how could it be easy to find the secret realm of reincarnation? However, after a while, Emperor Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. He laughed heartily. Although I don't know the location of the secret realm of reincarnation, I know the location of a place. In the past, I went there with Big Sister Soul Emperor. Where? Yi Qinghan's spirit was shaken. He hurriedly asked. Emperor Yu grinned and said, the Flame Dragon Plain. The Flame Dragon Continent? Venerable Li Quan didn't understand, but Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei's eyes suddenly brightened. They laughed heartily. As long as they could return to the Flame Dragon Continent, they could find the secret realm of reincarnation. This was because there was a special rabbit in the dark castle of the Flame Dragon Continent. Lord Devour's main body. Chapter 1157. The Flame Dragon Continent was peaceful. Yi Qinghan's rise had established his position as the overlord of the Tsang City continent. The experts of the Yi family were as many as the clouds. The Flame Dragon Island's experts had returned to the Flame Dragon Continent. The House of Aries' Long, Feng, Hua, and Yu families had risen because of their relationship with Yi Qinghan. The number of experts in the House of Aries could be compared to a mid-level family in the god world. The barbarian god Manor and the demon god Manor were scared of them. Why would they dare to act rashly? On the surface, the continent looked incomparably peaceful. People lived in peace and contentment. The disciples of the continent loved martial arts. They followed Yi Qinghan's example and cultivated diligently. The place was full of vigor and vitality. However, in the holy land of the continent, the Yi family's castle didn't have the cheerful atmosphere that the people of the continent had imagined. Quite the contrary, it was heavy and depressing. Under Lord Devour's order, everybody was forced to return to the Flame Dragon continent from the Flame Dragon City. Although Yi Tianlong and Yi Luyun didn't know what had happened, they were sure that something big had happened. Otherwise they wouldn't have been sent back. The most important thing was that besides Lord Devour's order, asking them to stay in the Flame Dragon continent, there was no other news. Yi Qinghan hadn't come back either. At that time Yi Qinghan was the frigid night sovereign. In Yi Tianlong's group's eyes, he was the peak existence of the god world. But now, something so strange had happened. There was no reason to explain it. They were sure that something big had happened. Something that Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan couldn't deal with. Several thousand years of worry and consideration had made the atmosphere above the Yi family's castle heavier and heavier. Swish, swish. Today the Tsang city was very lively. The city was full of people on the streets. The outside of the Yi family's castle was decorated with lanterns and colorful ribbons. Apparently, a happy event was about to happen. Young Master Yi Longxiang and young Lady Longfian got married today. It's the biggest event in 100 years. Isn't that so? Young Master Yi Longxiang is the #1 genius after the Frost Emperor. He's only 16 this year, but he's already broken through to the deity realm. Young Master Yi Sihan also reached the deity realm at the age of 20, right? Miss Longfian isn't bad either. She's the continent's #1 beauty and she's only 15 years old, but she's already reached the Emperor realm. The Long family has also produced a peerless genius, comparable to Miss Long Sinan from back then. What a match made in heaven. Today young Master Yi Longxiang and Miss Longfian will get drunk. Tsang City was filled with discussions about Yi Longxiang and Longfian. The citizens of the city were sincerely happy for the two of them. Of course there were also people who were envious and jealous, but they didn't dare to show it. Because of the wedding of the peerless genius of the younger generation, the atmosphere in the castle was no longer as gloomy. Even the ancestor Yi Tianlong came out of the back mountain to sincerely bless the couple. Although Yi Chang didn't continue to be the clan leader of the Yi family, today's wedding was his direct descendant, so he made an exception and came out to welcome the guests. At this moment he was laughing and chatting with Feng Zi, who was still carrying a huge sword on his back. Clan leader Feng Zi, please come in. The Flowers and Plants clan leader is already waiting for you inside. He said he's going to get drunk today. Feng Zi stroked his hair and laughed heroically. Haha, that Flowers and Plants transvestite wants to get me drunk? It's not that I, Feng Zi, am bragging, but when it comes to drinking, I'm not convinced by anyone except the Frost Emperor. Ha. Wrong. Other than submitting to the Frost Emperor, you're also leaning on the wall. A pleasant female voice interrupted from the side. It was a woman and her age couldn't be seen. Her figure and appearance were both above average, especially the heroic spirit on her face, which made her have a unique temperament. Feng Zi turned to look and revealed a teasing smile. He leaned over and said quietly, Miss Sinan, can you not be sarcastic to me? Miss Sinan, it's not that I'm scolding you, but it's been a few thousand years. More than 10 generations of your descendants have already married, but you're still... Humph, lunatic, are you looking for a beating? Do you believe that I won't cripple all your limbs with that little strength of yours? Long Sanan's expression darkened when she heard this. Divine power burst forth from her body, and she was about to attack. Yi Chang, who was at the side, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly pulled the two of them back and comforted them before inviting everyone in. The Yi family castle was filled with distinguished guests, and there weren't many seats. Of course, those who weren't at the peak of the continent didn't have the right to sit in every seat. Yi Tianlong and Yi Luyun sat at the head of the table. The various old ancestors of the Flame Dragon Island took their seats one after another. There were many beautiful ladies of the Yu family present, which made the atmosphere incomparably intense. When a pair of newlyweds came out, the atmosphere reached its peak. Yi Longxiang was handsome and talented, while Longfian was worthy of being called the #1 beauty of the continent's young generation. She was comparable to Yu Qingqing back then. The two of them clearly adored each other, and their faces were filled with affection. The pair of newlyweds first started to serve tea to the few old ancestors. However, when it was Yi Luyun's turn, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. He didn't pay attention to it, and instead shot up into the sky with an ecstatic expression. The people present were all experts of the continent. After being stunned for a moment, they also realized the situation. They were all overjoyed, and their divine power vibrated as they shot up into the sky. The crowd was in an uproar as they all flew up into the sky. A green figure stood proudly in the sky, and his face was filled with sorrow. Returning to the Flame Dragon continent once again, Yi Qinghan felt as if it was a lifetime ago. He felt as if he was still in the Holy Continent in another plane last night, But today he had returned to the flame dragon continent that he had been dreaming about. He's back. Countless figures shot up from below, and all of them were trembling slightly. Those who knew Yi Qinghan were ecstatic, and those who didn't know Yi Qinghan could guess his identity from their expressions. Long Sinan was the most excited. Looking at the familiar figure, the man in her dreams, her tears fell silently, sprinkling over Tsang City below. Yi Longxiang and Long Fian were even more ecstatic. Today was their big day, and the legendary figure of the Yi family had suddenly returned? Little Han. Cold Emperor. Young Master Han. Monarch. Countless shouts resounded. At this moment, thousands of years of worry, thousands of years of waiting, all turned into tears, raining down on Tsang City. Buzz. Yi Qinghan's eyes were also sparkling as he smiled and nodded. At this moment, there was a ripple in space and a rabbit with eyes as white as snow and rubies suddenly appeared in the sky. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. Sir, I'm back. Yi Qinghan didn't kneel to Yi Tianlong or Yi Qingyo. Quite strangely he kneeled to this rabbit. He couldn't hold back his tears anymore, rolling down his face. The snow-white rabbit's body shuddered, and its body transformed. A red figure appeared in the air. He wore a familiar red robe and had a delicate and pretty face. However, that cold and indifferent expression that never changed had disappeared, and in its place was a face filled with excitement. His lips trembled, and after a long while he finally said, "Little Han? Is that you?" "Lord Devour." Yi Tianlong and the others finally got it. They hurried to kowtow to Lord Devour to greet him. No one had thought that the guardian beast of the Flame Dragon continent was Lord Devour. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Get up. Get up." Lord Devour tried to hold back the tears in his eyes, waving his hands unceasingly. His face was glowing as if he was hundreds of thousands of years younger. She turned her head, bewildered. Then she remembered something, asking hurriedly, "Xiaohei, where's Xiaohei? Little Han, has Xiaohei evolved?" Yi Qinghan swung his hand, and the slaughter god saber appeared. Xiaohei's figure roared as he screamed, little ant, we're back. We're back. Big sister. Little you missed you so much." Lord Devour saw Xiaohei's appearance and saw Yi Qinghan teleporting Emperor Yu, Venerable Li Quan, and the others. His face was so happy, his bright eyes gazing at Yi Qinghan, nodding continually. "I knew it. I knew little Han would come back. You're always a man who can create miracles. I'm proud of you." Chapter 1158. Reincarnation Secret Territory. A fiery red figure suddenly dashed out of a courtyard in a frenzy, and stood in the air above the courtyard. Like a crazy person she shouted, "Everyone come out, haha, come out, little Han, he's back, little Han is back." Swish, 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 swish. So many figures soared up into the sky, their sole consciousness scanning the reincarnation secret territory. Yu Qingqing, Li Shui, Fireworks and Yao Ji were thrilled. However, when their sole consciousness scanned the reincarnation secret territory, they didn't find Yi Qinghan. Their faces darkened, and many pairs of hopeful eyes gazed at Lord Devour. Jita was a little worried. Did Lord Devour lose his mind because he missed little Han so much? "Everybody follow me." Sure, you stay here. Yao Ji, take us to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. We're going to pick up little Han. Lord Devour didn't explain but turned to Yao Ji. Everybody's eyes brightened. Lord Devour looked normal. Met. Yi Qinghan was back. Mom, Dad and Big Uncle are back. Is it true? Li Shui, hugged a cute small beast, talking to Li Shui, excitedly. Li Shui, looked at Lord Devour anxiously. Before they got the answer, Li Shui, Yu Qingqing and Fireworks didn't dare to talk, as they were afraid that it was just a beautiful dream. They're back. They're in the Fire Dragon continent. My real body is there. Why would I lie to you? Lord Devour turned around and smiled, his face calming down a little bit. This time it was the people behind him who couldn't stay calm. Fireworks, Yi Qingyu and the others started to cry. Even Yi Yaorao, the most indifferent one, had tears hovering in her eyes, her soft body shivering. Xiao. The Soul Emperor Pavilion soared into the sky, turning into a meteor that rapidly flew into the endless void. Lunatic, we haven't seen each other for several thousand years. You're still as elegant as before. Did Boundless bully you? Inside the Yi family's castle, Yi Qinghan and his fellows settled down in the Yi family's castle after Lord Devour told them that her clone had taken the Soul Emperor Pavilion to this place. All the martial artists in the War Imperial Palace were teleported out. Lei Jin and Yu the Arch also teleported the Yi family army and the Soul Eater army out. Paragon Li Quan and Duanfei Yu teleported the few immediate family members out from their spatial artifacts. The huge Yi family castle was full of people. It was very lively. At this moment, in Yi Qinghan's Chilling Heart Pavilion, Yi Qinghan was meeting with a few of his old friends, Feng Zi, Wuxia, and Long Sainan. Yi Qinghan had given Feng Zi and Hua Zi divine crystals to them. Now they were all god emperors. However, Long Sainan didn't accept it. Instead, she cultivated on her own, reaching the divine general level. It took her several thousand years to reach the divine general level. Most importantly, she was in the fiery dragon continent, where the spirit chi was scarce. Haha, young Master Han, I'm sorry. Feng Zi scratched his head. Being henpecked by his wife was his pain for the rest of his life. Wuxia sighed, "Sigh, I envy young Master Han's life. Although it's hard and dangerous, it's exciting. Lunatic and I are bored to death on this continent." Harumph, young Master Han has risked his life to get the glory he has today. Do you know how much he has suffered and how much blood he has shed? Not everyone who works hard can reach the top. However, those who can reach the top have to pay a lot of sweat and blood. Long Sainan said faintly. Her face was natural as she talked cheerfully. She seemed to have returned to the young lady of the Long family who had fought together with Yi Qinghan in the palace war. Haha, who would want to be a vagabond if they could live a happy and peaceful life? Yi Qinghan let out a long sigh. Ever since he came to this world, his biggest dream was to bring along his beautiful wife and child, living a peaceful and happy life without any worries. It was just that 8 or 9 out of 10 things in the world didn't go according to one's wishes. Yi Qinghan now understood that if he wanted to live the life he wanted, he had to work hard. In this world there was no one stronger than him. Only then could he truly control his own life and protect the people he wanted to protect. Chatting with his childhood playmates, Yi Qinghan felt extremely warm and comfortable. He couldn't help but think of the fiery dragon continent. He thought of the mansion battle, the bald man with the strange tattoos, the dual-eyed Shui Wuhan, and finally, the barbarian city. He thought of the flower of the barbarian city, his first woman. The Dark Moon refused to be his wife because she stabbed him with a knife back then because she felt guilty. She returned to the barbarian city and expressed that she wanted to be his mistress. The door of the Dark Moonin's backyard was always open for him alone. Yi Qinghan felt slightly guilty. He had returned to the Man City several times, but he hadn't visited her. Was this coquettish lady boss doing well? Yi Qinghan used his divine sense and stood up happily. He excused himself to the 3 and teleported away. After Yi Qinghan left, Feng Zi and Hua Hua looked at each other and turned to the slightly gloomy Long Sainan. "Miss Sainan, why didn't you seize the opportunity? When will your unrequited love end?" "Haha, he has so many wives. I'm just a broken flower. Why should I join in the fun? Besides, I'm used to living in the Fire Dragon continent. I can't adapt to his life." Long Sainan smiled and shook her head. She stood up and left slowly. She walked to the door alone and looked to the south. She smiled faintly and murmured bitterly, "The furthest distance in the world isn't the endless void. It's not that I can't say I love you, it's that I want to break your heart, but I can only bury it deep in my heart." The Man City. It used to be a small city in the south, but now it was only second to the 6 main cities. There had been no war in the continent for thousands of years. In order to train, warriors could only search for magical beasts. No one dared to enter the dark forest. Hence, the barbaric mountains and the misty swamp became the main places for warriors to train. After thousands of years, the biggest hotel in the Man City, Dark Moon Hotel, had been expanded several times and became the top hotel in the Fire Dragon continent. People came and went and it was very lively. The lady boss was called Dark Moon. She was a stunner, but her identity was a mystery and her strength was unknown. She was coquettish and enchanting. She was like a rose with thorns, becoming the most beautiful scenery in the Man City. Young masters and powerful warriors who had come to the Man City were all very interested in this rose with thorns. Countless people wanted to keep her in their rooms as their private pets and play with her day and night. However, no one had succeeded after so many years. They could pursue her openly, and the lady boss was very easy to talk to. She would tease them casually and coquettishly, making one's body itch and unable to stop. However, for so many years, no one had been able to enter her backyard. As for those who wanted to do something to her in the dark, they had all disappeared without exception. In the lobby of the hotel, countless pairs of fiery eyes stared at the beautiful lady boss. She walked into the backyard while twisting her plump buttocks and began her daily lunch break. They were all secretly swallowing their saliva. "Damn, this coquettish hussy wants to hang us here. I haven't gone back for 10 years because of her. A burly man suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at the tightly shut door of the backyard. "What are you shouting for? If you have the guts, why don't you force your way in?" Someone next to him shouted in a strange tone. "Of course I don't dare." The burly man snorted coldly, but he did not move. Finally, he took out a handful of purple coins and slammed them on the table. "However, do you dare? If anyone dares to enter today, I will give him 100,000 purple coins and my inferior-grade godly weapon." The hall was dead silent. Not to mention them, even a hedonistic son of the Yi family had tried to force his way in. In the end he was slapped and taken away immediately. He never appeared in the Man City again. Not to mention that the hedonistic son had refined the divine crystal and his strength had reached the divine king realm, who would dare to be more confident than the people of the Yi family. "I dare." A calm voice came from the door. A harmless-looking man in a green robe walked in leisurely and smiled at the crowd. He then walked straight to the backyard. Under the shocked gazes of the hundreds of warriors in the lobby, the man in the green robe swaggered in. "Oh, it's you, little man?" Then the crowd's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The thorny rose sprinted out of the backyard like a fire and hugged the man in the green robe affectionately as they walked into the room in the backyard. Finally, the door to the room was slammed shut with a loud bang. Chapter 1159. Let me tell you, the situation at that time was extremely dangerous. The god of light from another plane was extremely powerful, one level stronger than the boss. The monarch behind him was even more powerful than the god of light. There was a tiger in front and a wolf in the back. The boss made up his mind. When two enemies met on a narrow path, the brave would win. The boss dashed forward with lightning speed and activated the Soul Exterminator. At that critical moment, I, Lord Xiaohe, also made up my mind. Using up all the energy in my soul body, I used up the god of light. In the end, I successfully swallowed the god of light. The superior 9th level experts behind me were scared witless by my Lord Xiaohe, and the boss's power. They ran away in a hurry. Ancestor Xiaohe is too powerful. That's right. If it wasn't for Ancestor Xiaohe, it would have been really dangerous. Ancestor Xiaohe's life is really legendary. You're really my idol. Not at all. I, Lord Xiaohe, still have a lot of legendary stories that I haven't told you. The boss and I have gone through too many ups and downs these years. We've seen through a lot of things. Fame and fortune are like me, like what? Like floating clouds. You juniors must remember, don't be arrogant and impatient. Cultivation is the way of the king. The sky of the divine realm belongs to you juniors. Xiaohe was flying in the air at the back mountain of the Yi family. Below him were the juniors of the Yi family and the Yu family. Yi Longxiang and the others didn't dare to bother Yi Qinghan. Xiaohe was the most fun. He didn't put on airs, so he pestered him to tell them the legendary stories of Yi Qinghan these years. Yi Xiaohe, you're exaggerating again. Two figures suddenly appeared at the back mountain of the Yi family. One was dressed in a green robe, with a kind and gentle smile on his face. The other was slim with blue hair and blue eyes. Her appearance was comparable to Long Fian, who stood beside Yi Longxiang, but her temperament was better. Greetings, old ancestor, greetings, Lord Pandora. Dozens of young elites of the Yi family who were sitting at the back of the mountain hurriedly stood up and were about to kneel down to greet Yi Qinghan. Get up, all of you. I don't like these empty formalities. Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and gently waved his hand. Everyone wanted to kneel, but they couldn't. They couldn't help but look at Yi Qinghan with even more worship and fanaticism. Guard against arrogance and rashness. Cultivating properly is the way of the king. Xiaohe's words are right. The heavens move vigorously, and we should constantly strive to improve ourselves. If you want to become strong, you must have a strong heart. Yi Qinghan's expression turned serious. Since all the elite disciples were present today, he would give them a few words of advice. Looking at them, Yi Qinghan felt that they were living a blissful life. After he turned 15, he had been fighting against fate. Even now, he still had to work tirelessly. Old ancestors' teachings are right. We will remember them. Yi Longxiang led a group of people and hurriedly bowed. It was a great honor to be able to receive personal guidance from Yi Qinghan. Just as Yi Longxiang and the others were about to ask for more guidance, Yi Qinghan suddenly raised his eyebrows. His body disappeared from the spot and reappeared high up in the sky. Following that, Xiaohe also became excited. He turned into a shadow and flew up into the sky. At the same time, countless figures shot out and stood beside Yi Qinghan, looking up at the sky. Whoosh! A black dot shot down from the sky and became bigger and bigger in the eyes of the crowd. The last 9-story pagoda stopped in front of Yi Qinghan. Following that, countless figures appeared in the sky. Before they could see them clearly, a fragrant breeze blew over. A few women rushed over like the wind and threw themselves at Yi Qinghan. They hugged each other tightly and tears rolled down their cheeks. It was a touching scene. Everyone in the mystic realm of reincarnation had come. Li Shu'er looked at the familiar small beast in the sky. He flew over and stretched out his hand, but he only passed through him. She could not help but be stunned on the spot. "Shu'er, I'm sorry." Xiao He was originally in the form of a soul-eater beast. At this moment he hurriedly twisted and turned into his human form. He looked at Li Shu'er apologetically. Yi Qinghan quickly patted his wives beside him. When they heard Xiao He's words, they were not so emotional anymore. This would make Li Shu'er even more sad. "It's all right, Xiao He. As long as you are alive, it's fine. It's better than anything else. We are not sad, but we are afraid that you will be sad." Li Shu'er hurriedly wiped away her tears. Her stubborn expression made people's hearts ache. Then she suddenly thought of something. She turned her head and said to the demon eater, who was stunned in the sky and looking at Xiao He curiously, "Yao Yao, come over and greet your father." The demon eater blinked its eyes. Then, its small figure squirmed and turned into a charming young lady. She had yet to cultivate to the God Emperor level. It was obvious that Li Shu'er had taught her the transformation technique. The demon eater shyly flew over and stared at Xiao He with its big eyes. Then, it knelt down respectfully and said with a voice that was like a silver bell, "Yao Yao greets Lord Father." "Yao Yao?" Xiao He's lips trembled a few times. He carefully sized up the demon eater. His body shivered and he stretched out his hands to help the demon eater up subconsciously. However, he forgot that he was a spirit body. His hands passed through the demon eater's body. He smiled awkwardly and rubbed his hands together, not knowing what to do. Finally, he looked at Yi Qinghan and said anxiously, "Boss, I, Lord Xiao He, have a daughter? What should I do now? Should I give her a gift or something?" Yi Qinghan turned around and quietly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Yu Qingqing, Fireworks and the others also turned around. Their bodies shivered unceasingly as they sobbed. Their tears scattered in the sky again. "Yao Yao, come to uncle." Yi Qinghan forcefully suppressed the pain in his heart. He forced a smile and waved at the demon eater. Then, his hand flipped and a dazzling 7-colored divine crystal appeared. He looked at the demon eater lovingly and said, "This is a pseudo-primal chaos divine crystal. It's a gift from uncle to you on behalf of your father. Your father loves you a lot. He's a great man. Without your father, uncle would have died many times already. So you can't blame him. If you want to blame someone, blame your uncle." Pseudo-primal chaos divine crystal. Lord Devour, Venerable Li Quan and Emperor Yu shivered. They knew the value of this item. It was a rare treasure that could create a rank 9 expert. Yi Qinghan had so many sons, but he gave it to the demon eater as a gift for their first meeting? "Boss, it's too precious." Of course, Xiao He knew the value of this item, so he was more flustered. Li Shu'er got Venerable Li Quan's message. Seeing Lord Devour's face, she also knew how precious this item was. As she was about to say something, Yi Qinghan's resolute eyes stopped her. Yao Yao, on the other hand, didn't understand. She grabbed him, smiled sweetly, bowed and bounced back to Li Shu'er's side. She said with a tender smile, "Thank you, uncle. Yao Yao has always known that father and uncle are great people. Mother has told me many stories about father and you." Then the demon eater instinctively turned to Xiao He. Her smile was a little forced, and her beautiful eyes were a little bit gloomy. Although Xiao He was alive, he could talk and his power was comparable to a rank 9 expert. However, he didn't have a real body, so it felt a little strange. With Yi Qinghan's powerful consciousness, he could obviously easily sense the little Yao Yao's abnormality. He felt pain in his heart once again. He let out a long breath and said resolutely, "Yao Yao, please believe me. I will definitely think of every possible way to kill Shin Xiong, obtain the body-stealing secret technique, and help Little Black reconstruct his true body. Shin Xiong, I must kill you." His voice was sonorous, filled with endless pain and anger, echoing above the entire Tsang city. It was so desolate. Chapter 1160. Yi Qinghan's group stayed in the Fire Dragon continent for a month. They toured the continent with Xiao He and his wife and children, following the path that Yi Qinghan had taken in the past. Honorable Li Quan was accompanied by Yu Duanfei and the Thunder Monarch. Li Quan doted on his only granddaughter, Demon Eater. Yu Duanfei also doted on Yin Ling-er and Yin Ling-er. The Thunder Monarch accompanied Hua Yener's daughter every day and was extremely happy. Although his children had never seen Yi Qinghan since they were young, they were all adults now. They were very respectful to Yi Qinghan. They all knew that Yi Qinghan had fought hard to protect his family, the Fire Dragon continent, and to kill his way back to the divine world for revenge. He was even stranded in another plane. Now that he was back, he was overjoyed. Even if he blamed him, it disappeared without a trace. Yi Qinghan doted on Demon Eater very much, even more than his own children. He brought her everywhere he went. Demon Eater had not cultivated to the god the Arch Realm and could not transform into a human. She was considered underage as a super divine beast. She doted on her uncle from the bottom of her heart. Demon Eater was very happy. She immediately became familiar with Yi Qinghan and their relationship was very good. Although Yu Qingqing and the rest blamed Yi Qinghan for not forgetting his romantic nature in such a dangerous place, Pandora's existence made the girls accept him. But since Yi Qinghan brought him back, the girls could only accept him. Pandora was very pure and was quickly liked by the girls. After a month they were like family. Pandora was completely at ease and settled down. The group stayed in the Fire Dragon continent for a month before setting off for the reincarnation mystic realm. The Fire Dragon continent was a material plane. It was small and lacking in spiritual energy. It was not good for cultivation. Yi Tianlong and the rest were not willing to leave the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to bring some talented disciples to the reincarnation mystic realm to be nurtured. The 9-story pagoda flew away under the gazes of millions of warriors. Countless sad and hopeful gazes were left behind. Miss Sinan, do you really plan to be alone for the rest of your life? Feng Zi sighed and looked at Long Sinan, who was looking at the sky with a gloomy look in her eyes. Loving someone doesn't mean you have to stay with him forever. I've loved him before, and that's enough. Long Sinan shook her head slightly as a sweet smile appeared on her lips. She did not say anything else. Miss, why didn't you let Frost the Arch take you away? In the Dark Moon Hotel, an old man with a hunched back looked at Dark Moon who was standing in the backyard and sighed deeply. The coquettish landlady of the barbarian city, and Yi smiled faintly, turned around and walked into the front hall, leaving a sentence. Little man, he belongs to the Sea of Stars and I, Dark Moon, belong to the Dark Moon Hotel. My lord, here's another pseudo-chaos divine crystal. Who do you think we should give it to? On the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan, Lord Devour, and Yao Ji were sitting in a small hall discussing something. Lord Devour was a little surprised. You don't want to give it to Sihan? Of course I want to give it to her. I even want to give it to each of the kids. I owe them a lot. However, at this critical moment, how can we let them waste it? They don't have much experience in fighting, martial techniques, or comprehension of the martial path. Yi Qinghan's expression was resolute. Clearly he had considered this matter carefully. He continued, therefore this pseudo-chaos divine crystal can only be given to one of Venerable Li Quan, Monarch Yu, Duanfei Yu or Yao Ji to strengthen our side. Thunder Emperor, you don't need to ask. His innate endowment isn't bad. I'm sure he wants to cultivate to level 9. If so, we shouldn't waste Yao Yao's crystal. This kid's innate endowment isn't bad. It's a waste to refine it now. Moreover, she has the innate abilities of the soul-devouring beast and the dream demon dragon mount. Her future will be limitless. Lord Devour said resolutely. Pondering for a while, he looked at Yao Ji and asked, Yao Ji, do you want it? Do you want to refine it? Yao Ji shook her head. I don't want it. My competence is too low and my comprehension of the martial path is too low. Refining it won't be as good as the other 3. I should continue to study my restrictions. All right then. Lord Devour made up his mind. Give these 2 pseudo-chaos divine crystals to Little Yu and Li Quan. They have enough experience in fighting and they've been cultivating for a long time. It's almost impossible for them to break through. Yu Duanfei still has a chance to break through to level 9. Lei Jin's chance is even bigger. Where's Yu Duanfei? I'll explain it to him. Yi Qinghan nodded. Lord Devour was right, but he still felt a little guilty for the beast-devouring beast. Suddenly he remembered Shinto-Wuji's divine crystal and decided to give it to her. Shinto-Wuji had refined the pseudo-chaos divine crystal and fused it with his own divine crystal. Although it wasn't a pseudo-chaos divine crystal anymore, it was still 100 times more precious than a Venerable's divine crystal. Listening to Yi Qinghan, Lord Devour nodded, took the divine crystal from Yi Qinghan and teleported away. Shortly he returned with a pseudo-chaos divine crystal. Then he summoned Emperor Yu and Venerable Li Quan, giving them 2 divine crystals. Emperor Yu and Venerable Li Quan couldn't help smiling. Level 9. Who didn't want to reach level 9? especially Emperor Yu, who was lucky enough to break through to the Venerable Realm. He didn't expect that he would have a chance to become a level 9 expert. Although it was just a pseudo-level 9, just the fact that he could use the space power would put him above all the Venerables. Then Lord Devour summoned Thunder Emperor and Yu Duanfei again, explaining that Yi Qinghan had already told him about Lei Zhen, so he didn't mind. Although Yu Duanfei felt it was a pity, when Lei Zhen glanced over, he immediately expressed that he didn't mind. Yi Qinghan wasn't in the mood to cultivate. He spent his days chatting with his wives and children. His sons and daughters were by his side, enjoying the happiness of a family. Among his wives and children, Yu Qingqing's cultivation speed was the fastest. She had reached the peak of God King realm. Her strange divine sound law was something that even a 5th-grade war god couldn't match. Yi Sihan had reached the peak of God General and was about to break through to the God King realm. Her sons and daughters were at least at the 3rd level of Heaven God. None of them had refined divine crystals. All of them had comprehended the law to become gods. Yi Qinghan was very pleased. The demon devourer was the most talented. She was born around the same time as Yi Qinghan's children, but she had already reached the 1st level of God King realm. Even Yi Sihan had to admit that she wasn't as talented as her. Although her personality was as weird as Xiao Hei's, under Lier's influence, she was very diligent in her cultivation. This made Xiao Hei feel ashamed and proud. Xiao Hei seemed to have matured a lot during this time. In front of the demon devourer and Yi Qinghan's children, she was very serious and put on airs. However, after getting to know each other, she reverted to her old ways. She often bragged about her heroic deeds to Yi Qinghan's children, which made Yi Qinghan not know whether to laugh or cry. Yi Qinghan had successfully brought Supremacy Li Quan, Thunder Emperor, Yu Emperor, and Yu Duanfei out of the divine realm. Everyone's worries and knots had been resolved. In addition, Xiao Hei had completely evolved. His overall strength was comparable to a fake 9th grade. Everyone was in a good mood. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was joyous and harmonious. After 4 months of flight, the Soul Emperor Pavilion finally landed on the reincarnation plane. Li Shirshir and Jida came out to welcome them. Jida was a 9th grade, so he couldn't enter a material plane. Otherwise it would collapse. Of course, a medium plane like the reincarnation mystic realm could be entered at will, so he stayed here. Yi Qinghan and Jida were happy to see each other. Jida treated him very well, like a real brother. Moreover, the two of them had similar interests. Gid saw Pandora beside Yu Qingcheng and laughed mischievously. He transmitted his voice and said, "Little Han, you're awesome. Big brother really admires you. Not only did you come back from a different plane, you even brought back a charming beauty. Are you going to wander around or pick up girls?" Yi Qinghan looked at Jida's side and saw Li Shirshir's tender eyes. He chuckled and said, "Big brother, you're not bad either. I heard that you didn't even manage to get your hands on Li Shirshir before Sir came to pick us up. You managed to get your hands on her in less than a year. Just one word for it." The two of them looked at each other and laughed. Their expressions were extremely wretched. It was as if heroes appreciated each other. Chapter 1161. Reincarnation Island had brought a large number of people this time, and the original courtyard was obviously not enough. Li Shirshir immediately ordered people to expand, turning Reincarnation Island into a huge city. Yi Qinghan, Lord Devourer, Jida, and the others stayed in the East City. The Soul Devourer Army, Yi Family Army, and the eminent elders and Yi family members stayed in the West City. Grand Elder Jiao Shanshan was overjoyed at Emperor Yu's return. When she learned that Emperor Yu had broken through to the Supremacy Realm and was now refining the pseudo-primal Chaos Divine Crystal, she was even more overjoyed. The entire Reincarnation Island was filled with cheers and laughter. With Yi Qinghan's return, Lord Devourer was completely at ease. He no longer forced himself to cultivate. In fact, she knew that she and Jida would not make any progress no matter how hard they cultivated. However, at that time she thought that Yi Qinghan would not return. Coupled with her guilt toward Xiao Hei, she did not dare to come out. At this moment, Lord Devourer was glowing. He and Jida continued their plan to nurture geniuses. Back then she was able to create the abnormal Yi Qinghan. She was very experienced in this aspect, and she was even more ruthless than Jida. Under her arrangements, all the geniuses started to cultivate methodically. They experienced life and death situations and comprehended the laws. Everyone started to cultivate diligently, preparing to fight their way back to the divine world. Yi Qinghan led a group of people into the War Imperial Hall. He opened all the restrictions, and the largest hall with the mysterious stone steels could be entered and exited freely. Yu Qingqing Yin Linger, and the others could enter freely to comprehend the laws and cultivate god power. He continued to perfect the God Slayer spear. At this moment only one spear had the origin power and it was not very stable. But in this unstable situation he could use all kinds of methods to kill Deus. This showed how powerful it was. If all 10 spears had the origin power, Yi Qinghan believed that he could fight Deus head-on. Lord Devour had already given him the supreme treasure of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's 9th floor, the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal. As long as Yi Qinghan's strength reached a certain level, he would be able to refine it and increase his overall strength to that of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Then he would lead everyone back to the divinity realm. However, Yi Qinghan was not in a rush to refine the chaotic divine crystal. Deep down, he had never really liked refining divine crystals, even if they were the most powerful and precious divine crystals in the world. He knew very well that once he refined this chaotic divine crystal, even though his strength would soar in a short period of time, he would never be able to improve again in this lifetime. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan's cultivation level was still low, so he didn't need to refine it immediately. It would be best if this primal chaos divine crystal was refined by someone whose nomological powers had reached 9th grade and above. That way they would definitely be able to reach 9th grade supremacy. Therefore, if he wasn't certain that he could kill Shin Xiong, Yi Qinghan wouldn't refine it. He didn't need to worry about this matter anymore. Inside the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan controlled the restriction and divided the huge hall into 2. He left a small space for the women and the demon devourer demon to cultivate. He cultivated the God Slayer spear alone. As his hands danced, the 10 spears were like swimming dragons, entangling and swimming around him. From time to time they would be attached with origin energy and from time to time they would collapse. From time to time, they would whiz into the hall at lightning speed, causing everyone in the small hall to exclaim in surprise. Mother, what technique is father cultivating? What a domineering aura. Although there are restrictions to isolate it, I still feel a strong sense of oppression. A beautiful woman sat next to Yin Ling-er. She looked very similar to Yin Ling-er, but her figure wasn't as hot as Yin Ling-er's. She was called Yi Zishi, and her name was given by Yin Ling-er. She also had a twin brother called Yi Ziyu. Yin Ling-er's strength wasn't high, and she didn't like to cultivate in the past. After giving birth to Zishi and Ziyu, she focused all her attention on them. Therefore, she couldn't understand what Yi Qinghan was cultivating. Boss is currently cultivating the God Slayer spear. This is a method of using the power of space. However, this is boss's own creation. In this world there are countless planes and no one can create it. This God Slayer spear is extremely powerful. Back then, in the planar battlefield within the Devil Mountain, I relied on this as well as my Lord Little Black's Devour skill, to kill that 9th rank Radiant God. This God Slayer spear is something that even the old War Emperor was amazed by. With the juniors present, Xiaohei didn't transform into the Soul Devourer beast and lay on the ground. Instead, he transformed into his human form and sat lazily on the ground. Of course, it would be more accurate to say that he floated on the ground. He didn't have a physical body, so there was no difference between floating and sitting. God Slayer spear, God Slayer saber, father specially created them to kill Shin Xiong. So powerful. Of course little uncle is also powerful. Yizishi sighed incomparably. Then she glanced at Xiaohei and quickly stuck out her tongue. Only then did Xiaohei chuckle in satisfaction. Stop chatting and work hard on your cultivation. Although luck played a part in your father's achievements today, you will never know how much he suffered and how much blood he shed. If you want to become stronger and help your father in the future, work hard on your cultivation. Yu Qingqing, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, opened her eyes and said indifferently. Yu Qingqing's temperament was extraordinary. Coupled with her powerful strength, she had always been the mistress of Yi Qinghan's harem. Everyone respected her very much. The moment she spoke, everyone stopped chatting and started to work hard on their cultivation. Xiaohei smiled embarrassedly and slipped into the God Slayer saber to sleep. Less than 100 years. The God Slayer spear has finally been infused with origin energy. Furthermore, it is incomparably stable. Now, even if I face an upper 9th grade expert, I will have the confidence to face him head-on. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, close to 100 years had passed. Yi Qinghan had completely mastered the God Slayer spear. With a wave of his hand, 10 long spear palaces suddenly appeared in the void like ghosts. Then they quickly circled around him. The spearheads were sparkling and translucent. Under the control of his divine sense, the 10 long spears flew, circled, and swam in the air. Their speed was as fast as lightning. They were even more agile than fish in the water. After flying in the air for 1 hour, Yi Qinghan gave up on controlling the spears. The God Slayer's spear circled around him once and shattered bit by bit. The traces of origin energy also returned to his body. Although this bit of origin energy was nothing to Yi Qinghan, origin energy was extremely precious. Every bit of it was extremely important. Looking at the people in the small hall who were cultivating in seclusion, Yi Qinghan smiled and sat down cross-legged to check his soul space. His divine sense passed through the black hole and the new soul space expanded a little more in the past 100 years. At the start, the new soul space only had a radius of 1 foot. Now it had expanded to a radius of 1 meter. The origin energy continued to increase and his soul sea continued to expand. However, the strength of his soul did not continue to increase. It was still at the upper 9th grade peak. The lightning on the origin energy continued to strike down, tempering his soul sea. While inspecting, Yi Qinghan thought of a problem. He had some doubts. In the past, his soul sea was only the size of a fist in his sea of consciousness. However, the new soul space had expanded to a radius of 1 meter. Yi Qinghan was sure that this new soul space was definitely not in his sea of consciousness. Otherwise, how could it be stored in his sea of consciousness? It seemed like it was only connected to him through the black hole. However, if the new soul space was not in his sea of consciousness, where was it? If it was not in his sea of consciousness, could it still be considered his soul? Also, if it continued to grow, what would it eventually evolve into? Yi Qinghan felt a wave of fear. Other than Xiao He and Battle Emperor, he did not tell anyone else about this. He was afraid that his wife and children would treat him as a monster. Although he had been a monster for a long time. Chapter 1162. If this new soul space is not in the mind, where would it be? Could it be in the endless void? Suddenly, Yi Qinghan thought of how he had been transported by the black hole to the other end of the void. A strange thought appeared in his mind. If the soul space was not in the mind, then it should be somewhere else? Then he suddenly thought of something. His body shook and he looked inside the soul space. He carefully looked at the origin energy outside and the soul sea inside. His pupils shrank and his eyes widened. God damn it, the outside is surrounded by origin energy. Why does my soul space look like a plane? The soul sea is like a continent? Lightning represents destruction and rebirth. If it continues to be tempered like this, will it give birth to life one day? Yi Qinghan's thoughts ran wild. The soul space had only been a few thousand years, and it had become 1 meter in radius. And he felt that it was growing faster and faster. If this continued, it would become 100 meters, 10,000 meters, and finally the size of a material plane. Because of the power of the soul and his own divine power, the soul space had heaven and earth yuan qi. Under the tempering of lightning? Will it give birth to life? Continue to evolve and give birth to living beings? And finally give birth to humans? Yi Qinghan made a bold assumption and carefully verified it. In the end, he simulated hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of years later. The end result of the soul space's evolution was an absurd conclusion. His soul space could possibly evolve into a plane? This incomparably absurd inference frightened Yi Qinghan. He had never thought much about the soul space. First, it was because he was in danger in another plane. There was no point in thinking too much. Second, it was because Yi Qinghan had always been avoiding the fact that he had become a monster. Now that he had returned to the reincarnation secret realm, Yi Qinghan was completely at ease. That was why he had the speculation just now. It was just that he couldn't accept such a conclusion. He did not dare to believe it. But, how could he explain that the soul space was not in the mind? The soul space was surrounded by origin energy. This was the same as a plane. How could he explain it? And the soul space was constantly growing. How could he explain that? If the soul space was seen as a new and growing small plane, then, it would be easy to explain. If it's really a small plane that hasn't taken shape yet and is still growing, then it's going to be a goddamn place. If this small plane is in the endless void, and a supreme expert from another plane happens to pass by and casually smashes it, Yi Qinghan's face turned pale. If his soul space was really a small plane that was growing and happened to be next to a big plane, and a level 9 expert happened to pass by and come in to have a look out of curiosity, the divine power of Longda would instantly make his soul space collapse. Or, if he found it strange, he would throw a few punches or something. Thinking about it, Yi Qinghan did not dare to think about it anymore. He could only force himself not to think about it. Back then, when his soul underwent a mutation, he should have died. Now that he was still alive, it was already a great blessing. Thus, Yi Qinghan no longer cared about the new soul space or what it would look like. I should first think of a way to raise my strength and kill my way back to the firmament. At that time, even if I die, I won't have any regrets. His cultivation of God Slayer's spear was basically complete. In the short term, no matter how much he cultivated, there wouldn't be any big improvements. Yi Qinghan prepared to rest for a while before starting to comprehend the last high-level profound mystery, space combination. After comprehending this profound mystery of space, Yi Qinghan's nomological strength would reach the peak of level 7. As long as he continued to comprehend the so-called Tao, he would be able to become a venerable and continue to comprehend the ultimate profound mystery, breaking through to level 9. When Yi Qinghan saw that everyone was cultivating in seclusion, he didn't disturb them. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the slaughter god blade. He made a trip to the hall with the profound mysteries stone steel and saw a few people quietly comprehending the profound mysteries. He smiled and quietly left the combat emperor palace. On Samsara Island, Pandora, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Qingwu lived outside. They were all refining divine crystals, so there was no use for them to cultivate. All they could do was grow flowers and play with their pets. Pandora, I really envy the life you and my brother had in the past. You cultivated together, entered heaven together, and went through trials and tribulations together in the plain battlefield. That kind of life was extremely exciting and fun, right? When Yi Qinghan teleported out, he scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered the three of them. He discovered that the three of them were sitting in a small hall, and he couldn't help but be curious about what they were talking about. That was the most beautiful memory of Pandora's life. Pandora's gentle voice sounded. In the future when little Han comes out, we will also ask him to bring us to play. There are a few dangerous places in the reincarnation plane, and ordinary people will definitely die if they go in. Lord Mo Xiao, the last time we went in, it took us a long time to come out. Let little Han bring us there to play, it will definitely be exciting. Needless to say, this was definitely the shrewish Yi Qingwu. At the side, Yi Qingyu's eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, "Is it really that fun? Sister Xiaowu." When Yi Qinghan heard the trace of loneliness in Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu's tone, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He laughed loudly and walked in. Looking at the three of them who had discovered him, he said, "There's no need for the future. Tomorrow I will bring you around the reincarnation mystery realm and play with you for a while before going to cultivate, Yeah. Yi Qingyu was the first to jump up, and she pulled on Yi Qinghan's arm, extremely happy. She was like Pandora, pure and simple and had no scheming thoughts. Although she had given birth to a son and lived for a long time, she was still like a young girl. Yi Qingwu was also happy. With Yi Qinghan accompanying her, the days were always so easy to pass. Pandora, however, was a little puzzled and asked, "Why tomorrow? What are we doing today?" Yi Qinghan chuckled and glanced at the three's graceful figures. He smiled faintly and said, "It's already late. Ladies, you should rest early. Go and take a bath. Tonight, I want the three of you to accompany me." "Brother, you're so naughty." The three of them instantly became shy and their faces were as red as the morning sun. Yi Qingyu glared at Yi Qinghan and covered her face as she ran away. Pandora and Yi Qingwu also hurriedly ran away. Although they were shy, they hesitated for a moment, and all of them walked towards Yi Qinghan's super large bedroom. On the second day, Yi Qinghan brought the three of them on a sightseeing tour. The four of them did not reveal their identities, nor did they teleport. They flew slowly and enjoyed the local customs and beautiful scenery of the reincarnation mystery realm. This is the most dangerous place in the reincarnation mystery realm? The reincarnation cave? After a month, Yi Qinghan's group of four and Xiaohei arrived at the foot of a mountain at the westernmost part of the reincarnation mystery realm. It was also the highest mountain in the reincarnation mystery realm. There are many powerful monsters here. There are countless caves inside and the terrain is complicated. Moreover, it can block divine senses. The strongest monster has the strength of a venerable. Therefore, this place used to be the most dangerous place in the reincarnation mystery realm. Anyone who enters will definitely die. I guessed that the secret of the reincarnation mystery realm was here, but I did not investigate it in detail in the past. Yi Qinghan had entered it before to investigate the secret of the reincarnation mystery realm. In the end, he did not find anything special. Mo Xiao had also entered it before, but she did not find anything after a few years. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, Xiaohei became excited. Not to mention Yi Qinghan, he could even kill a venerable level monster in a second. He turned into a gust of wind and flew into the huge cave. Then what are we waiting for? Boss, let's go in quickly. Maybe the secret of the reincarnation mystery realm is inside. You guys can't find it, but maybe I, Lord Xiaohei, can? Chapter 1163. The reincarnation cave was huge. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the caves in Devil Mountain. Divine senses weren't completely isolated. In the past, Yi Qinghan could see through the walls and see within a few miles. Now that his divine sense was so strong, it could easily see through 100 miles. Therefore, this place wasn't dangerous for Yi Qinghan at all. The four of them and Xiao Hei walked in casually. Pandora and Yi Qinghan had been through a lot together, so she was very calm. Yi Qingwu had a fiery personality, so Yi Qingyu was a little worried. "Don't worry, it's fine." Yi Qinghan patted Yi Qingyu's shoulder. The slaughter god saber appeared in his hand, and his origin energy surrounded it, lighting up the tunnel. This also made Yi Qingyu less afraid. "Boss, there are no monsters." After walking for 100 miles into the cave, they still didn't see any monsters. Xiao Hei turned around and asked curiously. Yi Qinghan smiled, pointed to the front and said, "You will see them in a few more miles. The monsters here are a little scary. Xiao Yu, if you are afraid, you can enter the War Emperor Palace." "No, I'm not afraid. With brother here, I'm not afraid of anything." Yi Qingyu shook her head, and her face was extremely stubborn. Yi Qinghan only smiled bitterly and led them forward slowly. Woo woo, as expected. Not long after, a ghostly wail and wolf howl came from the front, causing Yi Qingyu and Pandora's scalp to go numb. Their faces also turned slightly green, but they still stubbornly held onto Yi Qinghan's hand and walked forward. "Wow, there really are monsters. Boss, let me go and take a look." Xiao Hei rushed forward excitedly, but Yi Qinghan didn't care about him. Xiao Hei's spirit body was very strange. Ordinary fake 9th grade martial artists and Xiao Hei didn't have anything to worry about Yi Qinghan. Xiao Hei seemed to have the power of a devil monarch. He was almost unkillable. Of course, if it was a 9th grade upper or 9th grade supreme martial artist, Yi Qinghan would not dare to let Xiao Hei take the risk. Yi Qinghan had been here before, so he knew very well what kind of monsters there were. His divine sense had long since detected that there were countless monsters in a small hall at the intersection of the passageway. The monsters here were similar to zombies. They were all humanoid and had no consciousness. Whenever they saw a foreign creature, they would attack relentlessly and wouldn't stop until they were dead. Moreover, the monsters here could not be killed unless their bodies were completely crushed. They moved like the wind, and the stronger the monster, the harder its body was. Yi Qinghan had once encountered a king among them. The toughness of its body was second only to the power of origin, which was why he said that the strongest monsters here could reach the venerable level. Ba ba ba. By the time Yi Qinghan arrived with the three ladies, Xiao Hei was already fighting with the countless monsters. Xiao Hei's powerful corrosive and engulfing ability easily corroded and engulfed dozens of monsters in the small hall. However, Xiao Hei's face was full of awkwardness. He kept spitting as if he had swallowed a few flies. "Boss, these monsters don't have much life force. They're disgusting. There's also a lot of mottled strange energy that makes me very uncomfortable. I'm not going to engulf these monsters anymore." "Really, boss, why didn't you remind me?" Xiao Hei looked like he was about to cry and mumbled with a frown. Yi Qingwu and the other two happened to see Xiao Hei engulfing those monsters. Although they were a little afraid, they were slightly relieved when they saw Xiao Hei get rid of them so easily. "Mottled strange energy? What kind of energy is it exactly?" Yi Qinghan asked curiously. It was not strange for these monsters to have some life force. In the past, Yi Qinghan did not have the time to examine them carefully. Now that he had nothing to do, he could study them carefully. "I don't know either. Boss, you can go and catch one to examine it yourself. In any case, I'm not playing anymore. It's not fun at all." Xiao Hei pursed his lips, looking like a little wife who had been wronged. "Ah, let's go. There are many strange sceneries in this cave. I'll bring you guys to have a look." Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. Yi Qingwu and the others also smiled. The few of them moved forward in a relaxed manner. Along the way there were monsters that Yi Qinghan attacked, directly shattering the bodies of the monsters. After Yi Qingwu and the other two had seen it many times, they were no longer afraid. In the end, Yi Qingwu even tried to kill a few monsters. After half a day, the few of them arrived at one of the strange sceneries that Yi Qinghan had mentioned. "Wow, I didn't expect that there would be such beautiful sceneries in this cave." Yi Qingwu and the other two were stunned. Yi Qingyu's eyes were shining and she cried out in surprise. In front of them was a wide cave. Other than the passage that Yi Qinghan and the others used to come in, the other places were all sealed. The surroundings were bright, and there was a yellow river flowing in the middle. It was yellow in color, but the water was extremely clear like the Milky Way in the ninth heaven. It flowed from one end of the stone wall, and then into another stone wall. Both sides of the river were filled with spiritual fruits, and the fragrance of the fruits assailed their nostrils. There were all kinds of cute little fishes swimming happily in the river. This river is so beautiful. It's actually yellow. Wow. There's a colorful little fish here. It's so cute. Pandora was also very surprised. She had never seen such strange and beautiful little fish before. She was very happy and stretched out her hand to catch the little fish in the river. Pandora, don't move. This river is poisonous. With your strength you can't resist the invasion of the venom. Yi Qinghan hurriedly shouted. He had been to this place before and didn't find anything strange. He only detected that the river was poisonous. Pandora was shocked and quickly retracted her lily-white hand. She said with some disbelief, "This river is poisonous? Why aren't the little fish poisoned to death? Does that mean that the fruits beside the river are also poisonous?" "Yi, come here. You'll know in a while." Yi Qinghan led the few of them to the side, and then released his god domain, slightly isolating their auras, so that they could carefully observe the river. Not long after, there was a sudden movement in the river, and countless people floated out of the river. No, it was more accurate to describe them as corpses. These corpses had no aura, and their bodies were hard and their skin was pale. However, when they reached the cave, waves suddenly appeared in the yellow river, and these corpses were swept to the shore. At the same time, the fruits on both sides of the river all lit up and automatically left their roots. They floated in the air, turned into spots of starlight, and sprinkled on the corpses. After a while, something strange happened. These corpses actually came to life and staggered to their feet. Their eyes were empty, and their pupils were dilated. It was obvious that they were not normal humans. More than 10 corpses walked around the cave, and finally, all of them jumped into the yellow river and drank to their heart's content. Their bodies also emitted rays of yellow light, and their movements became more agile. Finally, they turned into monsters that looked exactly like the ones outside. Hiss, hiss, it was unknown if the monsters in the river had evolved after drinking the yellow river water, or if there was another reason. They actually found Yi Qinghan and the others in the corner. They brandished their sharp claws, bared their green fangs and pounced towards them. Chi! The slaughter god blade fiercely waved and spat out a huge crescent-shaped blade light that engulfed these monsters. With a bang sound, these monsters' bodies were all split into pieces and turned into dust that fell to the ground. "Boss, these monsters were actually born from the river. This river is so strange." Xiaohei sighed. This was the first time he had seen such a scene, and the few girls felt their scalps go numb. Hee, I had already determined that the martial artists in the reincarnation mystic realm would definitely die after reaching the celestial the arch realm 10,000 years ago. This secret must be related to this river. It was just that I did not have the confidence to enter at that time, and Mo Xiaoxiao did not dare to enter as well. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. After thinking for a while, he said, "You guys enter the War Emperor Palace first. I will enter the river to investigate and maybe I will find something."